All right, Mayor, Council, we're going to go to page 159 in the book, and we're going to look at the Parks and Recreation Division. Again, as we previously mentioned, there was a vacancy for the Parks and Recreation Director. Looking at how that position had operated and how it had been filled, there'd been quite a bit of turnover in that position over the last 3 to 5 years, and I felt like at this point, I could probably cover those responsibilities. And so we did not hire a new parks director, and we took those savings and then spread them down and gave wage increases to a large number of our frontline employees. I do believe at some point in our future this community will grow to the point where we can justify and support a dedicated parks director. But until we see that growth, I'll continue to serve in that role for now. But in the Parks and Recreation Division, we have a ground superintendent, which is Kyle, and his team of groundkeepers. They do an incredible job of keeping our various parks updated, bless you, and then inspecting the park facilities for safety issues. During this last fiscal year, we did have an inspection from our insurance provider. They came in and presented a list of issues within our parks, and Kyle and his team were able to go in and address most all of those. And then we also have our recreation coordinator, Ricky. He joined us as an intern, and then we just made him a full-time position, and he's been doing an incredible job helping us kind of revamp our recreation offerings. Again, we've got a partnership with Boys and Girls Club for youth sports, but Ricky's also now able to start looking at some adult recreation leagues. You should be seeing some advertisements for our summer cornhole league. We're excited to see how that turns out. And then there's some other adult recreation programs that we're looking at. And then we're exploring options for senior citizens as well, some recreation activities for them. But again, I'll go back to framing the conversation to the value we bring to the community rather than just the cost that we present to the community. And Parks and Recreation is one of those quality of life issues that we do have to provide public safety. We do have to provide public infrastructure, but I think we also do have to provide spaces and places for public activities to happen, whether it's quality of life or it's wellness. And so the Parks and Recreation Division really is where we focus a lot of our efforts on quality of life issues and activities for our community. And I think we've got a really good team that's growing and expanding the offerings that we provide, which means we're increasing the value we bring to this community from this department. Overall, salaries and wages are going down, primarily because we didn't fill that Parks Director position. We did give salary increases to everybody in Parks and Recreation, but we also took some of those savings and pushed them over into streets and some of the other divisions that also needed salary adjustments. So total salaries and wages are going down in this budget. Supplies is going up slightly. Building maintenance is going up. Again, we saw in this current budget basically somewhat of an emergency expenditure for HVAC systems. And so we're slowly starting to grow the maintenance budget. And so one of the many things that Kyle and his team does is when there is a maintenance issue in City Hall or in one of our buildings, they come work on those things for us. And so we're going to slowly start building up that maintenance budget so that we're more proactive in maintaining some of our systems. We're also going to look for probably a preventive maintenance contract for our HVAC systems across our facilities as well. Equipment maintenance has gone down, and then other services has gone down slightly. Public utilities, we're anticipating some of those costs will go up. But overall, Parks and Recreation, the budget went down. Again, the bulk of that is with the reallocation of funding from the Parks Director. And then we'll just roll right into, yes. page 162. It's the line item for park maintenance. Part of that, I think, is going to get to when we get into our capital improvements budget at the end of the day. We're asking for a significant investment in new parks equipment in several of our parks. And so if we can replace some of this aging parks equipment and move it out and bring new stuff in, we feel there will be less expenditure on maintaining that old equipment. And so that's the bulk of that right there.
And also, last year, it included some specific parks projects. So, remember like the yellow cap on the top, and I think we've reallocated some things to do the fencing at the dog park. So those costs aren't gonna be recurring this coming year, and so there's no need to re-include them.
And so they would put one-time expenditures of improvements or replacements as a maintenance line item rather than a capital expenditure line item. So that's some of that.
Especially because most of them were less than $5,000.
And what's the downtown maintenance cost? I mean, what is that 10,000 there? What does that cover?
That's typically where we cover our participation for the Garden Club, for the Beautification Commission, and for the work that they do in landscaping and maintenance of the downtown area.
The lights and everything.
All the electrical,
Okay.
everything for your farmer's market, everything that goes down there. Your Christmas stuff, it's Christmas on the Square, all of that.
Any other questions on Parks and Rec? All right, we'll roll right into the library. Not a lot changed in the public library, at least on this part of the budget. As you all know, we own the building that the library is housed in, but we do not operate the library as a city activity. So we have an agreement with the Friends of the Library. I've been told that agreement is pretty old and hasn't been looked at recently. So in this fiscal year, we'll probably be pulling out that agreement between us and the Friends of the Library to see if there's ways that it can be renewed or updated to reflect what's happening now rather than decades ago. But as part of our budget, I classify it as Parks and Recreation as well. We do provide funding starting on page 164. 166 is where the bulk of the cost numbers are. Our contribution to the public library, I believe, helps fund Nan as the library coordinator. So we help pay most of her salary on behalf, since they're in our building running a library for our community, we participate in the cost there. We also have building maintenance costs. We've increased the cost for building maintenance just because the building's old and needs some TLC, but we just also replaced all of the heating and cooling. And so we're not doing really any renovation in the operating budget, but you will see a capital project later today to look at possibly investing some money in the building. It's not aging well. We provide their copier, and then we pay the utilities. So overall, the budget is going down a couple of $1,000s in our support for the library, but we're basically maintaining the level of service that we have over the past couple of years. So any questions on Parks and Rec or library? All right. Then we'll wrap up this segment of the general fund talking about Public Works. Now, it's a little confusing, may not be the right word. Public Works down at the service center houses both streets and water and sewer systems. But the water and sewer activities out of the service center are not funded through the general fund. They're funded through the Public Utilities Fund, what we'll get to later today. So the general fund activities in Public Works primarily is just streets maintenance. And so Joe Davis is our Public Works Director. Stacy is the office manager down there, and his salary is split Part of his salary comes from the general fund, part of it comes from the utility fund. But then we have a street foreman, an equipment operator, and 3 workers. And so that is, and we're currently short 1 position. I think we've got 1 vacancy in streets right now that we're taking applications and trying to fill that street position. But everybody down there got a wage increase with the exception of Daryl, the foreman, in December. Daryl was making within a market range, but everybody else was below market, and so everybody but Daryl got and Joe got a wage increase in December. So for Joe and Daryl, we're proposing a 2% adjustment, consistent with what we're doing everywhere else in the organization for those that are kind of currently within a market range. He's a part-time.
He can't go over 1,000 hours a year, just because of the TMRS, our retirement restrictions and things like that. And so, Cleva and my payroll staff monitors that to make sure that he doesn't risk hitting that.
I would say that is something that is going to require some attention in the coming budgets. The role that, I don't want to undersell the role that Joe plays in our organization. Even as a part-time director, I find more effectiveness from him than I've seen in other full-time public works directors. So there is a tremendous amount of value that we're getting for the role that Joe plays. But I also do see, especially as we continue to engage Freeze and Nichols and we start having some major street infrastructure projects that we'll talk about this afternoon, we're going to see a lot of increased activity in streets and street maintenance and street development. And so I think we will need to talk about the supervision, and not in terms of what Daryl brings. Daryl leads his crew well, but Daryl's focus does boots on the ground. You got to have somebody in the office, if you will, looking at the street network and the strategy and what we're going to do. A lot of Joe's focus right now is on the public utility side, water distribution, wastewater collection, which we'll talk about when we get the utility fund. And so I think in the coming years, as we increase our work and our effectiveness in streets, we'll have to reevaluate this. But right now, I'm comfortable with how we're staffed. All right. We're asking for a slight increase in the supply budget for the streets department. A lot of that you'll see in minor tools. One of the things that, and hopefully everybody's sick of me talking about responsive, effective, and accountable. Those are the values in which we use to do our work. Again, responsive means when something happens, we show up. But effective means when we show up, we have the right training and the tools and the supplies to do something. And there is some of the minor tools and equipment that these guys use has not aged well, needs to be replaced. There's additional tools that they need, and so we're asking for some increase in the budget to give them the tools and supplies that they need to be effective when they do show up. And so that's the nature of some of that increase there. Building maintenance is primarily just the service center. Equipment maintenance is going up slightly. Other services and charges, we are asking, well, the equipment user fee is going up because Enterprise is replacing some vehicles, and then the maintenance of those, and then utilities, we think there'll be a slight increase in utilities. But overall, the budget increase is because of equipment, primarily, and some tools. Any questions about Public Works? We do have later this afternoon, when we get to the CIP, there's a number of street projects that are going to be in front of us to discuss, but this is the operations budget, not the capital budget. All right. We're pretty much right on schedule. Do y'all want to roll into public safety, or do you want to take a brief break? Okay. All right. All right, so we're going to shift gears. We're still in the general fund, but we're going to look at the fire department, police department, animal control, and emergency services. Again, we'll frame the conversation by looking at the people, the supplies, the maintenance, and the other expenditures for each of these divisions. And so, fire department begins on page 136. So, the current organizational chart for fire department is we have Chief Bassam as the public safety director. We have 3 fire captains. We then have 3 fire lieutenants. Then we have 6 full-time firefighters and 15 part-time firefighters. And so that's how we staff the rotation for fire protection within our community. And from a staffing point of view, as we mentioned previously, going into this budget, I think I'm safe to say no one in our first responder cadre was making a market wage. And so at any point in time, you could probably travel less than 15 minutes and get a significant pay raise. And so if 50% of our budget is public safety, and half of the resources of our community is invested in public safety, I think there is an expectation on behalf of the community that we have an effective public safety department, both police and fire. And I want to speak carefully because I don't want to disparage the team that we have. We have an incredible team of first responders, both on the police and on the fire side. But if you're not paying a competitive market wage, you're going to constantly be living with turnover. You're going to be getting young firefighters coming in that start here but can very quickly make a higher wage somewhere else, and I don't fault them for following that. And so when you have a lot of turnover in one of your departments, you're constantly having to retrain and re-educate, and you're investing in your new team members for them to leave and go somewhere else and make a higher wage. Then you got to bring somebody else in and train them. And so the effectiveness of the organization really is spent on training quality officers for some other community to enjoy. And we would really like to train quality officers and then retain them to stay in our own community. And so I don't want to say that we don't have an effective department. I don't want to say that, I want to say clearly, the people we have are quality. But as soon as we get a lot of them trained up, they move on. And so we feel like it is time for us to catch up with the market wages. And so this budget from a staffing level, especially in police and fire, is looking to bring a significant pay adjustment to all levels of the organization. And so we started at the entry-level position. Chief, is it 42? No, that we're asking to move it to. 44. We're at 36 currently? So a new firefighter comes in at 36. I believe the market is around 42 to 44. And so we're asking to move our entry-level firefighter wage up to that 44, but then 43 change. But if we do that, then all of a sudden the new guys coming in are making this exact same as the ones that have been here for a while. So to avoid the compression, we're adjusting all the way through the organization so that everybody's making a market wage for the various ranks and positions that they carry. And so we're not asking for any additional staff on the firefighter side, but one of the things that we are looking to do is, of the 3 fire captains, we want to go through an interview and selection process and name one of the 3 fire captains as an assistant chief. And so having conversations with Chief Bassam, and in terms of just chain of command and integrity of command, if Chief goes out of town and he's not here, who's the number 2? Right now, there's not a lot of clarity in that. And so if we can appoint a clear assistant chief on the fire side and a clear assistant chief on the police side, then when Chief Bassam is not in town, there's still a very clear chain of command of who's in charge while he's not here. And so asking one of these fire captains to step up and be an assistant chief, they're still going to have to work their shift. And so for now, an assistant chief is going to be working a shift, being on a truck. They're going to roll for every call just like everybody else does. And so we are asking for an increase in pay for the fire captain that gets designated as an assistant chief, because they're going to have to work their shift and have some additional responsibilities on top of that. And so we want the compensation to reflect that. At some point, when the community can support the growth, I think we'll need a true assistant chief that is more of an 8 to 5 and not running a shift, but we're not staffed at that level right now. So the assistant chief at this point is still going to cover a shift and roll in a truck just like everybody else, but this moves us in the direction of where we want to be staffed at as an organization.
What is our percentage of turnover in the fire department?
On the fire department?
Uh-huh.
Fire department's a little bit lower than police department. It comes and goes with a given year. This year I've lost 2 in the last 12 months. That comes from a lot of different factors, pay being one of them, but who's in place.
So we are seeing a significant increase in the salary and wage portion of the budget. That is not requesting new staff. That's giving wage adjustments to all of the staff and then promoting one of the fire captains to be an assistant chief. Supplies budget is going up a little bit to reflect the cost of some of the supplies that we carry. Professional services is staying the same. Fire hydrant maintenance is staying the same. Equipment maintenance is going up slightly. Other services and charges is going up. Most of that is going to be membership dues and publications. That is primarily this is software, right? The firehouse, chief? Okay. We felt like the training budget was adequate for the training that we do, because a lot of our training is done in-house, but we'll be looking for opportunities to do additional training. So overall, there's about a $200,000 increase in the fire department budget. The bulk of that is in wage increases. Any questions about the fire department?
We support Hunt County Fire and Rescue. How much money do we receive from Hunt County for that?
From Hunt County?
Uh-huh.
So, from the Hunt County, the hospital district, the contracts were negotiated every October. I believe this year we got $35,000 from Hunt County. In 2020, the calls are kind of divided up, kind of funny as far as what's rescue and what's fire. But roughly, we ran about 105 calls outside the city limits in 2020 for that $35,000.
So were we ahead of the game or behind? Way behind, aren't we?
All right.
Huh?
We're doing all right. A lot of those calls are right here close. So when we say outside the city limits, anything at the 178 bridge, that's considered outside the county. That includes everything from minor structure fires to get called out for a smoke alarm and get disregarded before we move out of the city. So we're doing pretty good. I have a faith in the commissioner's court that they're going to help us out this year as well.
Okay, all right. And then what about the A&M Commerce?
We're not currently getting any funding from the university for fire protection, are we?
A&M Commerce Fire, what do we receive from them?
Currently get anything from A&M. The only two contracts we have are with the Hunt County for fire and with the hospital district for rescue. We're considered one of the rescue districts in the county. In 2020, we run 63 calls, and that is a $15,000 line item that basically covers the cost of the operations and the tools to run those calls. And then,
No.
those are
Rescue.
calls outside the city limits, as far as MVAs, any kind of major wreck, 18-wheeler, car, boat, anything like that. We also do swift water. It includes anything rescue related outside the city limits.
Yeah.
University, we run a wide range of calls. We actually don't have many fires. We have fire alarms, suspicious that smoke in the building, cooking fires is about our biggest thing at the university, where students go over and use a hot plate and they light their stove on fire, so to speak, or hot plate on fire. We have some fires sometimes with ironing. We have a lot of medical calls. We have broke bones, when they start doing, not necessarily the actual cheerleaders, but I guess intramural cheerleader stuff. We have a lot of toes broke and stuff like that. Yes, that's in all the college dorms, the buildings, the student center, recreation center, everything, university property. Also includes the walking trail, and the climbing towers and all the little stuff out by the high school.
We receive nothing.
We receive no funding from college.
No. One of the things,
Right.
So I believe when the Quint was new, it's a 2009 model, I believe. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the line heads on the side of that truck, I think they were about $50,000 a piece for about a $100,000 donation. Tony, you were part of the council that year. You're right. That was a donation that they made when we bought that ladder truck. It was primarily bought because of Whitley Hall. Without some of their multiple-story buildings, we wouldn't have needed a ladder truck. To my knowledge, Jamie can probably dig through the finances. That's the only contribution that I know of that the university's made, was in that on that.
How do they, justify, or how do we get any money from that to justify, how do I put this, saying where's the money?
Well, I think we need to sit down and get a cost accounting, find out
well,
exactly
and,
what it
and
is.
I'm working those numbers.
Okay.
I've actually have a number on my desk that I have
Okay.
developed, and
And I
so
think if we did that every year, we could talk to them about what it's costing them.
the case that we're getting prepared to make, I'm not willing to place bets on our success rate, but at least the case we're going to make. In talking with Stephenville, the city manager in Stephenville is where Tarleton University is located, also part of the A&M system. They have an interlocal agreement with Tarleton State University for dispatch services, and so there's very clearly a service that they provide to the university, and so the university pays them for dispatch services. For us, that's not true because A&M Commerce has their own dispatch operations. But using that concept, we are their fire insurance policy. They have $800 million worth of value within the city limits that we are their fire and rescue. And as you mentioned, they don't pay a dime for that. And so trying to figure out an effective way to allocate those costs. Well, long story short, the primary way we fund our fire services is through property taxes. And so if they were to pay just a portion of the property tax associated with fire based on their valuations, they should be paying $500,000 a year for the services that we provide them. And so I think you can make a case the university is getting at least $500,000 a year worth of fire protection and services from the City of Commerce for free, which means we have our community, which if you remember the demographics, the majority of our community do not have college degrees, cannot afford to get college degrees, but yet they're paying for the university to have fire protection. I don't know that that is something that is sustainable. And so we're going to have that conversation with them. Whether they're willing to come to the table or not remains to be seen. If they choose not to contribute, then we'll have some further difficult conversations.
So while we're on this, is there any other revenue streams that we get from the university? I mean, water, ticket collection, any revenue streams at all?
They buy some water from us. They have their own water system, and so the bulk of the water used by the university is produced by the university. But they do have part of their campus that receives water from us. So we get some water revenue from the university, and we treat their sewer for them. On the fine side, their police department, every ticket they write goes through the JP court, does not come through the city. We receive no income from their police department in the tickets that they write.
We do receive some sales tax.
Sales tax from the sales that happen on campus. So there's a small amount of sales tax.
Okay, in previous years, was there any funds? I know it seems like there was water at one time that they were buying from us.
They pay for space on a water tower. For
$3,000.
it's a pittance. They pay a small amount because I think some of the capacity of our water tower is determined to be to their benefit, and so it's not even worth talking about.
Your analysis, and I'm sure coordinate with Chris to see document how many times we're on the university.
Well, and I want to avoid number of calls because in the Stephenville example with Tarleton, the interlocal agreement they have is the number of calls their dispatch center receives from the campus leads into the compensation they receive. Well, fire protection's a different animal, and it's not how many calls we get from campus. It's the fact that we're here, ready, willing, and available whenever something goes wrong. And so we're on standby for $800 million worth of property in their system, and they make the call, we show up. We're standing ready to respond on their behalf. We are their insurance policy,
I
and they're
would
not
be
paying.
surprised that their insurance is not affected or is affected by us
Well,
or not. So
it-
we need to look at that.
I've asked the
Or use it.
university what ISO rating they use for their property insurance, and they didn't know the answer to that question.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Partially.
Yeah.
State legislators approved then any state-owned institution from paying the city surrounding it any payment in lieu of taxes. Therein lies the challenge. So we're not the only state-owned institution
Well, one of the major legislators that I will quote, Bob Bullock, said you need to be a sailboat. There is a law there, and you only sail from point A to point B, never in a straight line. You need to zigzag, and there are laws put there, and we can start working on a contract or
Yeah.
some kind of MOU with them.
There's an
And we can
interlocal
get-
agreement concept. There's a precedent that's been set. So yes, they're not going to pay payment in lieu of taxes,
No.
but you can do interlocal agreements for the services that you provide as long as you have a rational justification for it. And we have one, and we can talk more. There's more that can be said, but we're still building our case. So. I also think I have been involved in a successful, when there was a street maintenance fee that was created, we were able to get some universities to participate, but they just passed that through to their parking permits. And so however many parking permits they sold a given year, they just took a portion of that parking permit and remitted it to us as a street maintenance fee.
We just got to get them to park.
Yeah, we just got to get them to park on campus. So we're moving in the right direction. I'm not going to make promises because it's a tough row to hoe, but we're working on it. Yes, ma'am.
Well, in contrast, if a federal institution is in a town, there is a payment in lieu of taxes made, but the state of Texas does not do that. So every time we look at, I look at the city of Huntsville, not only do they have a state, but the university, they have 12 prisons. I don't know how they do it.
It's,
Just don't have less taxable property.
yeah,
But, it is a problem.
it is a challenge. Any other questions about the fire department? Mm. All right, so we've got a combination of the increased property values, and so we've got about $300,000 of additional revenue this year from increased property values and new development on the property tax side. But then we also have funding from ARP, the American Rescue Plan. And so the way we've played this out, not just for fire, but all first responders, is we've got this ARP funding for the next 3 to 4 years. And so we're basically going to take a portion of that funding this year and use it to cover the pay increases for first responders. And then next year, we'll have a portion of their salaries covered by ARP funds. And in the third year, we'll have a portion of their salaries covered by ARP funds. And so for the next 3 years, the salary increases are covered for 3 years by the ARP funding that we have. What we feel confident in is that out in year 4, we'll have enough growth in the property values and in new development of our community so that in year 4, we can continue to pay at that new salary range or even a little higher without ARP funds being there. And so without ARP funds, we would probably have to wait 2 or 3 years before we could do this. With ARP funds, we can go ahead and start now and use those fundings. And so the bulk of the ARP funding, we're just using for what's called premium pay for first responders.
In the next 3 years, I'm sure it's projected that they will get some type of cost.
Yeah, we're looking at cost of living raises out into the future years, but this was just to shift the whole pay scale. Yeah. There's a risk, and so let's assume. Let's hold constant the $300,000 of new income that we got in the general fund this year from new property valuations and new development. So we need $400,000 to cover these new salaries. So if next year we get an additional $300,000 of tax revenue from new valuations and new development, then the $400,000 that I need from ARP is only $100,000. And so I'm weaning us off over the next 3 to 4 years so that in year 4, we're completely covered with current revenues from our current valuations. And so we don't want year 4 to be, we've lost ARP and now we've got to hurry up and find funding. We've structured it in a way that we wean ourselves off. So,
I'll also say on the ARP funding, they do have some limitations to where we can't do, a premium pay has to be specifically separate. So I can't just say, okay, their pay rate will be going from 13 to 15. I have to show the 13 plus the $2, right? And it can't be greater than $25,000 per person for the whole
year.
four.
Oh, for the, okay.
The whole 4 through 2024. And so in order to achieve that, we will need to be able to rebalance that premium every year, just so that we can stay within those guidelines anyway. So we've built that into the step and grade structure, and I guess into the ARP funding.
So kind of on a generic paycheck, you'll see salary at $13 an hour and premium pay at $2. And next year, it may be salary at $14 and premium pay at $1.
Yeah.
And then hopefully in the final year, it's all base pay with no premium from ARP. And that's what we're trying to wean ourselves off of it.
And it goes, and it has to go towards their overtime, it has to go towards their vacation accruals, so that premium amount, even though it'll show separately, it will go into their total pay. So, if that makes sense. It's not like just like a stipend or anything like that.
Good question. Other questions about fire? Thank you for the conversation about the university. I think it's a critical conversation that we're going to have to continue and carry forward. We may have to get creative in finding ways to build bridges and partnerships so that they're willing to work with us. But at the end of the day, the raw reality is we provide all of their fire insurance. If something happens, we're the ones that roll. We're the ones that show up. There's got to be value for that recognized somewhere. Okay. Moving on to the police department, which is found on page 141. Again, the very similar conversation to what we just had. You've got a public safety director, which is Chief Bassam. He has 3 lieutenants, one that is over their investigations, one over patrol, and one over the administrative team. We are asking for one of those lieutenants to go through, they'll all go through an interview process, but we'll designate one of those lieutenants as an assistant chief. For now, they will still have all of their responsibilities that they currently carry as lieutenant, but they'll also have the role of assistant chief, so that if Chief Bassam has to leave town or is gone, there's a clear chain of command for whenever there's an incident. We have 3 investigative sergeants. We have 3 patrol sergeants. Right now, we have 9 patrol officers. We're requesting 1 additional patrol officer. This additional officer, if you will get us whole. A number of years ago, there was a slight reorganization. They had some funding issues, and so the concession that was made is that they eliminated 1 patrol position to provide budgeting for everybody else. And so what that means then is that there is always, it's not every day, but there is a shift that takes place in this community. We normally have 2 patrol officers at every shift. Right now we have 1 shift that only has 1 patrol officer on duty for the entire community. And so we feel like that's a lower level of service and doesn't work well for that value conversation. And so we want to restore that missing patrol officer so that every shift has 2 officers on patrol. The other thing this does is that for that shift that only has 1 patrol officer, usually a sergeant or a lieutenant has to come work some of those calls, which means it's more expensive and it's overtime. So all of this adds up to being, we would really like to be whole. And so the addition of this patrol officer is not to create a new position we've never had. it's to restore a position that we used to have but was lost. The other thing that we're doing is adding a part-time patrol officer. So it's usually going to be an officer that's on a force somewhere else, but has agreed to come work for us part-time, so that if one of our existing patrol officers is out sick or on vacation, we can help cover their shift with a part-time officer rather than having a sergeant or a lieutenant roll back down to the street and earn overtime. So that move would help us raise the level of service that we have on patrol. And then the other is on the administrative lieutenant. He oversees the animal shelter as well as the dispatch operations. And so we're requesting an additional 911 operator. And what that move will allow us to do is the lady that leads our dispatch crew right now is a call taker, a telecommunicator, and the manager of that team. We're going to promote her up to being an administrative manager over the dispatch, but also over some of the records stuff, and then put a new call taker so that all of our call shifts are covered, and then she operates as a manager. Then should one of our call takers go out sick or go on vacation, she can roll down, cover a shift, and we have all of our dispatch operators covered at all times, as well as gain some administrative capacity that we don't currently have. And so in the police side, we're asking for 2 full-time positions. One is a new patrol officer, and one is a dispatch communicator. And those are the 2 positions that we're requesting. In terms of salaries, we also gave all of the police side that wage adjustment to get them into a market wage. So our incoming new patrol officers are making a wage that's consistent with the market, and then we adjusted everybody above them to avoid compression. And so this is a significant investment in our patrol officers, and we feel it's past time, same as it was for our fire department. And so this would allow us to pay a competitive market wage for those people that are responding to and providing services to our community.
What's the turnover rate in that department?
Chief, what's? Lost 2 in 3 weeks.
And they both, they're the ones that we're looking at for as a part-time position. But we're not losing them because they're angry. One of them has already said, get that part-time position and let him know.
Yeah.
They're going for money.
Yeah.
They're going for money.
Now, we know we'll never be able to compete with the University Park or somewhere like that, but we lose them. We lost last year, I lost 3 or 4 to University Park that they love to hire officers. Well, I wish they'd find another pool, but anyway, this year we've lost 1 to Aubrey and 1 to Anna.
And how are we in comparison with the university now? Where, I mean, because I know that's not necessarily where our officers want to go, but salary wise.
Our current pay is, for a new officer coming in, is $36,500. University, when I pulled the numbers a while back, their start out pay for a new officer, now they have some flexibility built in. A new officer out of the academy starts out at roughly $42,900. If they have any experience at all, that changes between $42,900 and $45,946. That might be a few dollars off exactly, but that's what I got from them.
So I, and we are trying to have new officers come in.
At 43. Yeah. And we would also have the same flexibility if we had a transfer in that had experience. They wouldn't necessarily start at 43. They would start at a level that's equal to their experience and qualifications.
On the part-time patrol officer that we talked about, would an A&M officer be able to come over and be part-time here?
Chief?
As far as we're concerned, yes, as long as the A&M would allow it. We run into that with a lot of agencies. I'm not sure Brian would allow that because it's kind of a conflict of interest. That would be great if they're already trained. They know the area, they know, it would be great, but that would be something that officer would have to work out with the chief on. But they'd be old enough.
We would like to see that possibility. We don't know that it's there yet. Supply budget for the police department is going up slightly. That's primarily in patrol supplies. Um, Equipment maintenance is going down slightly. Other services, we significantly raised the training budget, and then there's going to be some increase in membership dues and publications. Again, that's a software that we're subscribing to. But first, on the training side, I didn't feel that the training budget was adequate for the number of officers that we have, but also as you recognize the nature of crime is changing, the nature of calls for service that we have in our community changes, and I want to make sure that our officers have the best training for the types of calls that we're going to be receiving now and into the future. But we're also looking, I don't know that I don't have money in this budget, but we're looking for opportunities to start developing our own training field. When it comes time for live fire training, firearms qualifications, we have to use somebody else's course. We have to use somebody else's location. And so when we want to do firearms qualifications or live fire training, we're at the mercy of somebody else of whether their location is available or not. We have some land out in the county that's an old landfill. It's going to be ours from now on. We have to maintain it. We have to control it. We're looking to see if there's a way that we can start creating our own range out there so that we're not dependent on somebody else to do training of this nature. If you've ever had the opportunity to go through some of these training programs, it's enlightening. But those who don't regularly practice and use firearms, there's a lot of repetitive skill. There's a lot of muscle memory that's required. And if you don't actively practice, if you don't actively stay on top of your game, then when you're in a live situation out on the street and something happens, you hesitate. When you hesitate, bad things happen. And so it's going to be important that we continue and increase the level of training that we provide to all of our officers. Yes, there is still going to be some of this turnover, that we bring in young officers, we give them high quality training, and they go somewhere else. Okay, but that's the nature of the business. We want our officers to have some of the best training available, which means we have to commit some resources to it. They have a range out by our water treatment plant, don't they, Chief?
We do have access to it. Over the last year, Chief Vaughn has given us a key. We used to have that kind of access. We can go out and make that happen now. Probably run into is that most recently when we schedule firearms qualifications, we kind of like to shoot as much as possible, because the more training that they have, the more familiar they are. We don't know the wild card. If they shoot once a year, we're kind of gambling. We want them to be sharp, know what they're doing, not hesitate, not be scared. The last few times we've scheduled firearms training at the university, we've been double booked. So we got out there this last time and we showed up about 7 o'clock and DPS was everywhere. It's kind of hard to navigate and train and get everybody there at the same place. We're one of multiple agencies that uses that range.
It,
No, the only requirement they have is that we clean up after ourselves, and we pick up all of our brass and bullets and stuff like that. There's a dumpster out there. We also have a backup. We have to travel to either Hopkins County or pretty far west of we'll see if that range is booked.
there are options out there, but still we're at the mercy of somebody else to be able to do training, and would really like to get to the point where we can conduct our own training at our own place and not have to worry about it. Yes, definitely. Overall, the police department is increasing their budget, but the vast majority of that is the payroll and compensation. Are there any questions about the police operations? All right. Just moving over into animal control. Animal control is operated by the administrative lieutenant. We currently have one animal control officer. We have another full-time position that is working on becoming a licensed animal control officer. Once she completes her program, we will then have 2 animal control officers available. And then we have some part-time staff that helps volunteer and helps run the shelter. On page 148 is where their budget numbers start. Total salary and wages is going up because we're also bumping their wages as first responders. Salary budget's going up slightly. Professional services is going down a little bit. Building maintenance has gone down a little bit. And then equipment is about the same. The total other services and charges is going up primarily because Enterprise is replacing one of the vehicles, but then we're keeping one of the older vehicles because we'll have 2 animal control officers now instead of 1. We want them both to have a vehicle, and so there'll be a little bit of increased expenses there. Overall, about $20,000 increase to the animal shelter budget, bulk of that being increases in salaries and wages. You will see later this afternoon in the CIP some conversation about the actual shelter itself, but we'll have that conversation this afternoon. Any questions about animal control?
And how much do we get from Hunt County?
70,000.
70, and that covers our cost from Hunt County?
Yes, so we provide, we have a software called Shelter Manager, and every time we take an intake, we record exactly where it comes from, and the majority of them do come from within the city limits. But yes, it does cover our costs. I'll also say for the animal shelter maintenance line, I think a lot of that kind of depends on where we go with the CIP requests later on.
Emergency management is another division or function of our organization that I'll cautiously say we should be doing more in emergency management than we've done. That's not a reflection on the staff that makes up this team. I think it's a reflection on the resources they were given and the importance that was given on the role that they play. And so our emergency management coordinator is our administrative lieutenant in the police department. That team is fleshed out by Chief Bassam and then by Molly. And so the 3 of them kind of make up our emergency management capacity as an organization. If you'll remember back into February when we had Snowvid, there was a very real emergency situation that hit our community, and these 3 really stepped up in a very big way to help us respond to that. But part of the role of emergency management is also planning in advance for these type of events. And so we're looking at conducting what are called tabletop exercises. That's getting different groups together in a room, sit down at a table, and just scenario and play out, well, if a tornado hits, what do we do? Who plays what role? Where do we get the resources from? So that you don't wait for the tornado to hit to figure out what you're going to do. You figure out what you're going to do before the tornado ever shows up. And there's, as you can imagine, countless types of emergency scenarios that we need to be ready to respond to, that we need to have talked through those in advance. One of the communities that I served in, there was a major structure fire at a chemical plant, and the fire department was containing the fire, but they were also trying to prevent it from spreading somewhere else, and they needed an excavator to be able to push and move dirt and move material, and they didn't know where to go to get an excavator. Well, it just so happened that our own street department had 2. And so through a series of last-minute phone calls, they were like, hey, we need an excavator. Well, I've got one right over here. So we sent an excavator and we sent a loader and we assisted. Probably should have had those connections before the fire rather than figuring out in the middle of the fire. That's the kind of things that a strong emergency management department helps you figure out. And so this is the department, this is the division that focuses on that. The three of them were just given the opportunity to go to some extensive training. While they were there, most every organization had a dedicated emergency management person. That's all they did. We have a dedicated team of, they also have other hats that they wear. As our community grows, at some point, we're probably going to need to look at an emergency management coordinator, but what we have right now is effective for what we do. But we need to raise the value. We need to raise the level of service we provide to our community. At some point, we'll have to address the staffing of this operation.
Maybe for Chris, or several years ago, we seemed to have a strong emergency management, activity. I think maybe when Cato was there, maybe when Richard Hill was on the council. And with coordination, you know, you watch storms come in, coordination with the university. What has happened to that, and what caused the change?
And so it's still there. The big change was when Cato was here, him and Josh were the two emergency management guys. Cato, Richard Hill, when he was on council, the county's EOC was housed here in the city. So when a major event happens out of the county, they came here. After Chief Cruz left, that changed. And the county pulled out and they moved their EOC to the university. So now the county EOC is at the university. Now when I say that, what I mean is when something big happens, everybody goes to university. We have passes. I carry stuff. You see me at this backpack a lot. All my credentials and everything is in there. So when we go to the, if there's a storm coming in, we go to the university, and that's the main command center now because that's what the county designated as their EOC. Now they do have their own smaller EOC there at the courthouse. We have ours here. We operate as backups. So if something happens, we're going to activate our EOC. Clay and I will be there. We've got everything set up now where we can do most everything from our computer. So we have chat networks. When a storm's coming in, Derek Priest or Cato 1, we're all in communication. We talk to each other on the phone, through chat, through weather service chat. We're getting reports of stuff coming out of Dallas if you've got a tornado tracking before the news media has it. All that's coming across from other EOCs that we're talking back and forth to where we can ask them. So we have a pretty good handle on what's going on. We also just got a weather siren update. So ours is coming here in August, these next few weeks. We've got the capability now that we can set off those sirens from our cell phones. All that's being updated. But that was the big change that you saw was when the county pulled out and moved to the university. Now we all go there. We still activate ours. We're still active, but we're not in that room as much as we are elsewhere. We're not trying to change that in a sense of tearing down relationships with the college, but everything needs to be operational here. So if the college loses electricity, we're here. And when Snowden happened, we worked this out with the university a lot. With our dispatch centers kind of mirror each other. So if something happens here, we can make a phone call. We can switch everything, vice versa. Everything is patched together. When Snowden happened, we learned a lot of lessons. That was the first time we'd seen both centers go down at the same time, and that was surprising. It caused us some phone problems. That's the big change you've seen.
Just curious, did the county pay any amount for EOC while it was here, or do they have to do so now?
So we talked about negatives related to the university. Chris, would you describe that center at the university and where it is?
It's in the business It's in the business administration building on the first floor, down that first corridor. If you come in from the back side, like he's coming from the ATM, you'd have to go down a level. And when you come off the elevator to the left, it's that long hallway. It's a room, and when you walk in, there's a huge desk on the, I guess it'd be the west wall. That's where Derek sits. It's kind of a raised up platform that he can see and control. And then there's a long table that kind of extends around this way. And then everybody has a seat at that table. Now, not every event is going to have all of us there. You know, if we've got a milestorm coming in, we activate the EOC. There's a good chance that most of us won't be there. There might be 2 or 3. The rest of us are talking on the phone and communicating on the computer. But it's in the VA building on the first floor.
Well, it's a huge asset.
It is.
For the entire region.
Any questions about emergency management? All right, so that covers all of our public safety portion of the general fund budget, which again is just slightly over 50% of our total budget. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule. If you want to take a quick break, then we'll come back and really kind of dig into the property taxes in that portion of the revenue side of our general fund budget. All right, so we'll take a few minutes break.
So their updated future, because they like that slide.
Mhm.
And I've also got that other new debt thing that they sent,
Mhm.
so I can put that up too. Which one would you?
Is that a table that they've seen before?
Mhm.
All right, we probably need to put that one up.
Okay.
And rather than email it to me, I can just unplug and give it to you. Oh, you did?
Last week.
Well, I know that, but you
No,
may
no,
have
that's fine.
updated it
I'm
since you emailed it to me.
Yeah, and so, the way that I'm showing it right now, so at her 99% collection, our debt is 0.217297. In order to stay at 82 and at the 8%, our debt rate needs to be 0.167. Otherwise, we come in like at 82 cents, 0576. So my question is, if the county is saying that this is what our debt is, we can't go back and say we want to use a debt rate of 0.2167, blah, blah, blah. We have to use what they say our debt rate is, right? Because in order to get it to tie out, I mean, I'm gonna have to like redo that, so I have to send them that schedule that shows what all of our debt payments are.
Mm-hmm.
And because I don't know what our future debt is, I use one of our water ones, and I try to figure out exactly the dollar amount I need to get it as close as possible. He hates me.
All right, so,
Huh? Third? You got it last year. Well, I know. No, yeah. don't you? Don't worry, because like I'm sitting here going, oh, I gotta fix that. Oh, I gotta fix that. And what's great is I can tell Matthew, and I can say, hey, I spelled this wrong. He can go in it live and update it. Sometimes it doesn't work. Oh, look, there's my kids.
And I did it as an extension, so,
Go ahead. Are you saying you don't want to look at my children?
no, that is not what I'm saying. But you can either pick this up and drag it over, or I can just change it to duplicate your screen. If it's an extension, then you can find what you want and then
Yeah.
slide it over.
Like on dual monitors.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
exactly. So,
Let's do that one, and then I'll have my other one pulled up.
so then we'll slide it over here, maximize it, and then you just back and forth through the side of your screen.
Perfect. Do you want me to pull up their other future proposed debt?
Yeah.
If you guys will talk more into your microphones, I don't think that they're picking up your voices on the feed, if you don't mind.
Minor details.
Uh,
Well, I said a lot, I just didn't want to hear. It's now on.
Look, it's deteriorating just like by him touched it. He touched it and it's like deteriorating. Hey, it's hot. So what was the best part of Disney?
Nothing this time. Because I've never been where they didn't have the fast passes for the meal plan.
They didn't?
It cost me so much money, and I had to wait in line for everything.
Oh, they didn't have any fast passes?
Because COVID, they turned them off.
Stop.
So instead of you walking
Lou, I was wondering, I'm like, why are you standing in the line? Like, don't you have a fast pass for
No,
that?
Amy got on there and started registering our fast passes, so they're like, fast passes are not available.
It's big, it has been.
Gosh, I'd be so
Yeah,
mad.
what Holly was mad about is that we would have like a 9:45 dinner reservation. And then
9:45.
Mhm.
Sleep.
No, we don't sleep. I paid for it, so but then we'd be at Rope Drop. So like, as it Kingdom
Yeah.
opens at 9, I was
What?
running Avatar by 8:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I explained Rope
she
Drop.
would
That's
be
what
in
that's
line, and
from,
she'd just be like,
getting pieces for some that I bought.
Rope drop. You don't.
so like the park officially opens at 9. So you can get in.
Yeah,
goes
oh, they'll
more than
bring
that.
kids over. They don't,
They
it's the most insane thing I've
They
ever
kind of
seen.
block you like on a bridge.
Like
where you
the
can't
Kent
go.
Holbert, well, Mike King bought Kent, and it was at 426.
It's only like an hour.
No, his top was 426.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
I don't want my kids to be oil.
Okay. I lost my kid. Like, she got
Look
swept
at
up
you going. You got a good one.
to the ride, to like the Seven Dwarfs ride, you know, with the crystal. And I was behind, but we got separated, and they were just so short.
Okay, but
I'm like, and so I
Yeah.
You swear it.
Right.
looking for, I'm like, I'm sorry, I can't find my gift.
No,
But
it is
everywhere
amazing.
I went up there.
With
That is the
200,
strategy, that's what we should always do.
what they
Like
did
they
5
did
years
with-
ago with the 100.
How,
If they've been, and
where
Carfax will tell you if they've been maintained, exactly. No, it's a strange market. Never saw anything like it.
It's funny, you drive by dealerships now, and they have all their cars just spaced out to make them look like they have vehicles.
They got nothing
Not
to
even
sell new,
cars.
and they can't buy used ones because they're too high. What I was showing him,
Unless she's
there's
updated
a
it.
collector car publication that has an online auction. And they, oops, that was on. You know, it's a 94 Suburban with 107,000 miles. That ain't unusual.
Wow. Well, and the bad thing though is you try to sell right now, or you do sell, you can't find anything new, so unless you have
You gotta have a ride.
you gotta have a ride.
That's like selling your house.
Yeah.
You gotta have a home.
Prices are good, but if you don't have another.
You gotta have a home. But it will pass.
why do I feel like we're short some?
Yeah, that may be it. All right, Mary, you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Mayor, Council, we're going to shift gears just a little bit. We're still in the general fund, but the next portion of this conversation is primarily going to give us an opportunity to talk about the property taxes, the property tax rate, and what we're seeing in terms of valuations and tax rates. We can also talk about any other revenue line items that you may have questions about, but again, this is in the general fund. In your budget book on page 8, back at the front of the book, it's in the section that talks about demographics. On page 8, you can see the average home value and how it has changed since 2014. In 2014, we were at approximately $75,000 was the average household value. In this current year, based on the certified tax rolls from the appraisal district, that is now $117,000 and change. So there's been a significant increase in the average home value. Some of that is just new valuations from homes that are still sitting there, but some of it is also from new development. So on page 9, new construction, we have new taxable value of a little over $4 million, or it's $3.8 million in new taxable value. $2 million of that was in new single-family home construction. So we continue to see growth in new homes. It's what I call popcorn development. It's one little house here popping up in multiple locations around town. Our goal is to try to get some residential developers to come in and do entire subdivisions, which would be a major shift in new construction values. So it is a positive trend. We are seeing construction and development happen, but it's more popcorn development, not full subdivisions, and that's what we're going to have to try to bring to the table. Full disclosure, we've talked with 4 different developers within the past 2 months that are residential developers. Some of them do single-family homes. A couple of them are just interested in apartment complexes. One of the developers that we spoke to that does multifamily, there's a couple of different pieces of property that they're interested in. If they can get access to property either through buying it or making a deal with the existing property owner, they would like to bring in about a 200-unit apartment complex is what they would like to try to develop here in our community. The residential developer right now that's doing single-family structures, the plan on paper is 200 to 300 homes. Some of those would be kind of in the $150 to $250,000 range, and then some of their high-end homes would be in the $350 to $450 range. So they kind of have a mix of the type of homes they were proposing to build in their subdivision. Again, you're not going to build 200 homes in 1 year, but again, if we can land one or two of these developers, that starts creating the momentum. We are going to most likely have to put some kind of aggressive 380 agreement on the table in order to get them here, because right now one of the developers is building in the Rockwall area. They got lots of work. They can just keep building all day. They're busy. They have lots of opportunities to build in Rockwall and Royce City and Caddo Mills, and to get those builders to leave that area and come up here, we'll have to do something to make that business case attractive for them that will likely look like a 380 agreement that allows us to participate in either the water and sewer lines or some kind of infrastructure needed to support that development. We may have to participate in the first developer, but the thing I've told them all is it's really good to be first, because once we have the first developer on the ground and start creating some momentum, then we're going to be less willing to talk about 380 agreements, because once the ball gets rolling, then we'll just let it sustain itself. But I think at least for the first developer, we're probably going to have to be a little aggressive in a 380 agreement. But that all speaks to what's on the screen in front of you, the portion of the growth in our property taxes that comes from new construction. When we talk about the value that we bring to our community, if you live here and you have the same house you've had for the last 20 years, yes, values are growing because of what's happening in the market in this part of the county. Your property values are going to continue to climb. That's what happens in the market. But if we can get more new construction happening, that lowers the pressure on the existing homes. And so that's part of our goal, is to attract new development, get new homes built, so the existing homes don't have all the pressure on them to continue to pay for things. So
How do we track the increase in property values on rehab properties in town?
I'm sure the data is there from their appraisal district side.
Interesting if we could get it.
Yeah.
Because we have several folks heavily investing in
Yeah,
in
in
existing
rehabs.
properties.
Yeah.
And that certainly increases our taxable value. It'd be nice to know what
Yeah.
piece of that
Yeah.
is.
Okay. The other thing that I want to point out before I hand over to Miss Jamie and one of her wonderful data sets is I did a kind of a quick and dirty evaluation of other communities around us and their taxable values. And it's not always apples to apples. Sometimes it's apples to oranges, but I think it's a beneficial conversation. City of Commerce has an estimated population of 9,200 people. The 2020 net taxable value was $393 million underneath that 9,200 population, for a tax value per capita of $42,000. That number's gone up a little bit because the 2021 certified values that we received, it's a little over 400 million, but it's still in the same ballpark. So for every person that lives in town, we have about $42,000 of value underneath that. Greenville has an estimated population of 27,000 and change. Their net taxable value is $2.3 billion. So their value per capita is 85,000 and change. So they have twice the value per capita underneath them as what we do when you normalize that out. Sulphur Springs is about 16,000. They have a $1 billion tax base, so there's $64,000 of value per capita. Paris has $83,000 of value per capita. Melissa, which is about our size and population, but north of the Metroplex, they have $150,000 per capita of taxable value. And then Princeton, which is also about our size, has $114,000 of taxable value per capita. So for every person in population, how much taxable value is underneath that to support those services? We are significantly lower than every other community on this list. What does that mean? Well, a 1 cent tax rate in our community generates about $40,000 of revenue. 1 cent in Greenville generates $235,000 of value. 1 cent in Sulphur Springs is $100,000. 1 cent in Paris is $200,000. 1 cent in Melissa is $142,000, and 1 cent in Princeton is $124,000. So Melissa and Commerce are not anywhere near the same in socioeconomic conditions, but we're the same population size, which means we have some of the same fundamental services that we have to provide in terms of police and fire. 1 penny in Melissa is $142,000. 1 penny of tax rate here is $39,000. That's a huge difference, and we still have to have the same level of public safety that we provide to our citizens. And so when you start talking about cost versus value, I think the taxpayer has a real point to make that it costs more to live here. That's just a reflection of the resource base that we have to distribute those costs against. So if we can grow our tax base, we can lower the pressure on some of these people that are in lower income areas or people that just lived here their whole life. We just have to have the development, which means we have to attract those developers here, which is all part of that circle of life. But the last thing for comparison's sake is that if we wanted to raise $500,000 of value, for example, police and fire raises was about $400,000. If we didn't have ARP, how would we fund that? Well, if we needed to raise $500,000 in our community, that's a 13-cent tax rate. So we're at 82 cents right now. You'd have to go up to 95 cents tax rate just to get to an additional $500,000. In Greenville, that's 2 cents. In Sulphur Springs, that's 5 cents. In Paris, it's 2 cents. In Melissa and Princeton, it's 4 cents. So they only have to raise tax rate 2 cents to get $500,000. We have to raise it 13 cents to get $500,000. And so the underlying tax base which supports this population, they're getting hit really hard because we have so much less value. Again, that goes back to 2/3 of the property in this community, or at least 2/3 of the property value in this community is tied up in the state of Texas and in the university. And so we have the same size population with significantly less resource base to provide the same services for this population.
Could you email that data to us?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you started writing it, and I think we all.
Yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
I think it's real important information.
Yeah.
That more people should know.
Yeah, we'll get it later.
It's a burden on our taxpayers that's unknown.
Yeah.
And those comparisons with other cities are just absolutely wonderful.
So it provides context. So as we start talking about our property taxes, 82 cents is a very high rate. But when you look at the reason it's 82 cents to provide the same services that other communities provide is because we have the same population with significantly less value underneath us.
Well, and I think if we could get that information that most people understand that.
Yeah.
Again, that helps all of us.
It also helps us tell the story of the importance of sales tax.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you can buy it in our city limits,
Yeah.
it helps our city
It
function.
helps. Yes.
So important.
All right. So, Ms. Jamie, you want to pull up your first spreadsheet? And so I'm going to,
I'm gonna look at, this first,
yeah.
I don't know if you can see that.
It's in your book on page 15, but the numbers on your screen are based on the certified values that we received. What's in your book was printed before we had the certified values. But in just terms of the concept of what are happening with our property taxes, as you know, a couple years ago, the state legislature made some changes in how property taxes are calculated and how they're communicated. And so you start the conversation with the no new revenue rate. And so that means if last year's revenue with this year's valuation, If we want to get the same dollars in property tax income this year as we got last year, that's the no new revenue rate. And so it's maintenance and operation would be 56 cents, and INS would be right at 16 cents. And so the total tax rate would be 72 cents versus the 82 cents that we currently have. And so if we were only to adopt the no new revenue rate, tax rate would go from 82 cents per hundred to 72 cents per hundred. That's a 10-cent drop to generate the same revenue this year as we did last year. However, if we adopt the no new revenue rate, pretty much none of the general fund budgets that we just walked through work, because that's a pretty significant cut into what we're trying to operate at. So then we looked at some of the options. The M&O rate would remain, was that 58 cents in the next row? INS would still be 16 cents, and then new debt capacity for more capital projects would raise that INS rate, and we would preserve the 82 cents, because in one of our workshops, y'all communicated that we wanted to hold that 82 cents, and so this is talking about how to accomplish that. Then the final line and what we're proposing is an M&O rate of 60 cents and change. The difference is, under the new state laws, you've got your no new revenue rate, and the most you can raise that is 3.5 cents without going to an election. Last year, we were able to use 8% because of the disaster declaration, but they changed that now. And so even though the state still is in a declared emergency because of COVID, they've changed the rules and we can't use that. So the no new revenue rate plus 3.5% is that middle row of what we can do without an election. However, for communities under 30,000 population, they have what's called the de minimis rate. And so the de minimis rate, and it's very complex, but I'll try to communicate clearly. The de minimis rate is what tax rate would you have to adopt to generate $500,000 of value. And if your community is fewer than 30,000 people, you can do the de minimis rate without an election. And so for us, we can go above that 3.5% without an election under the de minimis rate provision. And so if we took the full de minimis rate, which we talked about in our workshop, I think back in July, then our M&O rate would go up significantly, but we wouldn't do any new capital projects. And so what y'all ask us to do is find a way to hold the 82-cent tax rate and get new projects and fund the operations. And so what we're doing is a portion of the de minimis rate that we don't have an election because we're using the de minimis rate. We're just not raising the full $500,000. We're raising just enough to cover our operations, and then the balance is in new capital projects on the INS side. And so that gives us approximately, was it
193 more dollars? Or what are you asking?
for capital projects, the capacity was $6.5 million?
Yes, with
Right.
the refunding.
Right, and so we had mentioned early on that before we had the certified tax roll, we felt like we would have about $4 million of capacity to do new capital projects. We got the certified tax roll in, and those numbers indicated that we would have about $5 million of capacity. But then we talked to our financial administrator, and we can refinance a 2012 issue. So there was some COs that were done in 2012. Right now, market rates are very competitive. We can refund that 2012 issue, drop our annual payments on that issue, and that actually increases our capacity to $6.5 million of projects in this coming year. So if we operate with the budget that has been put in front of you, we can also do about $6.5 million of new capital projects and maintain an 82-cent tax rate. And so that's the tax rate recommendation that is in front of you, is it would be adopt an M&O rate through the de minimis provision that does not require an election, and take on some new capital construction projects and maintain an 82-cent tax rate. And so that's the proposal within this budget, and so that's what we wanted to put in front of you to discuss, because you asked us to bring you something that accomplishes that. This is what we've brought in front of you. And then we have some additional data we can put on the screen projecting out into the coming years that we've worked with our financial advisors on, if you would like to see what could potentially happen with our tax rate moving forward. So,
Question.
yes, sir.
This has nothing to do with the disaster declaration, 8%.
Correct.
It has nothing to do with it?
No.
Okay.
The disaster is, it's off the table.
So what the de minimis law states is that as long as you do not go over 8%, if you hit 8% or higher, it can be petitioned for election. But if we stay under that 8%, then there is no petition for election. So I think that we're gonna end up like right at 7.9-ish.
Good.
Just the way, and that's just the way that the numbers with the new debt and everything, yeah. Right there.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
But that would keep us at the 82,
So-
almost the full 8%.
You can see this recurring year after year, getting close to this.
Well, and as long as our population is under 30,000, we have access to the de minimis rule, unless the state changes it.
Now, has it always been, I mean, when it first came out, I think it's when Derek first came in here, was it the same calculation at 8% or was it at 4 or
3.5.
3.5. So the
Okay.
3.5 just became active last year, but we used our disaster rate, right?
Right.
So it kind
And
of-
we can maintain that disaster rate from here?
But it's not a disaster rate, it just happens to be about the same amount.
Oh, okay,
Because it used to be
Because of-
8% before it went to 3.5.
okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
So you had, before they changed the rules and the language, you had the effective tax rate.
Right.
And so the effective tax rate is now the no new revenue rate. But then you could go above the effective rate by 8% without an election. But if you went over 8%, they could petition for an election. When the recent legislation changes, you've got the no new revenue rate plus 3.5 is all you can do. If you go over 3.5, it's an automatic election. But then for under 30,000 population, there is the de minimis rate. And so we're looking at a de minimis rate, but not the full value, because we want to be able to also do some capital projects.
And if we did the full de minimis rate and did your capital projects, I believe that you would be at like 85 or 86 cents.
82 is good.
Agreed.
And so this afternoon, we're going to look at what are those capital projects that are on the table for us to consider funding. I will, and we're not having that conversation yet, but some of these projects, for lack of a better phrase, were thrown together because we didn't have a CIP. There's not a capital improvements plan for this community, and we weren't anticipating $4 or $5 million worth of capacity to do projects. And so we're not just dreaming up things to do to spend money. These are real projects that meet real needs in our community. But in a perfect world, I would have liked to have had more time to evaluate the full cost of construction. But I think this afternoon's conversation is going to be a very productive one, because we've got some real projects that I think meet real needs within this community, with budgets that are real and I think are relevant. But right now, we're just focusing on the tax rate that we're recommending as adoption. We're holding the 82 cents. The M&O rate's going to go up a little bit, and the INS is going to go up significantly so that we can fund some of these capital projects. questions? As we start pushing this budget out, there's a number of different ways the conversation's going to go. Most of those ways will be confusing. We are not proposing a tax rate increase. We are proposing a tax increase. And some people don't
Tax
understand
revenue increase.
the differentiation between that. The rate's not changing.
Right.
But if your house that you've lived in for 20 years is valued the same as it was last year, the check you write to pay your property taxes is going to be the same as it was last year.
And that has nothing to do with the city.
That's all appraisal values.
To do with valuation.
Right. If the value of your home went up, we've adopted the same rate, you'll pay more in taxes because of the value went up, and the city has no influence over that. It's actually a crime for us to try to influence what those valuations are, and I don't look good in orange. So Brent South and I have agreed we're not going to have any conversations about that because neither one of us look good in orange. So we have no influence over the valuations. We just adopt the rate. And so if your home and your property has the same value as it did last year, you will not pay more taxes. If your value did go up, you will pay more taxes even though we adopted the same rate. And so all of those things are true at the same time, and it confuses people. And so we're here to try to communicate as clearly as possible to the community. But the bigger story is the value we bring and the services we provide to this community. And we feel it's our responsibility to raise the level of service in every area that we possibly can. All right, can you make that just a tad bit bigger? All right, a little bit more. All right, and so you want to talk them through that spreadsheet?
Oh, sure. Okay, so I have shown the council this spreadsheet before. This is to help us kind of gauge what our future debt capacity could look like. Hilltop has made a couple of changes since the last time. What we looked at is a growth rate over the next 3 years, so in 23, 24, and 25. This is the average growth rate that we've seen since 2016. And then, of course, they have no growth rate in the following years. This keeps us at the 82-cent tax rate all the way through 2031. And then, of course, every year our M&O and our debt shift, to get us to 82. The home value, the way that they do this is they say that our home value will increase that 4.7% every year, so that hopefully our average home value would be at 135 by 2025. This continues over. So in this column here, this is what our existing debt payments are. So this includes all of the debt that we currently have.
Funded through INS tax rate.
Yes, funded through INS tax rate. This is not our water and sewer debt, okay? And then this number here says what is our maximum debt payment we can make each year to keep us at 82 cents. That maximum debt payment translates into a total debt capacity over X amount of years. So what they've come up with is 6.5 for this current year, and that's because we could do a refunding of our 2012 bond. And by doing that, it will lower our tax payments. I think it's almost like $300,000 in this first year. And so that being said, we still have debt capacity in our future years, even at a small growth rate, all the way through no growth rate of 1.4, 2.5, 3.7, 2.2. So this is estimating that we could go out for future debt in future years for about this much each year. So that's what you're looking at here. Any questions?
Our debt on? This building, I think, is one of
Well,
them.
so we have bonds from 2006, and I think 7 is a water and sewer. We have a 2012. We have the brand new one that we just got. You know what? Let me put this up on the screen, and this is going to answer that question. Whoop. I'm going to go to view, and I'm going to full screen. Okay, so in our INS, this covers our debt payment for series 2006, 8, 12, and 21. It's close. Yes, so those are our current debt.
And those projects were primarily City Hall and the fire station, police and fire station?
Yes, and
And then some
6.
streets?
Yes, 6 and 8 are going to be mainly the buildings, and 2012 is going to be street improvements. And 2012 also.
2012.
I'm sorry.
How much was that? 2012 street improvement.
2 million.
I think 2 million something.
Well,
Four projects, but one came from the state, one from the university, and two
Yes.
from the city, I believe.
and it also, I believe, included a refinance from 2003. So it was all of that kind of roped in together. And in your books, in the very back, there's the debt section. And I tried to put a quick kind of like synopsis of what makes up each debt. So you can always refer to that, and then it has the total amount that the debt was and what we have left. Okay?
Thank you.
Well, thank you for that clarity.
And so you can see this 202 is the savings from refinancing.
Refinance.
Yes. Okay?
So the overall message, and again, I'll go back to the second of my 3 guiding principles. Every dollar we spend is somebody else's dollar. And so we have to be very sober when we talk about budgets and we talk about dollars, because we don't do any of the daily work we perform if the citizens aren't paying taxes and paying sales taxes and paying permit fees. Every dollar we spend is somebody else's dollar. And so as we plan current operations and current projects and look out into the future at future projects and future operations, we don't have a blank check. We have to realize that we're spending somebody else's money to provide these services. So are they getting the services that they expect with the dollars that they're giving us? And ultimately, that is at the heart of our responsibility as a city and as a leadership of this organization, that we're giving them the services they expect for the dollars that they're giving us. And it's not snack money. They're not asking us to run down the convenience store and get them a bag of chips. They're asking us to provide essential services for their family and for their businesses, and that's what we're tasked with doing. And so with some sobriety, we recognize that an 82-cent tax rate is a high tax rate. But the reality of the situation is that we have core services that we have to provide with an economically depressed tax base underneath us. And so we have to provide the highest level of service we can with the resources we've been given. And so we're not asking the community to pay more than 82 cents per hundred. We're trying to really hold that line, and that is the direction you as a council have given us. Hold that line. Don't let scope creep. Don't let costs begin to escalate and grow so that 82 cents has to rise. We just need to hold that line and continue to provide more services at a better value than what we've been doing in years past. And that is our goal, and that's what we're trying to accomplish here. So.
But before we leave this subject, think of what you know, you had your, what, 4.2% for 3 years as increase.
Yeah.
Think what 200 new homes would do in that 3 years.
Yeah.
Plus apartments and so forth. It could be huge, and
Significant.
those are possible.
So, and I'll just show you here, this shows you your breakdown of all of our, this is all of our debt. This is water and sewer, these are local loans, these are INS debt. And you can see that the 2012 is our largest right now. And I'm looking for, here we go. This, under your debt, under your government wide, this is gonna show you your payoff for each one of the debts that we currently have and the original amounts. So if you're looking for that, this is where it's located. And this chart comes straight from Hilltop, our financial advisors. And it kind of shows you which ones are callable, and the 2012, I believe, is.
Mhm.
And the 2012 refunding, I believe, is something that we'll want to start working on October 1st.
Pretty quickly, yeah.
Yes, so that it's done before December.
I haven't seen any recent forecasts, but I think every message I've seen is because of inflationary pressure and things that are happening in our economy right now, everyone expects interest rates will start rising. And so that's why it's important. Right now, they're I would say historically low. We need to refinance these when we have the option, because I don't know how long these interest rates are going to be around. I think part of the other conversation that we may experience in the community is, why are we trying to aggressively go out and build some of these new facilities and do some of these capital projects? Why are we trying to do that right now? Well, because interest rates are at such historic lows, now's the time to do it in terms of the cost of borrowing that money and the cost of doing those projects. Construction material costs are high right now, but they're coming down. So if we start design now, we're going to be building next summer. Prices are expected to come down for materials. Interest rates are expected to go up. And so if we wait a year or two to do some of these projects, financing costs could be double of what they are right now, and material costs could be down. And so it's part of the calculus is trying to figure out what are interest rates going to do and when is it ideal to try to do some of these projects. And we feel it is responsible use of public funds to try to do some of these projects to raise the level of service we provide. So, all right. Any other questions about tax rates or revenues to the general fund? Any questions about the general fund in general? All right, so give us just a few minutes. We're going to shift gears, and then we're going to start talking about the public utility fund. So give us a few minutes to just get some stuff switched over. If you want to take a break, you're welcome to do so. Yeah. I haven't loaded it yet. Okay. I broke it.
check it every day and it doesn't affect your rate. Credit, it's K, Karma, K-A-R-M-A, creditkarma.com. And all you do is put your social security number in. It gives what's on your record only, not regardless of spouse. And, so many people don't have that knowledge that they gotta be primary on a credit card.
But the main divisions or departments within the utilities fund are water production, which takes the raw water from our different sources, treats it to potable standards. Then we have distribution and collection, which is our hundreds of miles of pipes buried under the ground to send the drinking water to your home, receive the sewer flows from your home, and then take them to the wastewater treatment plant. And then we also have solid waste collection. And so in this budget, all of those operations are in one fund. I think at some point we may discuss about breaking solid waste out into its own enterprise fund, but right now they're all lumped in together as one operation. And so as we talk about the utilities fund overall, I want to start page 30 is looking at the public utility fund when we start this conversation. And so I want to start there on page 30 talking about the fund balance. When you see a fund balance, total fund balance in fiscal year 2018 of $11 million, 2019 $11 million, 20 10.3, 21 10.1, and 22 we're looking at a $10.2 million fund balance. I want to caution you that that is not cash. The restricted fund balance, most of those dollars are physical assets, plant, property, and equipment. And so from an accounting point of view, when you look at assets minus liabilities equals your equity or your fund balance, the difference between the general fund and the public utilities fund, without getting all into the accounting vernacular, is it's treated as an enterprise fund, which means it operates just like a for-profit business. We don't have a profit motivation, but the accounting structure is the same as any business out on the street. And so the balance sheet on the utility side is a little different than the balance sheet on the general fund side. The general fund side, when you have fund balance, almost all of that is cash. In the public utility, this fund balance, the big chunk of that is not cash, meaning it's not spendable. It's a physical asset that we would have to sell to be able to spend it. All right, so the portion of our fund balance that is cash is this unassigned, or sometimes it's called unrestricted. And so we went from $1.2 million in fund balance. We're going to wrap up fiscal 21, the current year, with about $722,000 in fund balance. And the budget we have in front of you is proposing to operate for an entire year and still only have $746,000 in fund balance. To provide context, our financial policy calls for us to maintain at least 25% fund balance, or 3 months of operating expenditures, so that we could operate for 3 months off of our reserve balances. That means the public utility fund should have $1.4 million in that unassigned row, not $740,000. So we have about half of what is our targeted fund balance currently existing in the public utility.
And is this the fund that has been consistently borrowed from?
Yes, and so that's where I was going next, is been the practice, not unique to Commerce. Many, many communities do this in terms of subsidizing or holding up the general fund operations with revenues and profits, if you will, from the utilities. There are municipalities out there that also operate an electric utility. Many of those communities a lot of money is transferred from the electrical utility over to the general fund so that they can artificially keep property taxes low. Well, we have maintained operations for years on the general fund side by transferring money from the utility over to the general fund. That's not uncommon. Many communities do that. It's actually not even a bad practice. The challenge has been that we haven't been paying attention to the rates that we charge on the utility side, and so we've been operating at a loss every year, year over year on the utility side, and so we've been drawing down that fund balance to keep the general fund propped up. And so that is presenting a pretty significant hurdle in this budget for the public utility fund, because we move about $900,000 to $1 million from utilities over to the general fund to keep the general fund operating. Again, that's not out of line with what many communities do. But if we were to do that another year, we would completely expend all of the reserve funds in the utility fund and actually go into, it's not a negative fund balance, but you'd be dipping into those physical assets to keep your fund balance on the books. And so we have to address that practice primarily through looking at the rates we charge for services. And we'll get into that kind of at the tail end of this conversation. But I really wanted you to look at, we start by talking about the fund balance. General fund is healthy. We have a little bit over our 3-month operating reserves on the general fund side. We're half of where we need to be. And the rate adjustment we're going to talk about this afternoon doesn't start rebuilding the fund balance. It just stops the bleeding. And so we're going to have a conversation over the next 3 to 5 years of how do we rebuild that fund balance to where it needs to be so that we protect our bond rating. We've talked about how we have capital projects that we need to do that we've got to go to the bond market to raise those funds. We have a strong, healthy bond rating right now, and we need to protect that bond rating. If we allow our utility fund and its fund balance to continue to drop or to continue to stay half of where it needs to be, at some point that's going to impact our bond rating, which makes these projects significantly more expensive to do. And so all of the conversation we have about public utilities starts with this issue of fund balance. Now we're going to talk about the divisions and how we operate and the operations of those, but keep in the back of your mind, after all of our operating is done, we still have to preserve and start rebuilding this fund balance. Does that make sense? Okay, all right, so I'm going to hop into overall the summary for this fund. If you look at revenues, which is on page 32 of your book, 92% of our revenues comes from charges for services. That's typical. That's the way it operates. And the fundamental point of an enterprise fund is the people that use the service pay for the service. And that's a fundamental philosophy that we'll carry through when we get to the rate discussion, is the people that use the service pay for the service through these charges. There are some other funding available. Cooper Lake is on there. That is really a pass-through. That's not what I would call spendable revenue, because the cost that the city should be paying for Cooper Lake, Upper Trinity is paying. And so we get a bill for Cooper Lake, and we get money from Upper Trinity to pay that bill, and so it's purely a pass-through. So you'll see a revenue number for Cooper Lake, and then you'll see an expenditure number for Cooper Lake that should pretty much even up. And so we have a small amount of rents, leases, and other incomes, but they're statistically insignificant. All of our revenue comes from charges for services. If you look at the expenditures of the utility fund, again, you'll remember this is a little different than the general fund. General fund, 70% of our expenditures were salaries and wages. In the utility fund, 20% of our expenditures are salaries and wages. 24% is capital outlay. That includes operating expenses for our capital assets as well as depreciation. One of the things we do as an incredible practice that you can thank Ms. Jamie for, some cities completely overlook the fact that depreciation is completely eating away at the funding of these utility funds. And a number of years ago, Jamie started budgeting for depreciation, meaning that we're, in theory, should be putting some of that money back for these assets as they age. The problem is we've been transferring all of that money over to the general fund, so it's not sitting there for these assets as they age. Then professional services, and you can see the breakdown of how our expenditures for this fund happen based on classification. And then by department, water production is about 34% of the budget. Wastewater treatment's about 25% of the budget. Distribution and collection is 22% of the budget. And then solid waste is about 18% of the budget for the Public Utility Fund. And so before we get into these various departments and divisions, do y'all have any questions at this point? All right, then we're going to go ahead and start with water production. Again, as a refresher, water production is the group that takes the raw water and brings it into town through our treatment plants and treatment processes to provide potable drinking water for the community. We have a public utility director. Then there's a water utility superintendent that runs the water treatment plant, and we have 5 operators. At this point, we are not asking for any additional staff on the water production side, and I believe everybody but TJ got an adjustment in December, right? Mm-hmm. And so because we really love TJ, we're actually asking him to take a pay cut. Not really. And so he'll get the 2% cost of living that we've talked about for everybody that didn't get an adjustment in December. And then the water production is on page 184 in your book. So we're at water production. All right, so water production expense looks very similar to the overall fund in terms of how the expenses are allocated, but capital outlay is increasing a little bit, mostly because depreciation is going up with some new assets that we put into play. Salaries and wages is going up slightly. Some of that's because of the increase that we gave and then making some adjustments to the benefits. We are looking to drop overtime because of how we're staffing and how we're running some of our shifts. We expect some savings in overtime. Supply budget is going down slightly. Professional services is staying pretty much the same. Building maintenance is going to go up some, primarily through that line item called reservoir maintenance. And that's not reservoir at Lake Tawakoni. That's at the water treatment plant. So not everybody, at least not in the community, is aware of where we get our water from. Probably the mix is different from day to day, but I would say about 3/4 of our water comes from Lake Tawakoni, which is raw water down south of us that comes in through a pump station, delivered through a pipeline to the water treatment plant that's just outside of town. And so the bulk of our water is lake water coming from Lake Tawakoni. But It doesn't come directly from the lake straight to the treatment plant. Out by the treatment plant is what I would call a pond, but we call it a reservoir. So we pump water out of Tawakoni, bring it to town, and drop it in a pond, and then we pump it out of the pond and bring it into the water treatment plant. Hydraulically, there's a couple of reasons why we do it that way, but you typically don't want pump pressure pushing directly into your treatment plant from that far away. So that pond or reservoir at the water treatment plant needs some maintenance. That's what this dollars are for in the budget. Equipment maintenance is going to
Just a second, 25% of our water daily is well water?
groundwater. We have 5 wells, mostly to the east of town, that we pull water out of the ground through those ground well systems. That water does not have to go through the water treatment plant because groundwater comes out of the ground at a higher quality than surface water.
And all 5 wells are functioning?
Yes, all of our wells are functioning. We just finished doing a little bit of investing in some pumps for one of our wells, but all of our wells are functional. And so we chlorinate that water, but it doesn't have to go through the full filtration process that surface water does.
What is the facility just north of the old power plant? Is that functional?
That is not at this point in time. You will see a capital project this afternoon. That is the Washington Street Pump Station. That's basically a groundwater storage tank that leaks and is non-functional. So we are proposing a capital project to rehab that storage tank so that we can store more water there. One of the things we found during Snowvid is the total storage of potable water for our system is inadequate. If we had more storage, we may have been able to make it through that storm without losing water service. And so you'll see a project later on for that station just outside the power plant that's to rehab that tank and bring it back online. But that's just ground storage. It's not part of the 5 wells that produce water that are all out east of town.
How long has that one been inoperable?
TJ, how long has Washington Street tank been down? Since 2016. And it's 250,000 gallons? 100,000 gallons is $250,000 project. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it could start producing water once that tank is rehabbed. Yeah. So overall water supply, we're actually in an enviable position right now in terms of total raw water that's available to our community. We have more water available than what our community needs right now. But in terms of treatment capacity, we are undersized for the capacity that we can treat water right now. We are underway for an improvement project that you funded in this last year to rehab all of the filters at our water treatment plant and restore our capacity to treat water for the community. And that project is, I spoke with the engineer last week, it's about 75% through the design process. So we should
How
be.
long would construction be?
I don't remember the schedule. It's probably 9 months of construction once we finish up design. The challenge there is rehabbing those filters inside of the metal building that exists there. That's going to pose some construction challenges. That's part of what they're trying to overcome in design is figuring out how to pull it off inside of a metal building that it barely fits in. And so it'll be a fun project to watch the implementation of. But once done, we'll be fully restored to a capacity of 3 million gallons a day. And why that's important, if you'll recall back in Snowvid, when we lost system pressure, we had to start producing water and refill the distribution system and refill the tanks. Well, on a peak day for us is a little over 1 million gallons a day. Right now, under normal operating situations, our treatment plant can produce a little over 1 million gallons a day. And so because of the capacity issues with our filtration, we can treat enough water for the community to drink. But if we have to treat more than that, that's where we got in trouble. And your team was able to be incredibly creative and ramp up production to, I think, 2.5 million gallons a day with the troubled filters that we have. Once this project is completed, we'll have back to a full 3 million gallons a day of production through the filters that have been rehabilitated, which gives me more peace of mind that we can, in a need, produce more water than we need to respond to emergencies as they happen. But other services and charges is going down a little bit. Public utilities looks like it's going to go down a little bit. And then miscellaneous expenses, this is where you start to see some of those transfers over to the general fund. On page 188 at the bottom, you'll see payment in lieu of franchise tax. And so that is a payment that goes straight over to the general fund through the franchise tax model. And so one of the things that Jamie and I worked on is for every dollar that the utility transfers to the general fund, we want to be able to justify and demonstrate that it's a reasonable fee or it's a reasonable charge going to the general fund. And we can justify pretty much every dollar. Again, the challenge was that we weren't adjusting rates on the utility side to make up for that. And so most of those transfers were coming out of fund balance. Overall, water production budget's going up just slightly from 1.9 to $1.97 million for the water production budget. Rolling over to distribution and collection, once TJ and Anita are finished with the water and they send it into town, distribution and collection starts on page 179. And so we'll start by talking staff. This is the other half of Joe's responsibility as Public Works Director, but also Stacy is the office manager. If you'll remember, half of his salary comes from streets and half of his salary comes from the public utility. Then there's a utility foreman, which is Wes. And then we've got a water distribution lead and a handful of utility workers. But ultimately, we manage all of the distribution and collection system with 4 people. That's hundreds of miles of water line buried in the ground that they have to fix the leaks on. That's hundreds of miles of sewer collection lines that they have to work on when it gets stopped. And it's all of the water meters in town. And so they stay busy. And being as busy as they stay, it does not provide what I would consider an adequate level of maintenance on this utility system. And so most of our distribution and collection system is aging, is failing, and we're running around trying to chase those fires or water leaks with 4 guys. And so at this point, we're asking for 2 new utility workers and 1 promotion/reclassification. So that if we can, or no, we asked for 3. Three new utility workers in distribution and collection. And that would give us I would say a fully staffed water team with a distribution lead and 2 workers, and then a wastewater lead and 2 workers. So you'd have a foreman and then 6 people. So you'd have 3 men that focus on the water system and 3 staff members, I don't want to be sexist, that focus on the wastewater system. That would increase how proactively we can manage this utility. Do I think that's adequate? No. I think at some point we're going to have to keep talking about how we staff this. Some of the reasons why. It's not uncommon when we have a water leak that we have to do what's called a hot fix. That means they're in the hole fixing the line while the line is fully pressurized. That presents some challenges and some safety challenges as well. But the reason they have to do it as a hot fix is they can't find or operate the valves that would isolate that section of line and depressurize it. Well, that's because we haven't been maintaining those valves, and so the valve is lost, or when they find it, it doesn't work anymore. And so valve maintenance is a critical part of the distribution system that we aren't proactively maintaining valve systems. The staff we're asking for here doesn't completely solve that problem, but we're eating this elephant one bite at a time. And so we are asking for 3 additional staff members in the distribution and collection to better fill out that team to provide maintenance on these critical systems. Most of these staff members were given raises in December when we talked about how we restructured. The exception was Joe, and we are requesting a 2% raise for Joe and the work that he does.
Howdy, how long have we been operating with just 4?
Oh, for a very long time.
An incredibly long time.
So, previously, we did not have a director, and Joe was the foreman, and then he had the people underneath him. So, but it's been foreman, and then, I wanna say your equipment operators and your utility, it's been this staffed for a long time.
Was that due from previous managers just trying to cut the budget?
There- so-
Or is this not being able to find qualified people? How
When,
did we get in this shape?
when, I wanna say maybe 3 budgets ago, we were trying to minimize the deficit for the budget. And so vacant positions that we had in Public Works and on the water side and in police, those vacant positions were removed. So it all happened in one budget year.
It's somewhat speculation on my part, but looking at the budgets and what I've seen, I would speculate that the staff used to be larger. And as they kept sending money over to the general fund, rather than raising rates and maintain their staff, they just shrunk the staff to lower the costs to try to shuffle all the shell pieces. And in the short term, that's an effective way to manage budgets. In the long term, it's an effective way to manage a public utility. And so I would say one of the results of that, if we're not careful, we can throw around a lot of vernacular that nobody knows what it means. One of those is I&I. What's I&I? I&I is inflow and infiltration. And so Blake here at the water treatment plant, every time it rains, they go from probably, Blake, I may be speaking completely over my head, but on an average day, I think inflows coming into the wastewater plant are probably 750,000 gallons a day. And you get a big rain, and all of a sudden it's 6 million gallons. And you have a huge influx of water flowing in because all of the rainwater that hits the ground ends up in a sewer line and ends up and floods our wastewater treatment plant. It's a significant problem that we're got some compliance issues with the state. Well, I&I happens because you haven't maintained your sewer collection system. And so you've got places throughout those hundreds of miles of sewer main that are open to stormwater getting in, and it increases the flooding that happens at your wastewater treatment plant. So when you're not actively maintaining your collection system, it creates significant amount of problems at your treatment system, and all of those end up being expensive problems. And so we've got to start catching up on the work on the collection side. That's a lot of the reason why we're asking for these new positions. So, other questions on staffing and on distribution and collection? All right. And then yeah, it's not going to let me. There we are.
I learned that trick last year.
Yeah. No, I think I'm good right now. Maybe when we break for lunch. All right, so on the wastewater treatment side, again, TJ serves as the Public Utility Director over water production and over wastewater treatment. Blake serves as our Utility Superintendent. We have 4 operators and 1 lab technician, and then this maintenance worker is the new request, right? And so there are actually 4 positions we're asking for on the public utility side, 3 in distribution collection, and 1 of them at the wastewater treatment plant. As you can imagine, at both the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant, there's a lot of mechanical systems, there's a lot of chemical systems, and at the wastewater plant, there's even a lot of biological systems used in the treatment process. All of those systems require maintenance. Right now at the wastewater treatment plant, the operators have to provide that maintenance. So they're trying to operate the plant, balance the chemicals and the biological processes that go through the treatment, and do plant maintenance. And so we're asking for an additional position to become the maintenance position for the wastewater treatment plant, so that that position can focus on a lot of the plant maintenance that needs to be done to allow the operators to focus on operating the plant. There's maintenance that's just been deferred for a number of years that we've got to start catching up on, and it would be more effective if we had a plant maintenance technician on site that could do some of that work, rather than asking our operators to stop running the plant to go put their maintenance hat on. And so that's the 4th position we're asking for in the utility. This means that we would have a maintenance worker on the wastewater treatment plant side. We do have a maintenance worker on the water treatment plant side. And the last piece is that for those maintenance technicians, we'll start training them and sending them to school so that they can get their operator certification, so that should one of our operators go out on vacation or go out sick, that we're not covering that shift with overtime. We've got a maintenance guy that can step in and provide coverage for a shift when the need arises. So it gives us some operational flexibility at all of our plants. And so we're down at the wastewater plant. There's no real maintenance staff there. Those duties are shared by the operators. And so that's the other position we're requesting on the utility side. Page 190 in your book is the division for wastewater treatment. Looking at their payroll expenditures, total salaries and wages, I believe everybody at the wastewater plant received salary adjustments in December, again with the exception of TJ. But the increase in the budget here is because we're asking for that maintenance worker. Overall, the total budget is going down slightly for wastewater production or wastewater treatment, but that's the budget we're asking for that division. Did y'all have any questions on the wastewater treatment plant budget? Okay. All right. So then the last division for okay.
So, when we had the break,
Yes.
we know that we're gonna have, where do we put that in the budget?
It's not in the budget right now because we have no idea what it's going to be.
So we know that there might be an adjustment, because
I would,
hoping it goes the opposite direction.
yeah. Our first approach is going to be whenever we hear back from the state, whenever they put you in enforcement and issue a fine, sometimes they'll let you do what's called a supplemental environmental project, or an SEP. And rather than pay them the cash, you put it into correcting the problem. And so we've been documenting, we have a project at the wastewater treatment plant right now to replace the 3 pumps, if you'll recall. There are 3 pumps. If you, for lack of a visual, you imagine a bowl, and wastewater doesn't flow uphill, it flows downhill. And so at the very bottom of that bowl are 3 pumps that pick that water up and put it into the wastewater treatment plant. And so when we have a large volume of water come flowing into the plant, we need all 3 pumps, or is all the capacity of those 3 pumps, to keep up with the water, to keep it going into the treatment plant. Only one of those 3 pumps works right now, and the one we've got is old and on its last leg. And so we've got a project funded to replace all 3 of those pumps. Once that's done, that helps a lot with the flooding problem that we have. It doesn't solve it, but it helps, and we'll talk about that in this afternoon's CIP. But we're documenting the investment we're making in that in hopes that should the state levy a fine against us, we can show them the money we're spending on these pumps to offset the fine and not have to pay anything.
Okay.
That's our hope, but until we actually hear from the state, we don't know yet. So, good question. All right. Last part of the public utility from an operational standpoint is solid waste, which is our trash collection. For the most part, this is all a pass-through. Most of the expenditures are professional services. That's the contract we have with city sanitation. And then it's basically a pass-through. We charge the residents and the commercial customers a rate for trash service. There's a small markup. We keep a little bit of it, but most of that then turns around and gets paid to city sanitation for those services. Some of the things that we're working on right now, and I'm going to come back to this theme that I keep talking about, cost versus value. Last year, I believe there was a rate adjustment for the charges for solid waste. We're not proposing any rate increases for trash service in this particular budget because we just did it last year, and also because we're going to have a pretty substantial rate adjustment on the water and sewer side. But we want to try to raise the level of service that we provide the citizens for solid waste. And so part of the conversation we're having with city sanitation right now is regarding bulk pickup. The program right now is that once every 3 months, depending on where you live in town, you can put bulk items out on the curb, and city sanitation will come pick those up at no charge. That's factored into what your cost is. The challenge for that is that if you have bulk trash, you have to hold it for 3 months until it's your time to put it out on the curb. If you don't want to wait 3 months, you can call them for a special service, but you have to pay for that. And so you have to pay extra for them to come pick it up without waiting for your 3 months. So what we're trying to do is find a location where we can set up probably 2 roll-off dumpsters on city property. It will be within a fence. It will be a way that we can staff it so that it's what's called a convenience station, so that if you get new furniture or you get rid of a mattress or you have 95% of their water ended up in a product, not in a sewer line. So we adjusted their rate accordingly. And so I would expect Hydro is going to have some knowledge of their manufacturing process, and they'll be able to demonstrate what percentage of their water goes into their treatment process, goes into a boiler, gets evaporated off, and what percentage actually gets used and sent back down the sewer. If an industrial customer can demonstrate that, then we'll work with them on their sewer calculation. But if they can't, I'm charging them for every gallon of water they use. Does that make sense? So,
Hey, I think that, we know part of it, that we know the answer to this, but just to clarify, if you use 4,100 gallons of water, you would be charged the lower tier for the first 4,000, and then the higher price for that next 100 and above?
no. We bill in blocks of 1,000 gallons. And so if you use 4,100 gallons, you're going to get billed for 4,000 gallons. And that 100 is in the meter. And next month, when you roll over for the next block of 1,000, you'll get billed for it. We don't bill by the gallon. We bill by blocks of 1,000 gallons. So if you use 5,000 gallons, the first 4,000 will be at $3.50. The next 1,000 will be at $5. No, it's a running total. And so I had an elderly gentleman in one of my communities. Every month, he used 1,200 to 1,500 gallons, 1,200 to 1,500. That's all he ever used. And he tracked his water bill religiously every month. And so he'd have a water bill that was 1,000 gallons, and then he'd have a water bill that was 1,000 gallons, and then he'd have a water bill that was 2,000 gallons, because that hanging volume finally rolled over into another block. And he'd call me up, and that month with 2,000 gallons, he'd call me every time. There is no way in the world I used 2,000 gallons. Right, you didn't. Then why are you billing me for 2,000 gallons? Well, because you used 200 2 months ago, and you used 500 a month ago, and it just finally rolled over, and he just couldn't comprehend it. But it would cause his bill to go up by like $3, and he was furious.
We don't have any of those.
We don't have any of those. Since we bill in blocks of 1,000, that 100 gallons won't show up until it adds up into the next block of 1,000. So if you use 6,500, you're going to pay for 6,000. Make sense?
Yes. But that 500, let's say the next month you only use 2,000, that 500 is still sitting out there to be added on to when you.
But you'll be in the first tier.
Okay.
And so you'll pay first tier rate for that 500 gallons, even though when you used it, it should have been in a higher tier. We just look at how many thousands is hitting the billing line this month, and then we apply these rates to it. But ultimately what's going to happen is for 50 to 60% of our residential customers, their bill's going to go up $6.52 a month. For a residential customer that uses 6,000 gallons, their bill's going to go up $11.85. For a residential customer that uses 10,000 gallons, their bill's going to go up a total of $20 per month. And so most of that is because of the change in the sewer charges. Where it really starts to get noticeable for commercial customers, we have a handful of commercial customers that don't get out of 4,000 gallons. Those are going to be your attorney's offices. Those are going to be your accounting offices. All they have is a bathroom, and they hardly ever use it. Their bill's going to go up $12.52. But a fair number of our commercial customers average around 25,000 gallons a month. Their bill's going to go up $74.65. We have large commercial customers that run 125,000 gallons a month. Their bill's going to go up $453. But that's because the way our rates were calculated, all of our residential customers were subsidizing these large commercial users, and they've been doing so for years. And so if you're a commercial customer and you're a high volume user, you're actually going to have to start paying for that water now that you haven't had to. And there will be some weeping and gnashing of teeth. They will not appreciate that. But the bigger impact is going to be for our industrial customers. The vast majority of our institutional industrial customers are low volume, but there's a handful of those accounts that are very high volume that average 425,000 gallons a month. Those accounts, their bill's going to go up $2,000 a month. But I can tell you, those accounts that are using that much water, they can survive $24,000 a year. They're not going to like it. They're going to complain about it. They're going to complain that they're getting a 57% increase and our residential customers are only getting a 15% increase. That's not fair. Well, my response to them is, well, where were you when they were subsidizing you for the past decade and you were underpaying for your water? You weren't really complaining then. So,
Are you gonna have these conversations prior to?
yeah, and so what we're looking at,
Yeah.
what we're doing in this process right now is the expense budget for the utilities that we just looked at. That budget works with a rate adjustment like this. And what this does is this actually gets us to break even. It doesn't start rebuilding that fund balance. But today we're not adopting these rates. Today we're just looking at, this is the budget we're proposing to the community, and this is what it's going to take to pay for it. And then we start a series of conversations with the community about what's going to happen with their utility rates. Because we need to talk to the residential customers about what's going to happen. We need to talk to the commercial and industrial customers so that they know what's going to happen. In theory, these rates would be effective on October 1st. So the first bill they get in November would be at these new calculations. And so we've got between now and then to educate them and have that dialogue and have that conversation. But anything that we back off of these rates, and ultimately, y'all get to adopt the rates we're going to charge to this community. But anything we back off of these rates is either going to dig into our fund balance, or it's going to continue the subsidy residential customers have been given to everybody else. And so I've tried to balance out a break-even rate that solves that subsidy problem as much as we possibly can. We're not going to be able to solve the wholesale until we can renegotiate those contracts. So this is going to be a fairly painful rate adjustment, especially for commercial and large industrial customers. They're not going to like it. It's just, are we willing to dig into fund balance to make them happy, or are we willing to ask our residential customers to subsidize them to make them happy? Ultimately, that's the conversation. I am not proposing to keep making them happy. So, is there any, it's a lot of information, understandably, but off the top of your head, is there any questions or concerns or anything you have about this approach or about the concept of this? This is what's going to call rate shock. If you haven't done a rate adjustment in 8 years and you try to catch up in 1 year, it hurts. And that's going to be a rate shock to the system. There's no way to avoid it.
I think what they're gonna say, we haven't done a rate hike per gallon, but we've done a rate hike when we did.
You went from $13 on the base to $20 on the base, which solid waste.
The conversion, so the larger the meter, those also all adjusted.
Yeah.
But and what they're gonna look like is that came out on their bill and it was high. So we're gonna have a hard time saying we haven't done a hike when
You haven't done an adequate rate adjustment.
There you go. Or we knew more was coming.
And how do you propose to get this all out? The communication process?
If this is something that y'all are comfortable
Yeah,
with,
we end up-
then when we go through the actual rate adoption process,
Mhm.
we'll have public hearings, we'll talk about it, we'll push out bite-sized pieces of this conversation
Okay.
into the community, mostly through social media right now, and see what kind of dialogue we get. But there'll be at least a couple of public hearings where the public can come.
And I'm gonna be working in my backyard for
There
at
you
least
go.
a couple of months,
There you go.
not in my front yard.
All right. No other questions?
Very logically presented, thank you.
All right.
I think that is what we have to educate. If I believe our citizens knew things that we have learned in this budget hearing, it makes, there's no question that, questioning the reason we're doing some things.
It makes sense. It doesn't make it less painful.
The truth hurts sometimes.
All right. Do y'all want to break or just keep pushing on? Let's roll. All right. So we're on the downhill slope. These are what I call the minor funds. We should be able to get through them relatively painlessly. To me, the major funds are the general fund and the public utilities. Most all of the other funds are minor in scope, but we'll hit some of the more significant ones first. Commerce Economic Development Corporation has submitted their budget, and
This is
their proposed budget. They actually haven't had a board meeting yet to formally adopt it, but their total capital outlay is going down because they haven't They don't have any projects in front of them that they know they're going to be spending cash on, so they didn't budget it. When it comes up, they'll adjust their budget. Salaries and wages, they haven't had a meeting to talk about what they want to do with Bonnie's salary. We've been asking 2% for everybody, but they haven't met, so we don't know what they're going to do. They're leaving their office supplies the same. They are asking their professional services budget to come up. Some of that is what they call industrial development. I suspect that's them moving the capital outlay and reclassifying it down to here, because it went from $0 to $150,000.
I think some of it may be clearing of land and that's.
They're spending that out of this year's budget, though, aren't they? I don't know. Building maintenance, they left alone. Other services and charges are going up. Looks like the bulk of that is in marketing and recruitment. And they're just going to try to be more active in recruiting. So overall, their budget's going from $655,000 to $737,000, and that's what they're proposing for budget for the EDC. Now, every community does it a little bit differently. Do y'all allow the EDC board to adopt a budget and then y'all ratify it? Or do they adopt the budget and that makes it official?
They adopt their budget and then we adopt it with ours.
Okay, all right. Miss Bonnie right now is actually in California on a recruiting trip, talking to manufacturers and industrial companies that are trying to get to Texas. There's kind of a mass exodus out of California into Texas, and so she's out there fishing. And we wished her the greatest of luck in that fishing expedition.
Any conversation about announcements?
We have had a conversation with that company. They want to make an announcement soon. They're trying to figure out a way to do it to hit the entire Metroplex. They don't want to just announce in the Greenville Herald Banner. They want the entire Metroplex in this entire area of Texas to know about it. And so I think they're trying to massage that process. Next, I do want to go to the debt service fund. And this is where all the dollars live to make the debt service payment for the active debt that we have on top of us. And so Ms. Jamie showed you some of the charts, but what's in here right now is for the current debt that we have and what those payments are. If we issue new debt for capital projects, it will change some of these numbers. Is that correct? Okay, all right. So,
This includes the estimated payment for new debt.
okay, all right. So it does include that. All right. So, but that's the debt service fund. The other major minor fund is grant and capital projects. Grant funds, there's a couple of grants that we're going for that are in the budget, but we don't know that we're going to get them for sure. We do know we're getting the American Rescue Plan, so we're getting funding from them. We are applying for what's called a FAST grant to replace one of our fire apparatus. That's the 9010 grant. So I think it was $620,000 for a fire truck.
They'll cover 500.
They'll cover $500,000 and we'll cover $120,000. So if we get the grant, that will be a pretty major expenditure that goes through this fund. If we don't get the grant, then it won't show up and nothing will happen. But you'll see in our capital improvements plan, we've got $120,000 set aside in case we get the grant. We have our match. And then on this brush grant, that's a 50-50.
This is the
That's
one
capped.
been approved.
Right.
But we're waiting
For the money. So we did get approved to replace a brush truck. Whenever the money shows up, all of that because grant funds have to be accounted for separately than your general operating funds. And so that all happens here. We have some funding that was allocated for the airport fuel farm. And so we should be bidding that out probably in the next 30 to 60 days. Prices are coming down, so I feel a little bit more comfortable bidding that out now. I've been waiting. I was afraid if we bid it out in the last couple of months, prices would have been
So,
crazy.
and just so you, I see it in some faces. The reason why the airport is here is because we're going to
Ramp.
be using the ramp funding, but there's a transfer in from the capital projects for the funding you've already put aside. So there's a transfer in and a transfer out on the other fund, so it's there, it's accounted for, I promise.
And RAMP, I guess everything in the government has an acronym associated with it. RAMP is Routine Airport Maintenance Program. And so as you spend maintenance dollars on an airport, you can get reimbursed back from the RAMP program. It's been a number of years since we've submitted one, hasn't it? Or do we do it every year?
I do it every year.
Okay, okay. All right, so,
Will, the fire truck, that grant be, the fast grant be submitted, when does that due?
We don't know yet. Every time we have a hurricane or something, it kind of changes that. But it should be coming up about January to submit, and about June next year we'll find out if we got it or not. Assuming they don't float that
And
timetable.
do you have to pay for it as soon as you know you received it?
No,
I mean,
so-
if that's June, I'm just wondering,
Current build times on a truck are about 365 days. The last truck we bought, they usually give a pretty large discount if you pay up front. And I believe it was it 15% last time? It was enough last time that when we bought that old truck, we went ahead and got the money and paid it up front while they were building it, because they knocked a considerable amount off.
so we're looking at, even if we do get the grant, at least a year and a half, so this money will just sit there, is that correct?
You're looking at about a year before.
Okay, if the grant doesn't come up until January, and we know we get it in January, it's 360,
You won't know till June.
Yeah, you'll know in June.
June of next year.
which is in this fiscal period. And so there's a possibility that we could spend our 120,000, so we put it in
Right
there.
up front, once we get it, and then we lock in a price,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Their timetable is not like FEMA grants. FEMA grants are set dates. They're this date and this date.
Okay,
This grant goes through the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and they kind of float through different. COVID slowed down. They didn't order trucks for about 3 months past their expected.
okay, I knew it just took us a long time for the other truck, and I was wondering why that money,
Yeah.
what we would do in the meantime.
Yep. Put it in savings and our interest on it.
Big deal.
Yeah. All right, and so the next of the, what we call the minor funds is capital projects. And so this is not to take the place of the conversation we're gonna have upcoming about our CIP, but this fund is where the dollars live for capital projects that are ongoing or that have special financing associated with them. And so right now, we have a fund balance of, you remember what that number was?
Are you in the fund right now?
Yeah.
Is the spreadsheet there? Or no?
No.
If you have it. Yeah, right there.
All right, so if you'll recall, it's when y'all renegotiated the contract with Upper Trinity. There was a $500-something thousand payment that was made from Upper Trinity as a one-time payment to the city. The way the contract with Upper Trinity was, if that's the pass-through that we talked about for Cooper Lake, is that we get a bill from the organization that built Cooper Lake. We get money from Upper Trinity to pay that bill. Was it 5%?
Yes.
So if the bill was $100,000, Upper Trinity would send us $105,000, and we would pocket the 5 and then pay the 100. And so we had that 5% markup out for 100 years into the future. And so when they renegotiated that contract, They basically took the net present value of that 5% out for the life of the contract and then just wrote you one check now, so that moving out into the future, they just pay whatever the bill is and they don't pay us any markup. And so that money was put into this capital projects fund. And so we have most of that money still remaining, but we are proposing to use some of that money in this coming fiscal year. For example, the $120,000 that is our match for the fire truck. If we get the grant, $120,000 is coming out of here to fund that as our match, mainly because we don't have $120,000 sitting over in the general fund that we can just let go of. Does that make sense? And so it is a capital expenditure, and so that lives here. When we get into our conversation about the CIP, if we choose to take on some new construction projects, a lot of that budget will live here as we take those projects on.
This is also, accounts for the 75,000 towards the fuel farm transferring out of here. And this is where we funded for the emergency AC repairs this year. So that's why you see the decrease for this year.
We spent a little over $90,000 replacing HVAC systems. That came out of this fund.
Yes. And there's still the funds that you put aside for the animal shelter. Those funds are still acknowledged in this fund balance.
That was 100,000.
I would think you guys put aside 115.
All right, so
How does money go in if we did not receive that 500,000? Where did the initial 43 come from?
It's been that fund balance for a long time. So initially, they used to actively use this fund for large projects. So they would do transfers from the general fund, from water, from utilities, from grants into this fund to kind of grow that balance. But over time, it kind of got put aside, wasn't really used or utilized. And so now it's just us trying to go back to that process.
what a lot of cities will do once they have a fully developed CIP or capital improvements program, they'll say, okay, over the next 10 to 15 years, we have $10 million worth of projects that we need to do over the next 10 years. Some of that is going to be funded with certificates of obligation or tax notes, but some of that's going to be funded in cash. And so what they'll do is they'll start every year out of their operating budget, they'll slide a little bit over there until they've built up the cash, and then they'll fund that project. And so you just plan to make transfers over into that savings account for projects that are, are going to be paid for with cash. This is one of the ways you do it. All right. So, all right. Airport fund. Not a lot going on, but hopefully we get the fuel farm constructed in this fiscal year and start seeing some fuel cells. And so you'll see some expense budgeted for fuel, assuming we have to actually buy the fuel to turn around and resell it. And then the mowing costs aren't here anymore, right? Because we moved those to community development. So there's some permitting fee that we have to do with the government, some maintenance activities, and then, but overall, we had a $65,000 budget. We're projecting a $33,000 budget, and it's pretty much a break-even operation is what we're proposing. In the past, the general fund has had to subsidize the airport fund because they had more expenses than they did revenues. We're hopeful, especially if we can get both avgas and Jet A fuel in the new fuel farm, that will increase the fuel cells to cover. We don't have a lot of maintenance activities out here, but hopefully once we get the fuel farm up, we won't have to subsidize it with the general fund anymore.
And some of the expenses, you know, like our insurance and our stormwater permit fees, those are things that we can't really get away from whether we have fuel or not. And our leases and our rents don't really cover that. So we're hoping that this will be the last year that we'll have to subsidize. And we were anticipating a fuel farm for this year. So that's why you see the big drop in expenses and revenue from last year, because I think we were overeager to have a brand new fuel farm as of this fiscal year. So that's the big drop.
Recreation fund, you'll see a pretty significant change in the recreation fund. How it has been used is the various youth sports leagues that were operated. So we did a swim team, we did a basketball league, a soccer league, a baseball, softball.
You're gonna be in your fund,
68.
so they're towards the front.
Yeah. I changed the Zoom earlier, didn't I?
You did.
That'll help a little bit. But those monitors are fuzzy anyway. And so the rec fund is starting on page 68, but expenditures are on 71. No. So, with the partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, you'll see that we've zeroed out most of these youth leagues because they're going to live with the Boys and Girls Club now. And part of the reason for that, and one of the reasons we like a partnership with an organization like the Boys and Girls Club, is that there is built-in accountability for the money. In communities where the city just owns and operates the fields, and they have parent-led leagues that run the leagues, what ultimately ends up happening is you have a group of parents form a sports league, they charge the registrations, they buy the uniforms, they do all of this stuff, and money starts disappearing, and nobody has any accountability for what happens and where the money goes. With an organization like Boys and Girls Club, we feel like we're insulated from that risk because they are a nationally recognized organization and they're audited. And so we feel confident that when they charge registrations and they receive the money for the registrations, it's going to get spent on the uniforms, it's going to get spent on the umpires. And so all of that money handling, since we're asking them to run the league, doesn't make sense for all the money to come through us if they're doing all the work. So it's easier for them, if they run the leagues, for them to see all that money, income from registrations and outgoing for expenses. But in the contract, if you'll remember, any net gain they have from that operation, they can't use those dollars and spend it on a program in Greenville. If they come in the black, those dollars have to get spent on youth programs in Commerce for our kids. And so most of these line items, both revenue and expenditure, we've zeroed out in our budget because all those transactions are going to happen with the Boys and Girls Club. What you do see is we've put $2,000 of expenditure for adult recreation. We put a little bit more than that for revenue, I think. No, we put 2,000? We just made it a wash. Because it's like the Cornhole League. We've never run one of those before, but right now we're $500 in, and we're going to cover the $500 pretty easily. So we figure whatever programs we do will pay for themselves and be a wash, but we haven't even figured out what all those programs are going to be yet. And so the point is that the general fund is not being required to subsidize the recreation fund in this budget. You may recall we did have kind of a $10,000 guarantee for Boys and Girls Club that should they operate at a loss, we would cover up to $10,000. That expense line is in the Parks and Recreation budget over in the general fund that we've already been through. But the recreation fund itself was where we brought the money in for registrations, where we brought the money in for concessions, and where we spent the money out on the programs. That's what the recreation fund was for. Commerce Water District. That is, that's not Cooper Lake, right? That's Sabine River Authority. So if you'll remember the conversation, we actually have water rights from 2 different lakes. Everything that happens with Cooper Lake is in the Public Utility Fund. We get a bill from the Sulphur River Municipal Water District, and then Upper Trinity gives us the money to pay for that. Commerce Water District was created, I want to say in the 50s, when we built the intake structure in the pipeline from Lake Tawakoni all the way to our water treatment plant. And when it was created, they had to sell bonds to pay for the intake structure, to pay for the pipeline, and pay for the water treatment plant. And the city didn't issue those bonds. They created the Commerce Water District, and the Water District issued those bonds. And so for the life of those bonds, the Water District bought water from the Sabine River Authority and then sold the water to the City of Commerce. And so the transaction was the Sabine River Authority that operates Lake Tawakoni sold the water to the Commerce Water District. Commerce Water District brought it here, treated it, and then sold it to the City of Commerce. Once all of those bonds were paid off, all of the assets that were owned by the Commerce Water District were given to the city. So now the city owns the intake structure, the city owns the pipeline, and the city owns the water treatment plant. But the contract is still between Sabine River Authority and Commerce Water District. So this district exists in paper only. And so they buy the water from Sabine River and sell the water to the city, and it's purely a wash through. Whatever the cost of the water is this month, money's just funneled through the water district. And so all the activity that happens in the water district is the water purchase contract for raw water out of Lake Tawakoni. And it's till
$7,980.
till 2027, and then the rate changes. Hotel and motel, the hot funds, we already been through a process where we took applications and have determined, y'all set what the allocations were going to be. Those allocations live in this budget for the hot fund. Then court security and court technology funds. Those are restricted funds. So for every ticket that we write in Commerce, whether it's a speeding ticket or whatever type of ticket that goes through our municipal court, a portion of that ticket, and so if you get paid, if you have a $100 fine, a very small portion of that ticket goes into this fund to support court security and court technology. And so as those tickets are written and those fines come in, a small piece of that is shaved off and moved over into this fund. And one of these days, there'll be enough money saved up in this fund for us to do something meaningful. But at this point, there's not enough fund in court security for us to do any projects to improve support court security. And there's not enough money in court technology for us to do anything substantial to change the technology that they use. We do pay part of the Encode software out of court technology, or that's all just lives in, all lives in general fund?
You get $3 for court security and $4 for court technology.
So
this year.
$7 of every ticket.
Yeah, this year we were able to update all of the security cameras around the building because the court lives in the building.
Yeah.
Using court security funds.
So,
But that's it.
but it's $7 of every ticket gets put off to the side, and one of these days you'll have enough money to do something significant.
One day we'll get them new computers.
Right now, they're using an abacus to count everything. That's a rabbit trail. I won't chase it. Employee trust fund is where all of the benefits money pays in from the employees for health insurance and life insurance and all of those things. It's a clearinghouse for the employee trust fund. And then we've already covered Economic Development Corporation. So that covers the budget for all of these minor funds. Do y'all have any questions or concerns from these minor funds? We are rocking and rolling. All right. Y'all want to take
Time for a break.
a quick break?
Waiting for the shoe to drop.
I am
This
too.
is going too
Yeah.
easy.
Well, I
That's fine.
think
This-
we're fixing to get there.
Yeah, you do. You should get some coffee. There's some coffee back here. Really, already? Hours. What time is it? Oh, it's 2:00. You don't like the snickerdoodle? I like the snickerdoodle. You like coffee? He is a coffee snob. Yes, you are. I'm sorry, where did you used to work? Okay, so before you get started, those last 13, 14, 15, those are all included in the line items in the budget.
Right. So they're not.
They're not in here.
Right. Okay.
You might want to do a cross out or something. Be confused. Oh, and the animal shelter painting. Hey, Chris. Hey, when am I gonna get my color swatches back? I mean, I gotta be able to paint my chicken coop when I build it. He's so good at that stuff, isn't he?
I bet we could probably get something out of Ivory Moore for sure. Plan, as we discussed earlier when we were talking about tax rates and the tax process, we have some additional capacity to take on some capital projects, and we want to talk through what those are going to be. The first thing we're going to do, I sent this as a hard copy, and then we've got it on the screen in front of you as well. I differentiate between minor improvements, major improvements, and equipment requests whenever I'm putting a CIP plan together. I typically, I like to pay cash for things that are minor improvements, and I'm usually willing to finance major improvements and some equipment depending on what the useful life of that equipment's going to be. And so for the first segment of what we call minor improvements, most of those were in your budget book at the back side of the book. But I'm just going to kind of walk through what we've got on the screen. There's a request for funding, and everything in the minor improvements plan right now is approved in the operating budgets that we looked at earlier today. So for these items that are in the general fund, assuming we approve that general fund budget, these minor improvement projects are included as in those line items and funded. So the animal shelter roof and siding repair, is some work that continues to be needed at the animal shelter. Now, Jamie, is this include the funding that was set aside for the grant, or is this in addition to?
We were going to use this out of the funding set aside.
Right.
in the capital fund.
So y'all had set aside some funding to go for a grant for the animal shelter. And they did not go for the grant or didn't get the grant?
We have not gone for the grant.
Okay. And so there is still some leaking in the roof and some siding repair that's needed in the existing shelter, and this $50,000 would address that. However, some of this also depends on one of the major projects further down the page, depending on what we do, where this would get funded from. And so I'll come back to that in a little bit.
If that money is already in there for a grant, are we going to continue to look for that grant when we look for capital improvement funding?
I think we need some kind of direction. So the grant will give us up to 55%, and then we have to match the rest, but they'll only give us like 55,000, right? And so if you decide you don't want to go this direction, but would rather go this direction,
So,
that's, it's, you see what I mean?
Yes, I see, that money may be there, may not.
so a new animal shelter is conservatively priced at $1.2 million. And so if we decide we're going to pursue a new animal shelter, then it changes what we need to do in terms of grants for the existing animal shelter. And so we kind of got both things out there because we don't know which direction we're going to go. The building still needs these repairs. So even if we decide we're going to go build a brand new animal shelter, I already have a purpose that I want to use the existing shelter for, so we're going to need to rehab the roof. I'll just have the public utility fund pay for it rather than the general fund. But the all-terrain vehicle is a request from the police department,
One of them, yeah.
and then there's one down in the
But the
Right.
number 8 is good.
yeah. So the one that's in the general fund side, they have two golf carts that you see parked in front of the public safety building. Those golf carts are aging, and you can't get parts for them anymore. And so when they break down, from what Chief tells me, they're broke down. And so the other thing that happens, and I believe a couple months ago, we actually had a pursuit. A guy run on foot and ran off through a wooded area, and we couldn't get vehicles in there to chase him. And if we had an all-terrain vehicle, it would have made that pursuit a little bit more effective. And so that's the nature of this request. At the airport,
One
the
question, Howard.
yeah.
On the all-terrain vehicle, of course, it's gasoline or diesel. And the golf carts are all battery.
They're battery, what we got into, that they weren't Club Car or a name brand, they were a brand also.
Right.
We even tried to take the two, put them together, make one. As it stands right now, we kinda done that. Didn't love the operation.
Yeah, it's,
And, so we've carried them to 3 different golf cart places that they can't get them.
understood.
At the airport, I am not a pilot. I don't pretend to be. But when I do fly, I really appreciate the safety of the airports in which I fly into and out of. And one of the things that makes an airport safe is good groundskeeping and grounds maintenance. We've got a guy that works for us part-time on a seasonal basis that does all of the mowing and maintenance out at the airport. My willingness to call that a mower is just about reached as far as I'm willing to stretch it. It's held together with duct tape, baling wire, and in some cases bubble gum. It's an old mower that was just a hand-me-down that he has to work on every time he goes out there to mow. It's in really, really bad shape.
How much acreage are they mowing?
Oh, jeez.
So it's the entire runway and then around all of the buildings, terminal.
It's everything inside the fence, and then it's also outside the fence on the roadway coming in. It's
Zero turn?
It's a zero turn. It's a large zero turn radius. I don't know off the top of my head.
Let's see what John put in.
Tractor.
So the mower that they currently have is a hand-me-down from our streets department. It's definitely,
A tractor with a deck mower would be functional, would be significantly more expensive. And so we were just asking to replace what he has with something like it, because he's able to mow and keep up with everything with what he has. And so we were just asking to replace what he has with something of like kind. An upgrade to a tractor with a deck mower would also work, but it would be significantly more expensive.
I'm thinking of how long, the lasting time, the life.
Yeah.
I mean, I know we have a small John Deere, which, I mean, it was, of course, it's
Well,
15 years old, but,
Still mowing.
oh,
John sent me an email the other day.
there was.
So this thing would be housed out at the airport at all times?
Mhm.
So it's not gonna be brought back in for the Parks and Rec to be able, or parks to be able to use it?
No.
Because it'll be out there.
Correct. In the equipment, Public Works is asking for a New Holland tractor with a brush hog boom. That's an $88,000 piece of equipment. It wouldn't be $88,000 for a tractor with a deck mower, but we can look into that if that's the direction you'd like us to go.
I'm just thinking of
Yeah.
longevity.
Yeah.
I think our, we have a 5-foot,
Mhm.
not a deck, it's a brush hog,
Yeah.
but,
I think with a zero turn, we'll be revisiting this again in about 4 or 5 years.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, not sooner.
Okay.
I will say, so the entire airport is over 100 acres, but some of that is mowed for hay.
Yeah.
Right.
So to get the exact amount,
Off the top of my head, I don't know. We can find that out. This carport is requested at the Public Safety Building to provide coverage for, is it the generators, Chief?
Yes, sir, it's gonna, we don't have anywhere to park our new police cars. So this would primarily park the rescue truck, either the side-by-side or the golf carts that we got going, plus the generator trailer that sits out back by the gym, and anything else we can stick under it. We're trying to get everything off that hill so that we have more parking area. There's a Humvee up there and all that stuff that we use for rescue mode, as much as we can put on that carport to protect the families.
Okay, so for the people that are challenged on where locations are, exactly where are you thinking about putting this?
All right, so if you were coming in off of Park Street,
Uh-huh.
on the back side of PD, we have a hose rack that runs between our building, the chain link fence where that water tank was set up during the storm.
Okay,
And that long silver rack that was there,
uh-huh.
we're gonna remove that silver rack. We've got a vertical rack system now that was carried over. from
So that's where you'd put it.
And it would replace that.
Okay.
It's not adequate to protect every patrol car and vehicle that we have, but it'll go a long ways. And then we have some other ideas in the future that I've pestered Howie over and over and over about it, so we're not done.
So what? Yeah, not every, so what's the?
Yes and yes.
Yeah. So what is the width out there that you could actually cover? Would that cover that whole area?
So if you look at that curve and you look at it from our building
Uh-huh.
going east, there's a drainage, a sewer drain cut into the sidewalk. It would be just shy of that sewer drain. at
Okay.
50. So theoretically, you could, depending on how you would do it, you could cut the curve east from the building to that section to allow that to come out, or you could build up with some kind of ramp, or you could even face it going towards
Howdy.
But there's options, it would fit.
Okay, thank you.
Are we, utilizing the old fire department for anything as far as storage?
Which one?
Either one.
Alright, so the North Community, substation that's down there is full of, items that were brought in by the police department that we can't dispose of. There's a number of gambling machines, there's also a pickup that's in a legal dispute that I want gone, but I can't get rid of it. And there's two 16-foot trailers, and then our burn cells that we have built, to work with the university on, we're developing some, payload development systems of fire suppression and means of water. So we've got some burn cells in there. Down in this station down here, we've got our hazmat trailer, our fire prevention trailer. Forestry Service has the Far East Bay Rented, I believe they have a 10-year lease on that. They house a ATV that has firefighting capabilities, a rescue boat, and then we've got extra ladders and pipe pole stuff that we inherited. And then I believe there's still some merry-go-round and some park equipment.
So it's full.
It's full.
All right. And then they're also asking for an 18-inch fan. This is for the apparatus bay, or is this?
You know, so the PPV fan that pulls smoke out of houses, we had one go down, and it's about 9,000.
7,600.
7,600. This is upgrading that equipment that broke. It's replacing.
We've had the other one for,
The other was here, it's been on a 4 fire truck, it's way predates, getting Robbie about the same age. 20 years.
And so those are the minor requests from the general fund. As they're presented right now, we have them included in the operational budgets that we reviewed earlier. Some minor requests from the public utility fund. One is a 30-yard dewatering box for the wastewater treatment plant. And either one of the treatment plants, water or wastewater, one of the byproducts of the treatment process is sludge, which is a wet mud. To dispose of the sludge, you have to dry it or dewater it. And when our wastewater treatment plant was designed and built, if you've ever had the pleasure of going out there, on the far eastern side of the plant are drying beds, which are large kind of concrete boxes. And in theory, you take the wet sludge, put it out in these big concrete boxes, and let the sun dry it. And it has some ability to drain water off of those. Well, over the years, that's not how those drying beds have worked. And so now they're full of mud and vegetation and not really usable for dewatering. A more effective way now is to use what's called a dewatering box, which we have one out there right now. We're asking for a second one that would give us better capability of handling the sludge that we generate so that we can dewater it and then haul that sludge off to be disposed of. And so this is a second 30-yard dewatering box that we're asking to add to our processes to help them remove sludge and get rid of it faster, because we only have one box right now.
Would that be the same as the sludge lagoons?
No.
Different?
Sludge lagoon is different. A sludge lagoon ultimately just plans on the sludge being there from now on. Drying beds or a dewatering box, you actually haul the sludge off to a landfill or a land application site. But you've got to pull the water off before you can take it to one of those locations. There is an old sludge lagoon on the back side of the plant that was filled in and capped off years ago. They typically discourage sludge lagoons anymore. They prefer you to dry it or dewater it and then haul it off. You can get a land application permit if you own land, but those are expensive and hard to get in terms of application permits. It's a lengthy process. But ultimately, it's just mud. Reservoir pump and motor. If you'll remember our earlier conversation about the raw water that comes in from Lake Tawakoni, comes in via pipeline, and there is a pond or a reservoir there at the water treatment plant, and then there's another pump that pulls it out and sends it into the water treatment plant. We have one pump there at the moment. During Snowvid, that pump froze up and wasn't usable for a period of time, and it's an old pump. So what we're looking to do is put in a new pump to serve the reservoir and then keep the old one as an emergency backup, so that there will eventually be two pumps there, a new one and then the current one that we've got that's aging. That would give us more reliability in our ability to move water into the water treatment plant. The 2021 Polaris Ranger, we have 30 or 40 miles of pipeline to Lake Tawakoni. Most of that is an easement across private property, and most of that easement has not been maintained over the years. And so when we have to go find leaks, they get to go to a fence or go to a gate, and that's where our pickups stop. And right now, they walk. And they walk for miles, finding leaks or finding different things. And so this side-by-side would give them an all-terrain vehicle so that they could load up and take some equipment with them and travel that pipeline and more reasonably find where issues are happening along the pipeline. And then the 3-inch boring machine, we find from time to time when we're working that we have to cross a driveway or even cross a minor street. And as it stands right now, we cut up the street or we cut up the driveway. A small 3-inch boring machine would give our crews the ability to not cut up someone's driveway or do small service lines across a street without cutting open the street and the pavement on top of the street. It's a relatively inexpensive piece of equipment that improves their productivity when they're running small service lines, generally 2-inch lines and smaller. And so those are the minor improvement requests from the Public Utility Fund. Again, we included those items in the operating budget that you reviewed earlier, but it's still a capital expenditure. I'm going to skip down to the bottom of this page. Yes? Well, the police department all-terrain vehicle is a Polaris 4-door. It's $22,000. The two-person side-by-side that Utilities is asking for is $9,000. And so most of the time, they're only got 2 people that are traveling the pipeline. And so they requested a 2-seater instead of a 4-seater. Both the 4-door and the 2-door have the same size. I'm not even going to call it a utility bed. It's just something on the back to put stuff on. But that's what the equipment they ask for. They typically don't have more than 2 people traveling the pipeline. Good question. Under the equipment requests, these are larger items that have more investment. When we were talking about the grant fund, we talked about the first 2. The FAST grant, if we can replace engine 5, that's a $620,000 piece of equipment. $500,000 would come from the grant, and $120,000 would come from our funding out of Capital Projects Fund. And then under the brush truck grant, which we have been awarded the grant, we just don't know when the money transaction is going to take place. That's a $250,000 piece of equipment. Do you remember how much our cash contribution is?
70-something.
10%. All right, so it would just be $25,000 there. In Public Works, we're asking for a new 6-yard dump truck, which they need desperately. A 1993 piece of equipment that we would then sell through auction. And it's $97,000. We're not proposing to pay cash for that. We would go to one of the local banks and finance that probably over 5 years. It's what we've done with some of our other equipment. And then also in Public Works, this New Holland and Brush Hog boom mower would give us the ability to manage right-of-ways and trees on some of our outlying streets. It's not a deck mower in the back. It's basically a mower on an arm on the side. The county has one of those pieces of equipment. Theirs is down because of electrical fire, and theirs is not aging well either. We're just looking to add that piece of equipment to our inventory because we have a lot of right-of-way, we have a lot of trees that encroach on our roadways. This would give us a better ability to manage the right-of-way on the edges of town, and that's the nature of that equipment. Also, it would be financed locally through one of the local banks. So those are the 4 equipment requests that are in front of us. And then we get to the fun stuff. I'm going to start with the Public Utility Fund major capital requests. We have a couple of members of the public that are coming because they were interested in some of these general fund projects. So I'm going to start with Public Utility Fund.
I have a question
Yes.
before you start. Is there any coffee in the building?
We have a coffee machine and we have a Keurig.
It's
It's
not.
empty.
I just had some.
Oh,
Yeah.
we can make you a fresh pot, or we've got a Keurig in the
need
break
some.
room. Okay.
There was a few minutes ago before he drank it. Do you, wanna show them on ClearGov, if they click on proposals and stuff? How you can use it, how they can use it.
Did we list these big projects,
No, I mean,
the little ones?
because
Yeah.
of yours.
they're getting it.
Like the actual quotes that we received and stuff.
All right. If you get a chance online to go to the budget presentation, you can go to the capital improvements to the 1-year plan, and it will list out the various projects that we're
That we just
discussing.
discussed.
And so, was it when you click on the heading for each one, it will give you some of the detail.
If you scroll up a little bit, right there, that
All right.
tractor boom mower.
All right, and so there will be attachments that have more information about that equipment or what the request is. That's all available online through these capital projects. The major projects that we're fixing to talk about next, I don't believe they're, the public utility ones are, but some of the other projects are not, so. While they're looking for coffee.
Ooh,
Yeah.
look here.
You don't have to hold it from the bottom.
It must not be hot.
Must not be too hot.
It's not hot.
Jeez. He's
Well,
just
it's warm.
He's trying to show off, Howdy.
Yeah, it's a marine thing.
Yeah.
What a hoot.
We get along really well.
What a hoot.
Is that rain I hear?
It is.
That's
Do you
just
know
right.
what that is yet?
I'm still not used to that sound. It's so foreign to me.
I just asked the same thing.
I mean, aren't you used to it yet, though?
No,
I mean, it's
9 months
almost a
in, I'm
year.
still not used to it.
August rain.
Well, I
Well, when
spent
it
2
comes,
years in
just
Pecos.
keeps
The
coming.
annual rainfall in a wet year in Pecos is 12 inches. It's a little different here. All right, on the Public Utility Fund, major improvements, the first one here is the water treatment plant filter rehab. This is a continuation of the project we started in the current fiscal year. If you'll recall, we started that filter rehab, but in the certificates of obligation that we issued in this current fiscal period, we didn't issue the full amount for the filter rehab because we were just going to be doing design right now, and we didn't want to sell the construction dollars until we were going to actually do the construction. And so This $1,250,000 will finish off the construction of the filter rehab, and the additional $250,000 is the replacement, the generator that we decided we needed after Snowvid, because we didn't have a permanent generator on the ground at the water treatment plant. And so when we lost power, we were dead in the water, pun intended. A on-premise generator on site that is sized for our water treatment plant is $250,000. And so that $1,250,000 combined with the $500,000 that we issued this year is the full funding for that filter rehab project at the water treatment plant. All right. The wastewater treatment plant stormwater equalization basin. Let me talk a little bit about that mouthful. I will go back to the maps, not just for Stephanie's benefit, but for my own.
Thank you.
I think in pictures. All right, so this is our current wastewater treatment plant. This grassy area here, Tony, is an old sludge lagoon that has been capped off and filled in. These are the what are supposed to be the sludge drying basins right here that have not worked. And then I think this may be, TJ, is this a sludge lagoon? It's not.
It used to be a lagoon. All the sludge was pushed out of it to fill the lagoon behind it, so it's just holding it.
So it's just,
It used to drain out to the creek, but the beavers dammed it up, so.
okay. All right. So as we talked about when we were discussing the Public Utilities Fund, your sewer collection system are all of the sewer mains, the manholes, all of the system that's spread across town to collect sewage and wastewater. All of that flows to the wastewater treatment plant. And in this building right here are the 3 pumps that 2 of them aren't working and 1 of them's in really bad shape. And that is, if you will, the bottom of the really big bowl that is our collection system. Sewer doesn't flow uphill, it flows downhill. And so all of it comes to the bottom of the bowl underneath this building right here. And once we get 3 new pumps, is it up to 6 million a day? It's up to 6 million gallons a day that those pumps will be able to move. So when we have a large rain event and we have all the rainwater coming through our sewer mains to the plant, it has, at least in theory, the capacity to pump 6 million gallons a day and move it up into these basins and start it going through the treatment process. But that step alone won't stop us from flooding, because when you get a really bad rain, we actually have water coming in at a faster rate than 6 million gallons a day. It may not be 6 million gallons of water, but it's coming in at a faster rate than what the pumps could handle when they're running full speed. And so what happens right now, we don't particularly like to publicly advertise this, but underneath the ground there are still lines that move water around the plant. And when this one pump, when those pumps get overwhelmed, that water starts filling up all of the pipes that are underground and then starts coming out of the manholes, and this entire back side of the plant is underwater. And this happens multiple times a year when we get one of these rains. The operators that operate out of this building, on a regular basis, they have to walk over to these clarifiers to pull samples. There's work they have to do as part of managing the treatment process. They literally have to wade through knee-deep or waist-deep raw sewage just to get over here to do their jobs. And that happens on a fairly frequent basis. And so replacing these pumps helps solve that problem, but it doesn't completely eliminate the problem. And so what this $250,000 does is allows us to start the design of what's called a stormwater equalization basin. If you will, for now, sake of argument, imagine that we take this entire area, clear it out, dig it down, and make a big pond. And then we plumb it into our sewer collection system so that when we get a large rain and we have 6 to 8 million gallons of stormwater coming down that line, we can divert it and fill up this pond and let the flooding happen here instead of happening in the middle of our plant. And then when the rain stops, you'll have pumps in place where you can just pump that water, bring it back to the head of the plant, and then run it through the treatment plant at our pace rather than Mother Nature's flooding pace. And so that's the role of a stormwater equalization basin. But there's engineering that's involved because you have to size the pond correctly to handle the floods that are going to potentially come in. You have to size the pumps correctly to then pull it back out and run it through the treatment plant. So there's a lot of engineering work that is involved in establishing one of these equalization basins. This $250,000 is the design process to figure out where to put this pond, how to build it, and make sure that we can permit it. Because the final piece is you got to get a permit from the state of Texas to do this. And so all of the engineering has to be done up front so that you can apply to the state for the permit so that they'll give you permission to then build the pond.
Is there grants out there or something like that? Is there, you have to design the permit and project?
I'm not aware of many grant programs. There used to be the Community Development Block Grant had funding for small rural communities to do projects like this, but it was competitive in nature. And so every year there would be a finite amount of money and everybody would show up with their sewer project or their water project, and they'd go through a scoring process, and you just had to hope you scored enough points to get what little bit of funding there is. I don't even know if they still fund that community development block program or not. We will look and see, but if you... Well, if we end up getting some kind of fine from the state for the discharge that we had earlier, this is the second half of what we're proposing to do to solve this problem. And so what we spend on this is going to be way bigger than any fine would be. And so we're hopeful that they'll let us research this kind of a project rather than send money to the state for a fine for that discharge. But we need some kind of EQ basin to handle the flooding that happens out here.
Would you slide over to the west and show us where that break occurred?
All right. And I'll zoom out just a little bit to catch the river. All right, so the river flows by through this. No, that's not the river. There's the river.
There it is.
This is the creek. And so Sand Knot Tree Farm owns all of this land here, and this creek crossing right here, one of the major sewer lines that basically all of the sewer from the northern half of town actually kind of flows away from town, hits a big lift station out on Highway 11, and then gets pushed around behind Walmart and then loops all the way around town and comes across Sand Knot and crosses the creek right here where that arrow's at. And so a large portion of the wastewater flows and rainwaters when we're in flood stages comes through a main that crosses this creek and then comes into the front of the plant. Well, because we were flooded, as you can imagine, water has a weight to it. And so the deeper the flooding gets at the plant, that water then backs up all of the lines. And so this line that comes across Sand Knot normally flows from the west to the east because it's sloping down to the bottom of the bowl. Well, we were in flood stage here, so it was pushing water back up the line, flowing backwards up the line at pressure, because the water was higher at the plant than the pipe was under the ground, so the weight was flushing water backwards up that pipe. And sewer lines typically aren't intended to be pressurized. They're intended for gravity flows. So the pressure on that line busted a leak right here at the creek. The unfortunate thing was, fortunately, it was at the creek so we could find it. Unfortunately, it was at the creek. And so approximately, best guess, about 8 million gallons of rainwater and raw sewage dumped into the creek and then traveled down this creek and meandered all the way to where it enters the Sulphur River, approximately right here. It's a little over a mile of creek bed from where the leak happened to where it entered the river.
Does Sounds own all of that?
They own all of this.
Who owns the south of it right there?
I don't know. I'm not sure. But, and so, again, blessing and curse of flooding. One of the sayings that the solution to pollution is dilution.
We had
We had about 8 million gallons that were released into about 14 billion gallons of water that was flowing through there. And so we did a lot of testing to the water. We didn't really violate any major state standards from a water quality point of view, and 14 billion gallons of flood water covers a lot of sins. But it was still a catastrophic failure that could have been avoided if we had better infrastructure in place to handle those kind of flows when they get to the plant. And so that's where that happened, and that's kind of a summary of what took place. So this $250,000 is to conduct the engineering and the design work to figure out, do we build a pond here, or do we try to buy some land from the Sand Knot Tree Farm and build a pond before you get to the treatment plant? Hydraulically, where's the best place to take that flood water and stick it off to the side while it's flooding, and then move it back out at a controlled pace so that we don't overwhelm our treatment plant? Ultimately, that's the final solution to this issue, but it's going to require a fair amount of engineering up front. That's what that $250,000 is for. And then the final piece is the Washington Street clear well, which is just right down the street that you referenced, Mayor. That's a 100,000 gallon water tank that leaks, and we can't store water in it, and so it's taken offline. This project is actually a hard bid from a contractor that would come in and install a liner into that concrete clear well. The liner would fill in the gaps and stop the leak, and then will allow us to start using that clear well to store water again. And so that's a $250,000 project to rehab the interior of that tank. So
and that's like adding about a third capacity to what our water towers hold.
TJ, our water tower capacity,
500,
Yeah.
less than that.
Yeah,
Still
yeah.
significant, 20%.
100,000 gallons is a good amount of water when you need it. And so, and ultimately, we need more storage. How much storage do we have in the ground at the treatment plant? Total of 4 million in storage.
What's the university tower capacity?
Oh, it's pretty small. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. It's significantly smaller than ours. So on the public utility fund side, we're proposing $1,750,000 in capital projects. $1,250,000 you kind of already knew were coming because we started the filter project in this fiscal year. The additional $500,000 is kind of new projects. Lest anyone get excited, $1,750,000 doesn't begin to touch all of the issues in our public utility, but it solves issues over the next couple of years. As we flesh out CIP for our utility, there are going to be other projects that need to come up. There are going to be other things that we need to look at on the Public Utility Fund. Do y'all have any questions about those projects? We propose to fund those with certificates of obligation paid for with utility rates, and those rates would be included in the adjustment we talked about for this fiscal year. Any questions on those projects? All right. All right, so then going to the projects listed by the general fund, I'm going to start with kind of a reference to Jamie's spreadsheet from earlier this year, just presenting it in a little bit different way. When we look at the funding capacity for the general fund over the next several years, we issued $1.5 million in this current fiscal year for streets. And the fiscal year that we're looking at right now is we're projecting $6.5 million in capacity for projects. Then for fiscal year 23, we're projecting $1.4 million, 2024, $2.5 million, and 2025, we think there'll be approximately $3.7 million. So that looks to be about 15.6, well, but one of those is we already done. Call it 14 million over the next 4 years in capacity to do projects. One of the largest needs that we have in this community, and I don't think anybody can argue, is streets. We desperately need to have some work on our streets. So we recently brought Friesen Nichols on board to do some engineering work. They've reached their first milestone. So if you'll recall, we gave them 10 street segments to start evaluating. Cost is just one piece of that evaluation process, and they reached the milestone, and so we have cost estimates on these street segments. You'll only see 8 because some of those segments were the same streets, just different parts. I just combined them up so that we're just talking one street at a time. So for sake of our conversation, we've looked at Washington Street from Live Oak down to Culver. We've looked at Park Street from Maple down to Culver. We looked at Bonham Street from Earl all the way back to Washington. We looked at Sycamore Street from Park all the way out to the railroad crossing. We looked at Charity from Highway 24 into Monroe. We're looking at Monroe from Culver all the way south down to Charity. Hickory Street is a couple of blocks section, and then North Monroe is basically maintenance along the edge of the university from Live Oak to Walnut. Those 8 projects right now total $4.9 million in the cost estimate that they've given. A couple of caveats to that. What they're projecting right now is to replace what's there with what's there. So for example, if you look at South Monroe from Culver all the way south to Charity, that road surface right now, asphalt top with no curb and gutters and no defined drainage channel. This cost of $355,000 is a full reconstruction of that entire stretch of Monroe, but it does not include curb and gutter or any new defined drainage channel. And so if you were to take that stretch of Monroe and just add curb and gutter, then it goes from $355,000, I can't get it to switch over, to $548,000. So the final price is going to be determined by what kind of street do you want to be after the project. What the engineers have done so far is basically assume whatever's there now, we're going to replace it with what's there now. So Washington Street from Live Oak all the way down to Culver is the most expensive because it is replacement of curb and gutter. It's redoing sidewalk and it's redoing drainage. So it's the most expensive stretch of road. Park Street, from Maple reconstruction down to Culver, is redoing the street and replacing all the curb and gutter so that we redo the elevations to control stormwater flows. Bonham Street from Earl to Washington is reconstruction and replacing all the curb and gutter along that. So some of these are more expensive because there's curb and gutter or sidewalks involved. When you start getting into, for example, Charity Street, from Highway 24 all the way into town, it's reconstruction, but there's no curb and gutter currently, so that would not put curb and gutter there. But that's a $425,000 project. It would allow us to straighten out that fairly dangerous S-curve there. And I have had a conversation with the university. It would require their participation. They're willing to help us out in straightening out that S-curve. We already talked about Monroe. Hickory is a short segment of road, but it desperately needs reconstruction. We've talked about this piece, if you'll recall. There's a developer that put in a new, it's kind of a multifamily duplex complex there on Hickory Street. And when it was concrete trucks, when they were bringing in the concrete trucks to pour the foundations for those homes, it chewed that section of Hickory Street. It looks like a war zone. Completely ate that up. But I would attribute the fault for that is the city's, because if you look where all the damage was done, there was a utility cut that was done a number of years ago. I think they replaced a sewer line. When they patched the road behind themselves, they didn't work the base properly. They just did a quick fix, and so the weight of those cement trucks, the road couldn't handle it because of the base material underneath that utility cut, couldn't handle the weight of the cement trucks, and so it was rutted up like a dirt road, only as asphalt on top. And so from my opinion, if we're going to have developers spend the kind of money and make the investment in our community like this guy did, and then the road in front of his brand new facility looks like a war zone, I don't think that sends a good message to developers that we want them to come work here. So we will be replacing that segment of Hickory, but fortunately it's not going to cost a tremendous amount. Again, there's no curb and gutter there, so we're not proposing to go back with curb and gutter in that section. Small section of Monroe is maintenance only, as we've talked about. When you have good streets, you really need to actively maintain those good streets so that they stay good streets. And that section of Monroe really needs some crack seal. It's not expensive to do. About $55,000 would extend the life and keep that good street in good street condition for longer. But just those 8 segments alone is right at $5 million. And so in this coming fiscal period, we've got about $6.5 million of capacity. So if you spend $5 million on streets in year 1, you have $1.5 million left for other projects. And so the list we have in front of us recognizes that there are other projects for consideration. There are other services that this community needs, that we have an opportunity this year to start addressing some of those needs and streets at the same time. So this multi-year proposal in front of you gives us $10 million worth of street money over that 5-year period, but it just spreads it out and allows us to design street segments at a time. Because I would submit you can't do $5 million worth of street work in 1 year around here. I don't know what the capacity is of civil contractors to do street construction, but just considering how much work is going in transportation on the southern end of Hunt County, I would imagine the few civil contractors that there are busy. So I don't know that you can get $5 million worth of work done in 1 year. And so this tries to spread it out and allow us to tackle streets over time rather than trying to take one big, huge bite out of the elephant. Basically, where we started with, if you look at your transportation network, you have arterials, you have collector streets, and then you have residential streets. And it's usually based on traffic volume. And so you want to look at where are the people moving through the community and where's all the traffic happening. And the most highly trafficked streets is where we started the discussion, is where there's the traffic volume. So that was one piece of it. The other piece, and I'll use Charity and Monroe as an example, and it kind of comes from a comment you made, Teddy, at one point, is there anything we can do that will start generating more revenue or more income? And so if you look at the limited amount of space right now that I would call eligible for development, meaning it's raw land that we already have major water and sewer infrastructure to. And so the developer that's in conversation right now is over here by the elementary school. They've got 50 to 70 acres that they're looking at for developing. I've already got major and water infrastructure there, so it makes it easier to do a development there than a raw piece of land with no water, no sewer, no infrastructure. One of the other pieces is here in this corner of Charity and Monroe, there's a lot of land out here that I say is ripe for development because I already have water and sewer infrastructure there. And I don't have to have really long runs of infrastructure to get there. So we looked at this stretch of Charity all the way into Monroe, and we looked at Monroe from Culver south. Is if I really want this to be attractive for a developer, but the only roads to get there are the roads that are there right now, I think it will scare off some of those developers because they're going to think if we're going to do development here, then we have to pay to upgrade all of these roads. And so if we're going to attract development, I think to some degree we're going to have to be selective in redoing some of these roads ourselves rather than waiting on a developer to do it. So Charity and South Monroe, I picked those specifically because I think it provides some additional attractiveness to developing some of this area. If we can land a couple of big subdivisions, that becomes a game changer.
Okay, if you go back to your list and you're talking about Monroe to, from Culver to Charity.
Yes.
And we're talking no gutters and no curbs. And
This price is replacing what's there with what's there.
with what's there.
I think it
and
needs to be upgraded.
What I think, I think it needs to be going to curbs and gutters because we have major flooding down that area.
I agree.
So, I mean, you look at, I don't see the list, but anyway.
I'm on the wrong page.
But if you're looking at the number of streets, and we were talking about what is the major streets versus the feeder streets,
Yeah.
there are a couple up there that I can't back right now.
Sure, that's fine.
Because we really need to get these major streets taken care of.
Agreed.
Because they're feeder streets.
Yeah. So
But I
that's,
think we really need to come up with a cost of what it is to put the curbs and the gutters in.
well, and for rough numbers, I looked at, for example, Park Street is total reconstruction and replacing curb and gutter. That was $200 a linear foot. So if I take the distance of Monroe and then work it out and add curb and gutters, it's more expensive, but there's still no sidewalks, and that doesn't really start really addressing the drainage. And so if it becomes more expensive the more scope you add to the project. But the first milestone for our engineers was this cost estimate to replace what's there with what's there. And so the next step as we define this list would be, okay, well, we want to look at Monroe, but we want to change the scope to curb and gutter and add some drainage. They'll go back and rework some cost numbers. But
And do we have an ordinance that says anything about sidewalks at all? I mean, we went in and redid Monroe, but the sidewalks were taken away, which I think that's one of the things that in this town, that whenever you're walking anywhere, well, I have an issue because most of our poles are in the middle of our sidewalks. So, our utility poles, but if they're there, or if we're going to construct them, I think if we're going to put this kind of money into it, we need to have it where it's safe for all people. And Monroe Street is very heavily traveled with cars and a lot of traffic, our foot traffic as well.
Right.
So I think we need to look at that as well.
Agreed. So this is just to give you an initial context of costs in comparison to the funding we have available over the next 4 years. So we don't just have 6.5 million available right now. We've got 14 and change available over the next 4 years. And I would say these outlying years are probably conservative estimates, but I'm not willing to be. I'm just going to stay with conservative estimates right now. So I think we've got an opportunity to try to address some of the community needs and streets and do both at the same time. One community that I didn't work there, but I knew some people that did. The streets was a major priority for their community, and they were abandoning everything else for the sake of streets. And the citizens in the community kind of started speaking up and developed the slogan that good streets kind of need to go to good places. And they were spending every dime they had on streets, and the places that you were going to were in great disrepair. And so,
Question on the Sycamore Street, number, that did not include widening?
the Sycamore project right now is just reconstruction of the road that's there. I do believe it needs to have some widening, but their first task was ballpark cost to replace what's there with what's there. We need to have some surveying work done along Sycamore to know exactly how much right-of-way we have. We've got some assumptions, but we got to survey that and know for sure. The other concern with Sycamore is utility poles. Every one of those utility poles are in our right-of-way, and if we take the full right-of-way for street, then every one of those utility poles have got to be moved. I haven't read through our entire franchise agreement with the utility company, so I don't know if they would want us to pay for that or if they would be willing to pay for that. But my gut says they're going to ask us to pay for that.
Yeah.
And so it just adds another layer of cost to that. So what I'd like to do now is start walking through some of these other projects and kind of give you a sense of what they are and what we're talking about. And then we'll wrap all of this up with kind of figuring out what are the projects y'all would like to try to tackle in this upcoming budget year, so that we can finalize the budget that goes out to the community. Chief, did you want to talk animal shelter first? Who all do we have here? All right, we have library and Pastor. Good to have you here. All right, well then, I'm just going to start at the top of the list and work down. Pastor David, you want to come join me for a second? The after streets, the first project on the list, arguably is a monster of my own creation. And I confess that not every idea that pops into my head is a good idea. But that doesn't stop me from at least talking about and fleshing out and thinking the idea through before I throw it away. And Council, you've heard me say before, sometimes if you take two problems and put them together, you create a solution. All right? So in problem number one, if you'll remember at the very beginning of the day, we talked about the demographics of our community. A very significant portion of our community are at the very, very low end of the socioeconomic spectrum. And so that introduces a whole series of needs that community has. And I'm not proposing that's the city's job to meet those needs. That's not what I'm proposing. But what I'm saying is, I think it's the city's responsibility to provide a place for some of those needs to be met. And problem number one is that we don't have a community center. We don't have a meeting place of significant size to have meaningful classes or events or programs for any of the groups of our community, whether it's the lower socioeconomic or it's the senior citizens. We saw in the demographics, we have an extraordinarily high percentage of our community that are seniors, and we don't offer any programs for them. Again, I'm not submitting that it's the city's job to provide all these programs. But if we had a place where these programs could happen, there are other agencies that we could partner with that are willing to do the programs if there was just a place to do it. So problem one is we don't have a community center. If we were to solve problem number one on our own, conservatively speaking, you're probably talking $3 to $5 million to build a brand new facility of the size necessary to accomplish these things. And right now, I don't have $3 to $5 million to build a facility like that. That's problem number one. Problem number two, I met Pastor David through a series of fortuitous encounters, and they now have the old A.L. Day building. I think everybody here is familiar with A.L. Day. Stephanie, let me pull it up on a map for you. Oh, okay, all right. I would say it's a historic building of historic significance in our community. I would say strategically located somewhat in the central point of town and east of Park Street, which I think is significant. And so it's a great location. Structurally, the bones of that building are in great shape. There's just no mechanical, electrical, or plumbing in the building. MEP is gone. And so to finish the renovations of that building so that it is a usable space is a significant challenge that Pastor David and his team have stepped up and they're trying to tackle. Well, talking it over with him, they've potentially got a construction budget of about $1.3 million to just get the MEP finished so that you have a shell of a building that can be used. But that 1.3 doesn't include architectural services or engineering services, and it doesn't include any furniture, fixtures, or equipment that you need in the building to use the building. And so the monster of an idea that started culminating in my head is put those two issues together and create what's called a public-private partnership, or a P3. Cities all over Texas, cities all over the nation are doing public-private partnerships, or P3s. And so you take a city organization and you partner with either a for-profit or a non-profit organization to create a facility that's going to meet a public need through a partnership with an outside agency. So the question I asked is it possible to create a P3 with Pastor David and his group so that we participate in rehabbing A.L. Day that results in a community center that is available for our community, a place for some of these services and some of these programs and classes and recreational activities for seniors, a place for things to happen that didn't cost $3 to $5 million, but cost 1.5 to 1.8 million to get it rehabbed, and then we have an agreement with them and they operate the facility. And so we help fund the improvements, they help cover the operation, and we've put the two problems together and created a solution. So that was the genesis of this idea. I spoke through the legal side of it with our attorneys. From a legal point of view, yes, it's doable. You can create a P3 like this. Talking with bond attorneys and our financial counselors, a major fly in the ointment is the only way the city can do the P3 is if the city owns the asset. We don't own the A.L. Day. Pastor David and his group own the A.L. Day. And so my next thought was, well, okay, well, that probably just kills the whole concept. But we keep talking. We keep seeing what the options are. And so it's within the realm of possibility that there could still be some kind of partnership in which this project were to be funded and were to happen that results in a very viable community center for our community to meet needs of some of these lower socioeconomic and elderly citizens that we didn't have to spend $3 to $5 million on. And so that's the nature of this project, and that's the nature of this concept. But there've been some shifts and some changes, and so David and I have had a couple of different conversations, and so he's here today. So is there anything that you
As
have
you're
to
sitting
add?
there talking, I'm thinking, I'm better at preaching than pitching. So pitching ideas isn't really my forte. But then again, I've got a couple of our church members here that I don't know that they'd say I'm good at preaching. So we'll see. No, I mean, not to take up too much of your time, when we were given the AL Day building, we pretty immediately became aware of another organization doing something similar. As a church, they purchased a large property in Austin, and they transformed it into a community center of sorts, a city center that was designed for the church to meet in on Sunday mornings and to perform ministries throughout the week. But on the day-to-day 9 to 5, from Monday to Friday, that building functions as a community center where food pantries and ESL training and adoption services and you name it, right, is leasing space out of that community center. And so, the question that I think that we have as a church, which is for you guys to decide, is the city open, to the idea of purchasing the property or us giving the property back to the city for the city to renovate and for us to potentially lease space from the city to enter into some sort of lease agreement where we can continue to both partner with the city in providing those services, but also be able to know that we've got space that we can gather in for worship. We've been here since '07, but Commerce Community Church doesn't have there's no steeple in town, right? So if you haven't heard of Commerce Community Church, part of the problem is we're in East Texas and there's no steeple that has our name on the side of the building, right? We've been mobile since we planted in '07. So the AL Day building is exciting for us, right? Because it finally gives us maybe some brick and mortar roots, but the church isn't a building, it's people, right? And so we want to hold that space in an open hand and ask the city and the Lord what would be best for its use. How can we partner with the city to maximize its usefulness in the community? So we're very, very interested in that and wide open in terms of what the Lord might be doing here. And so we're excited and thankful that we get to have that discussion.
And so the 1.8 that I have in front of you, how I arrived at that is, I don't know the contractor that they use, but I've looked through the bids. It's a valid bid for $1.3 million in just raw construction costs, but that does not include any of the soft costs that would be an architect and engineer. If a public entity is going to be involved, state law is going to require an architect. And so we would have some cost associated with architecture that would be needed in that building. And then even if we're just going to renovate it to be used as a community center, there's going to be some furniture, fixture, and equipment that's needed. You're going to need some chairs. You're going to need some tables. You're going to need some basic things like that. And so I felt like 1.8 was a good conservative number to finish the renovations of the building and at least minimally put furniture in there for the spaces that are needed for public meeting in public spaces. That does not provide everything that the church would need for them to hold their services, but it would at least provide a space for community activities to happen. And so at this point, it's just putting it on the radar that this is a conversation, and is this a project that you are willing to consider and carry the conversations forward? There's a lot of questions that still have to be answered to find out whether it's a real project, but there's a real potential project here. And if y'all want us to keep exploring it, we can, but if y'all would rather use these funds in some other projects, then we would rather know that sooner rather than later. And so do y'all have any questions about the concept or the project as we've laid it out? It's a lot to think about, I know.
Is this something that has to be on this year's budget?
Does not have to be.
Something that we can pull off of this budget talk
If,
and maybe revisit later on?
and that's part of the conversation David and I had is, no, I don't think we have to pull the trigger this year. We've got funding just looking out over the next 4 to 5 years. That is a healthy amount of funding that this community hasn't seen in a long time. So if we don't pull the trigger right now, we can always circle back and revisit this in a year. The only caution I would provide is something we talked about earlier. Interest rates right now are really attractive, and I don't know what interest rates are going to be in a year, and I don't know what construction costs are going to be a year. But we do not have to move on this particular project right now. There's a lot of conversation left to be had.
That 1.8 could be used other places this year.
Yes.
I think we can revisit in another year, just like Pastor
Yeah, I
said.
agree.
It's what the Lord wants them to do.
Yeah.
I'd
know,
like,
so-
I'd like to see a plan of what kind of services we'd be able to provide.
Mhm.
And where are they in the community now, or if they're not, is somebody ready to step up to take, to do those services? I'd rather see the money being used down in some of the assets we currently have.
Yeah.
This year, such as we have the animal shelter. We own the library, and the library needs a lot of work. And I would like to see it used there.
Okay.
That's me.
I want to make a comment. Howdy and I attended a meeting at a new facility in Sulphur Springs last week called the Grays Building. And as we walked up, we were guessing at what it cost.
We were wrong.
We were wrong. It's a nice metal structure. It's finished out very nicely. It's a pretty building. But we guessed it at $500,000.
Yeah.
And its floor space is not a lot bigger than this room. And they spent $1 million on it. And it's just a meeting room.
It's one open floor plan with some kitchen space and some bathrooms.
And you
and-
go, oh my.
$1 million.
I certainly see the concept, and I've talked with my other council members, there's lots of things that we would like to see done. I think that my only, or a question would be, I would like that David, and I think a lot of
We
us
don't
have
own it.
passion somewhere, whether you go to elementary school or be teaching there. It is still a 60, 70-year-old building that's going to have 60 and 70-year-old problems, whether it is need to be retrofitted like we're looking at the library, or different things that, you can design something that is just basically a square, like some of the buildings now, and then you can add on to it. It's just, real difficult with me, with having some experience in construction, to know what it takes to keep those 50,
Yeah.
60-year-old buildings going.
All right. Well, we'll continue down the list. Thank you, Pastor. Appreciate it. The next potential project on the board is talking about a new animal shelter. Chief has a presentation that I'm going to let him walk through, but before I hand it off to him, I'm going to add part of my calculus in this project. We talked about the existing shelter and what is there right now. In context of our current service center, where our service center is housed right now for all of our public works, water and sewer distribution. This is our city yard. It's this little slice of property. All of our streets, water, sewer, all of our public works operations are housed out of this facility. And this building here is the actual service center. And one of the challenges of running a water and sewer distribution system is the inventory that you have to keep on hand for the wide spectrum of things that can go wrong. And it is not uncommon for us to have a water leak or a sewer break or some major issue, and we don't have parts on hand. So we have to wait for the problem to happen. Then we have to order the parts and try to get them delivered or go make a special pickup to get the parts necessary to be able to fix the problem. And so part of my, I guess you could say, selfish motivation in this project is that if we are able to build a new animal shelter somewhere else, I can use this facility as part of my public utilities, primarily for inventory. There's a lot of stuff that we need to carry that we don't carry right now because we don't have the space for it. And I don't want to try to build something or renovate something at our current city yard. So I've got the well here at Washington Street, I've got the service center, and I've got the existing animal shelter. If we can repurpose that building to become part of Public Works and part of public utilities, now then I've got the space to do a convenience station for citizens to drop off their trash. I've got room to do all the inventory that I need for water and wastewater utilities. I've got more space to do the things that we need to do without having to spend money on a new building for that purpose. And so add that to the calculus of our need for an animal shelter, and that's part of the calculus for me. Chief, let me get your presentation fired up.
We take a short break.
Yeah. You just ate a bunch. You just drank a bunch of coffee.
It's just real short. Chelsea wanted me to put three things in here.
Hmm?
Chelsea come up with some of this. It's okay. She's supposed to be here, but we're far ahead of schedule.
Go show up later.
Yeah, she's out and you can't get here. But it's just a short. She wants them to rule if we don't.
I don't know why.
Huh? I'm both here. So I have to revert.
No. I know you're worried about Priscilla, my black turkey. She's huge. Same Brunswick. Oh my gosh, they're huge. But Priscilla looks like an ostrich. So even when she like settles down, she opens up her feathers like this. And she buries her face in the wood chips. No, I love her. She's huge. And her legs are gray. And like her neck, it looks like it has like dry skin on it. And I really want to like put ointment on her. I love my chickens. They're not fake chickens. They're real chickens, and they're called
You may have, but that doesn't mean I still have it.
Met your architect this morning.
Tim is a good guy.
We had all sorts of fun.
It's offhanded.
I am a fan of Tim. He and I have done millions of dollars of projects together, so.
I wasn't sure, so I have a rough 10-minute
Isn't
thing
it fun to have some
Okay.
options?
prepared, but if you just want to
We
walk
can-
through it and then we can.
We can do something, we can do
let's-
something good.
Yeah, I gotta eject the Chiefs disk first. Currently in use. Alright, well then I'm just gonna jerk the thing out. Alright, so.
He was able to confirm loading dock went in and then it was
We can have-
the post office. And then we have plans for the first.
I should've just carried that around with me. Oh, lordy.
All right, so. We ready?
We're ready.
All right, I'm going to call an audible because we have members from the library here. I'm going to swap and let them, and we're going to talk about that potential project and then come back to the animal shelter. They may want to stay and listen to the animal shelter conversation, but they may also have things that they need to do, so I want to honor their time. And so before I hand it off to Andrew, I want to just go over a little bit of what we're talking about. The project that's in front of you right now, again, several of these projects are concepts because we started putting projects together kind of at the last minute, if you will. When I came to the city and had an opportunity to tour the library, I noticed a couple of things. One, I was actually amazed at the 100-year-old building and the use that we are getting out of it, and what I think is the value it can continue to provide to this community. I was also amazed at the great state of disrepair, and I lay that all at the feet of the city because we own the building. It's our building, it's our asset. And yes, we have a relationship with the Friends of the Library to operate the library there, but it's our building. And the state of disrepair, I think, is a reflection on us as a city, not on the Friends of the Library as a board and their ability to operate a library. The other thing, I guess the third thing that occurred to me, and I didn't really say much about it at the time, but that old library is an historic post office, and a very close personal friend of mine just happens to be an architect that spent 30 years working for the U.S. Postal Service renovating and restoring old historic post offices. And so I knew at some point I was going to have my friend Tim come walk through this building and take a look at it with me. And so the building needs a lot of attention and a lot of love. The scope of the project that we've got right now is primarily focused on ADA access and ADA restrooms. That is not the extent of what is needed in that facility, but we at least wanted to start the conversation there. And so my friend Tim McClarty, he and I have done millions of dollars worth of projects together. And so it just so happens that one of his daughters lives in Plano and recently had grandbabies for him. And so he comes to the Metroplex at least twice a month to see grandbabies. And I was able to convince him at no charge to come a little bit further and come to Commerce. And we walked through the library a couple of weeks ago and just did a walkthrough, and he just kind of looked at it first glance point of view. He was impressed with the structure. He also recognized there's a lot of maintenance that has been deferred. But he does feel that it is possible to get ADA access in through the rear of the building and potentially get some restrooms plumbed in. That requires some further conversation. So what I asked Tim to do, and this is before I had talked to any of y'all, is give me a quote, Tim, of what it would cost for you to come in over a month or two and just do some preliminary conceptual design of what it would take to get ADA access and start giving us a sense of what the budget would be. And so for about $9,700, I've got Tim under contract, and he came today, and they actually spent most of the morning today going through the building and looking at and starting the process of what is it going to take to get ADA access. The $300,000 that is the number in front of us is not enough money to give you ADA access and ADA restrooms. But I believe it's enough to start the process and potentially get us through a phase one so that we can start developing ADA access into the library. But that does not get us everything that we need. For example, the $1.8 million that we discussed for the AL Day building, you could spend $1.8 million on that old library building and do a lot of tremendous things. It needs it. And so it would require some time and some attention and design to figure out exactly what that investment gets us. But you could spend $1.8 million on that building and it would be phenomenal. And so this just starts the conversation of what I feel is a need for significant investment in that property and the asset to the city and to our community. I picked $300,000 because I felt like that's a number that at least gets us ADA access into the building, doesn't touch the restrooms, but at least makes the building accessible to members of our community that can't get in there now. But it could use a lot more than $300,000. And so I will hand it over to Andrew and let him kind of walk through this presentation. You tell me when and I'll hit the button.
Yeah, so my name is Andrew Baker. I am the current president of the library board, and then with me today is Nan Clay, our library director, who oversees day-to-day operations, and then Carolyn Trezevant, who's been president 4 or 5 times over the years and is our institutional memory. So they're both here to make sure I get everything right. And pretty much any question, I'm going to point to them, and they have the answers. I want to thank you for your time. And also of how we might begin to use the space more effectively and also address the access issues we have. Just to make sure you're aware of how the library functions, so we are a nonprofit that is operating the library within the city's building. As I'm sure you know, the city offers about 1/3 of our budget and then provides the in-kind benefit of the facility. And so we then make up the rest of that budget through donations, through other governmental agencies, granting institutions, and a variety of other funding sources. So you can go ahead and hit next. So when we think about what the library does and who we're serving, in a lot of ways, I think Howdy summarized it very well, is that our focus is on the especially young, so preschool age children, young families, on those who are more elderly, and also on those who are underserved. So people looking for jobs, those needing community services. That's really who we are focused on, especially. And also as providing a place of air conditioning and heat in times of inclement weather, a refuge, a place of social services, and a public space. And so when we think about what the library offers, we do literacy programs and education, programming and events. This includes story time during the day, also family nights. We offer passport services. Obviously, we have books and access to information, internet access for anybody. We also just installed an outdoor hotspot, so anybody in Authors Park can access the library internet. And then we really see ourselves as an anchor for downtown, architecturally significant space, and on the east side of downtown, really framing that entire downtown. So that's how we see ourselves and our goals. I'm a historian. I'm a history professor, and so I want to always make sure we're looking back at how we got here. The facility was constructed in 1918, so we just had our 100-year anniversary and celebrated that. It was converted to from a post office to the library in 1973. The loading dock, which we're going to talk about in a few minutes, was initially added in 1960s by the post office and then bricked in and converted to a local history room in 76. In 1980 is, at least by our records, when the city and library board passed this working resolution that we're in some ways working under now, although we need to work out the details of that. In 1999, or 91, sorry, the building got on the Texas Historical Commission. And then from really 2012 until just recently, the library board has been running fundraising campaigns to raise money to improve the exterior facade of the building and to deal with some of the very obvious issues with the parapet wall and in collaboration with the city, the roof, and these other issues that you'll see here on the next timeline. So from 2012 till just recently, there's a list for you of different projects that either the library board has been doing or the city that are all really about getting the building dry and safe. Dealing with HVAC issues, dealing with water infiltration issues, and then dealing with the second and third floor windows, which we replaced. And so the number I want to draw your attention to there also is $135,000 in donations that the library board has brought to bear on these projects, and then $40,900 in external grants. So we have been seeking other funds and investing those funds in the facility and also in services. So next.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
$135,000, is that, what period time frame was that?
So that is the parapet restoration, Palladium window, new second story windows, that 2017 to 2019. And then, Nan? So that also includes the portico.
So from
as well.
2012 to 2021, it's $135,000 donations?
And those are donations designated for the facility.
Okay.
Yeah. So one of the things that we've been trying to do as all these repairs have been going on is look for ways to both bring the library services out of the building into the community and also developing new ways to get people in the building for services. So we've done some major floor plan updates that I'll show you some pictures of in a minute. Worked to update the collections, bought mobile hotspots that we can then check out to people who don't have access to regular internet. Public art installations, so we are just finishing up a tree installation at the entrance to the children's area that I invite you to come over and look at, made out of old books and the spines of books. And then we have the Eternal View window, which went in a few years ago. And then working in partnership with Howdy and the city, the Story Walk in City Park, which every month now has a new children's book that anyone at City Park can view. And so we're trying to really get into the community there. Just some reorganization. I don't know if you've been in the library recently, but we've done a lot of work to rearrange the children's wing so that young families can have line of sight to kids wherever they're going in the children's wing, and to make that much more accessible. So we've moved the computers, adult computers, out of the entryway into the back of the facility so that we can try to have a little bit of distinction there between the children's wing and then regular patrons and usage there. And actually that pillar you see on the left on the picture on the right is where our new sculpture is that's working in that space. And that's looking at the children's wing from both directions, and then shows you the public art window there. So the big issues that we see as a library board when we look at the facility is accessibility and health and safety and aesthetics. And these are, I think it's really easy to see aesthetics as a secondary issue, but when we think about the library facility and what makes it so attractive and so much of a anchor for downtown is really in bringing those three things together. When people walk in the building, if they see peeling paint, if they see mold, if they see water damage, that's, many people don't continue into the building and see what services we have. If they see the old carpet, 1970s carpet on the floor, they're not going to let their kid run around the carpet and maybe get who knows what else from that. And so we've really had the issue of how do we deal with what's effectively a crumbling interior and the water damage from not having the roof repaired for years, and how do we still offer the services we're trying to. And so I think a lot of our appeal here is we fixed the roof, and the city dealt with that issue. The HVAC issue has been dealt with, and so we can now really begin to invest in things as a board like furniture, that we don't have to worry about water damage getting on the furniture. We can invest in new books and replacing our collections and updating that, because we don't have to focus as much on the immediate needs of the facility. And so when we think about how we can extend the services we're offering in the facility, the first thing for us is access. It's access both for ADA access for the elderly, for people with mobility issues, and then also strollers. If we want to have story time programs in the main floor, or even as we were before in the basement room, it's a big issue to ask somebody to get into the library with 1, 2, 3 kids who are under the age of 5, and then if we have an event in the basement, to walk up 2 stories to the 2nd floor to use a bathroom. And we'll show you a picture of that here in a minute. But you see the front and the back of the building, and I'm sure Howdy can answer plenty of questions about the feasibility of ramps and access there. That there on the left is our way to get to the 2nd story, which is our only publicly accessible restroom, which is a 2-stall sort of unisex facility. It's basically a really big family restroom, and that's it on the top there you see. There's also no hot water in the building currently. It's all cold water. And then the issue you see on the bottom left there, the 2nd story bathroom, that's a sewer line that appears to be leaking, and the city has wrapped up for us, but potentially water from the toilet dripping on some of the materials there. And then this is the back loading dock, which I'm sure Howdy can tell you more, the architect could tell you more, but was a later addition to the building, so it is not part of the original historic building. It is currently settling. The roof leaks. The roof was not repaired as part of the larger project, partially because we were considering potentially getting rid of this space. But this would then be, as you can see the double door access there, a way to access the facility without putting a ramp in the front and engaging with the facade, which I think a lot of us would not want to change the facade, and the Historic Commission obviously cares a lot about the facade. So that's our second major problem area, the loading dock, and that settling. And then the third is water damage. We continue to have some water damage that needs to be addressed. Obviously that's not in this, what you're considering for today, but our director's office and then our stairway to the basement both have water damage mostly, which was from the roof, but we also still have some gutter issues, I think, to deal with there.
This is still ongoing, even with the roof?
So I was in there today, and there was still a little bit of water. You see in that central picture where we have it taped off, the plaster was failing. But the way the portico is set up, the gutters for the front portico flow backwards towards the building and then drain down along the main building. And so if that clogs up at all, it rolls into the building through the brick. And so all of that, most of that we think is when the roof was not fixed, but there still appears to be some issues there we need to deal with. So obviously the challenges, as I said, what we would love to see as the priorities, the removal of the hazardous loading dock, installation of an entry ramp for ADA and stroller access without messing with the facade, installation of 2 ADA accessible first floor restrooms would be our ideal and our goal. I know that's dependent on funds. Some plaster repair on the interior. Obviously, once you get working on the interior, as Howdy said, you can spend millions of dollars. So that would be a next step later on. But to make sure that we don't have any current water infiltration. And then, since I'm here in front of council, in 2012, the council lowered our yearly appropriation from $57,000 down to what it is now, which is $43,500 a year. And we would love to see that restored to at least what it was in 2012. We have issues offering competitive wages to our employees, and a lot of that's based on the fact that we haven't gotten more money. We've actually gotten less in the last 10 years from the city. So one of the, I think, I think it's really easy, given the facility, given the history, to come and just ask for give us, give us, give us. And I wanted to make sure that we're giving you a clear sense of what our goals are, what our vision is for the facility. We want to make sure that we're offering programs for all ages. And so one of the things we're very focused on now is trying to get the youth in the building. So this would be not just preschool age or early elementary, but trying to develop programs to really get middle schoolers in the building. We're working with one of our board members for youth hangout and coding space, potentially in the basement, or if we're able to add bathrooms on the first floor, to pull out some of that bathroom space on the second floor and make it a youth loft space, either one of those options. And then thinking about the main entryway, but really our program focus, the more we can do in the facility, the more we can get people in the door, the more we can offer literacy classes. We can use the space we have for programs for preschool age children. What we have as far as programs is really exciting, but when somebody doesn't even want to walk in the door of the building, it's a lot easier for them to just go to Greenville or Sulphur Springs for a larger facility and therefore a more robust program. And so we're caught in this cycle of getting people in the door is hard, so we can't show the usage. And we can't show the usage, it's hard to argue for funds or grant money or any of these other things. So we have a very exciting board. We're bringing on a lot of new people, a lot of new ideas. We have a lot of institutional memory. And so it's exciting to see the possibilities as we begin to deal with some of these immediate needs. And so I'm open to any questions on both usage, how we're using the facility, what we might do, and maybe our priorities as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
And so, to follow up with just in kind of just in brief, in meeting with Tim, Tim the architect, he's not Bob the builder, he's Tim the architect. On the back side of the library, the loading dock that was installed in the 50s and predominantly the foundation that's underneath that loading dock was not designed with the weight of these bricks in the wall and the roof that was installed at a later date. And so you've got a structural issue in that entire loading dock is slowly pulling away from the building. And when you stand on the inside, you can see daylight at the wall joint. There's gaps in some places almost 2 inches wide where it's just slowly pulling away, and at some point will just fall off the backside. We're not there. It's not going to fall off tomorrow. But architecturally and structurally speaking, we can remove that whole loading dock without compromising the Historical Commission designation, because that was added at a later date. And so we feel pretty confident that we can achieve ADA access in the building through the rear and potentially add the bathrooms in this same area back there, because we don't have to replumb the existing building. We can bring in new water and sewer service to restrooms that are on the back side here when we basically replace the loading dock with what would be the ADA entrance and then potentially some restrooms there. And so what I've already set in motion is the preliminary design conversations with the architect to see what our options are. And one of the deliverables of that will be an opinion of probable cost of getting ADA access and the restrooms, and start figuring out what some of our options are. Again, ultimately, I think it's going to take more than $300,000 to do access and restrooms. But as we get further along with the architect, we'll get a better sense of what that full number is going to be.
Where do we address increasing
the budget that has been presented maintained the funding level from the last previous years. If y'all wanted to increase that funding, we can just look at that in the general fund budget. But we'll just have to find money to cover that increased funding. So that would either be reducing an expenditure somewhere else or trying to find an offsetting revenue. But the budget we presented just maintains the level of funding they've had over the past couple of years.
I think I would like to see it, not maybe for this budget, but be looking and seeing what can we do to make it where it comes up to that level. Excuse me, I also would like to, I mean, we had that other money that we were setting up for another project. I'd like to be able to see it come down to the library and start looking at all their issues that they have and address them so that the library can now start focusing on being a library instead of having to raise money for the building.
Yeah.
And again, Howdy's right. The city has not done their job. And I think we're now at a point where we can do something about that. And so I'd like to see this money to be, more addressing the library.
Okay.
And all the other functions that they need to have, addressing the walls, the bathroom that's having it, the pipes and things. Get it where we can start working on finishing it up and making it where it's very attractive. And it's a site for the city.
Yeah.
To be
I
able to do
agree.
it.
They're a reflection of the city, and we've done a bad job for them and for us.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Okay.
Howdy, what would it do if we took that from 300,000 to 400,000?
Well, until I have, and I get some numbers from Tim, and I don't think it's going to be a real long time, but probably in the next 30 to 60 days, I'll have a pretty decent ballpark estimate of access plus restrooms, and start seeing some clarity on what those numbers are. I just didn't have them in time for us to put this together. But going from 300 to 400, I don't know that you gain a whole lot. Going from 300 to 600 or 300 to 900, yeah, that really starts changing the conversation.
Yeah,
But
I would like to see, and I think, I'm not necessarily saying the Friends of the Library financials, but I would like to see a little bit of their record keeping. How many people come to the library? What are their age groups? What are they using? How much money is the Friends of the Library raising, and where is that money going? I think that would help.
I've been attending their board meetings, and I've seen some of those numbers, so I know they track that. They have the numbers. It's
Yeah,
available.
I think that would be a big a benefit, because we're going to be asked questions, and just for us to know more about some of your services and some of the things you do, if we had that information.
Was the council person, I'd like to see this number moved up to about 900.
Well, and especially if, and again, this is a little premature, but if we're punting the AL Day conversation, we've got more capacity this year,
Right.
and that still preserves some potential future
the future.
capacity. We could change this number substantially and still fall within the funding that we have. I would like to get some numbers from Tim to really nail that down, but yeah, we can change this number.
Yeah, I would kind of like to go through all of our projects and then
Yeah.
kind of listen to the presentations and then
Yeah.
kind of start juggling those numbers.
Perfect. All right. Andrew, thank you. All right.
Thank you
so
very
let
much.
let me give you your. All right, so back to the conversation of the animal shelter. Thank you for letting me call an audible there to respect the time of the people from the library. But as we discussed, and part of my calculus for, I don't just ask for a new animal shelter because I would really like to repurpose that building. I also am asking for a new animal shelter because I do believe it is a core service that we provide to the community and to the area around us that speaks to the public health. And the shelter we have, I don't feel is sized appropriately, and it doesn't provide our team the necessary tools and equipment and space they need to effectively do their job. So it comes back to the whole responsive, effective, accountable thing for me is that I have a high expectation that Chelsea and her team are going to be responsive. I think justly they should have an expectation of us to give them the tools and the space they need to be effective. And if they can't be effective because of a lack of tools and space, that's on me, not on Chelsea and her team. And so there's a couple of moving parts involved in this project, and so I'll turn it back over to Chief.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for giving us a chance to present this afternoon. We've got a real quick, Chelsea came up and put some slides together. We want to give you a real quick overview of what exactly we do. This is our team. You want to introduce everybody?
Yeah, so I'm the one holding the big pit bull in front of the animal control truck. Maeve is below me, Sarah's beside me, and then Olivia, who's actually no longer with us, is beside Sarah.
So Chelsea's our current ACO, and in the line item budget, we talked earlier about adding another ACO. That's going to be Sarah. That's going to be the girl there in the middle, top picture. I'm sure y'all remember her dad. He served on council a number of years. But we've got a very small team, but they do a great job, and we've been getting a lot of positive Facebook. So, one thing that people may or may not know is the animal shelter doesn't do just cats and dogs. When you think of the animal shelter, you think of primarily dogs and some cats. Chelsea and her crew were called out on a number of calls that reflect different types of animals.
Rabbit,
We've had snakes,
possum,
rabbits. We had
coon.
a chicken a couple of years ago. I guess it was last year that he was an escape artist. We had a little bit of trouble there. We've had a goat. So cats and dogs are not the only types of animals that they have to deal with on a daily basis. Responsibilities. You want to talk about this? Responsibilities. We try to maintain
We can't either.
a level of responsiveness to the community. We identify and pursue successful placement options for animals. We are a firm believer that we have a liability to the community and to these animals to bring them in, provide them a safe haven, treat them, and if they're adoptable at all, get them repurposed back out with a good family. The way Chelsea has done this with her team, they've implemented a number of different things. They've implemented microchipping. They now have a foster placement program where they take these dogs. We have a number of fosters that come in. They spend about a week with these animals, take them home, kind of re-socialize them, get them ready to be adopted out, and it also gives us an idea of how those animals interact and their disposition before we send them home with a kid or somebody and find out there's an issue or a noise or something that's going to hurt them. Chelsea microchips animals. We're set up for that where we're looking to expand that and get a little more into it. That helps us locate those animals if they get away or somebody dumps them. I hate to use the term no kill because that's a little misleading, as you can see there. There are times when we have to euthanize animals for different reasons. If they're extremely sick, they're extremely injured, different things. On the next slide, you will see that Chelsea has worked hard over the last 5 years, the shelter in whole has, to bring down that euthanasia rate. In 2017, we were killing about 300 animals. In 2018, that climbed to about 400. In 19, 20, and 21, since Chelsea's been here, we've seen a substantially lower euthanasia rate as a whole throughout our program. And that primarily comes to her programs that she's put in as far as the health of the animals, relocating them, and making them adoptable out to not only families but to rescue organizations. Live intake, as far as what we take in to what we release out to either fosters, rescues, or new homes, you can see there on the blue side is our numbers of these intake, and the red is what we managed to find homes for and put them back out. That number since 18 has decreased tremendously. Also, you'll see that the intake of animals has gone down a little bit. That primarily comes from a number of things. We've had less drop-offs. She's worked hard to find fosters and stuff before we have to take them in. So that's kept down the overhead as far as food and everything else. One thing I will say about this on our budget, if you look at our budget, it's a little bit off, I guess you'd say. Last year was the first year, isn't that right? We never had an animal shelter budget. That was pulled out of PD and other places, so Jamie and I sat down last year and, for lack of a better word, we used some statistics and kind of guessed. We've gotten pretty close, we're still tweaking that budget, but if you look at that budget and it's a little bit off, that's why. Uniforms, travel, training, truck expenses, all that is pulled out of PD, so we've had to kind of shot in the dark there. This is just another slide talking about the different things that Chelsea has done with her crew and improved things. And I've got Lieutenant Billet sitting back here. He can join us if he wants to. Clay's been instrumental in taking the load off my shoulders and keeping this running day to day. One thing that Chelsea has done is that you see there on the bottom where we have low staff numbers, so she's got 2 young ladies that help her come in and clean. They're usually college-age students that come in and work part-time, and then it's her and Sarah. Chelsea's responsible for everything in the front office and out on the street. Sarah's responsible for everything in the back with the dogs. Since we've started making her more of an ACO, we're kind of bridging that gap, and you'll start seeing Sarah and Chelsea both out more. Chelsea's kind of showing her and training her and getting her up. Anything you want to touch base here? So the current shelter, we moved into that shelter in about 2002, 2003 time frame. Since that time, there's been a number of problems. They kind of took the approach that it's a new building, we don't have to really do anything to it. These are some of the pictures of the issues that we're dealing with. On that top left picture, what you're seeing there is Chelsea's euthanasia room. So if you'll notice, it's just cinder block walls that were put up. It's a very small place. I think it was going to be about a year and a half ago. It didn't even have a door on it. We had some state laws that doesn't let that really work. So we had to go in, do some modifications. We've got the door fixed. Animals can climb, so if you'll notice on the roof there, we had to come up with a way to keep them in the room. I don't blame them. We had to get some chain links. I had to throw some chain link up there, and you know, it doesn't really meet the need. It does right now with the chain link. I think Chelsea's a little nervous that a fence is going to fall on top of her, but we make it. The next area you'll see there is the cats. The cat annex, and then the front of the shelter there. Our shelter is pretty plain when you walk up to it. It's just a metal building, the door. That fourth picture on the top right is the office area. So Chelsea's done a great job. Her and her girls have gone in. They've repainted it. So if you see it, it looks pretty good now as far as the facade and the way it looks. Those cages you see there are the cat cages. So when we have a customer come in or potential customer, they walk straight into the smell, and they do a lot of cleaning. It hits you pretty hard when you walk in. Kind of makes your eyes itchy. It's a pretty small area, so we don't have a interaction area where you can come in, you can look at pets, you can get them out and play. There's just no room. That trash can that you see sitting back there is the counter. So once you walk in that door, you walk between those cat cages, you're literally in the middle. That's the biggest area we've got. Going down to the bottom left picture, those are the stalls where the dogs are kept. If you notice those gates, if you see at the bottom there where it looks rusted, we paint those things about every other year. That is deterioration of metal where they have rotted out and the metal has just fallen out from daily washing, everything. It wasn't the best design. It's just steel that they use. Normal cages are aluminum or galvanized, and they hold up way better. That's a little bit better picture on the middle bottom there of the cat area. You can kind of see the counter better. That's coming out from the back. And then on the back there is the back walking straight out of the office area. The washer and dryers to the left. And you go down that left-hand hall, and that's where the dog alleys are. Go ahead, next one. And then this is just a little better pictures of some of the deterioration and things that we're dealing with. If you see on the left there, those are hinges that were put in. They never finished it. There's no gates. So that's the quarantine area, I believe, isn't it? That's the stray hall. So when somebody's dog gets loose or goes in, we put them in that hall. We try to find the owner. The problem is there's no gate there, so we do our best to keep them petitioned off. But you have one of y'all's dog gets loose, Chelsea takes it in and puts it on the same hall. There's no division from any other stray that she picks up or something that somebody drops off. There on those next few pictures, you'll see where the cinder blocks and the concrete have gaps in them, where the door facings have rotted out and where they're going away. a lot of that is caused by, if y'all know, we have a train track on the south side and a creek on the east side. Over the years, when they built that animal shelter, they didn't really think about flooding. So we've had Joe Davis and his crew come over a number of times. It's not uncommon for Chelsea in the past to have a river running right down through the dog pens, because when it rains, just like they talked about the library, we have flooding. It comes down, floods the dog halls, and causes a number of problems. That has led to the insulation and to the metal rotting away. We don't have pictures of this because we didn't really want to share all that, but it's not like we haven't done preventative maintenance. In the last 2 years, we have added spray foam insulation. If you'll see there, that insulation is all fallen down. That's on the outside area that people see when they first pull up into what we would call a sally port, but it's not a true sally port. All that insulation is fallen down. This year, we redid all the dog hall. We spray foamed it. 2 years ago, we had about 4 years ago, we had a rodent infestation because of the train tracks and all the brush. Their crew has pretty well eliminated that. We've changed up our food handling processes. We were almost going to have to go on a shoot there and let people come in, but we finally got them trapped and got them out. That led to a number of air conditioning issues. The air conditioning units as well as the ductwork were so saturated with animal droppings that they had to be completely stripped out and repaired. So we took care of that. We've taken care of the varmint issue. We've had some exhaust fans. When it was designed, like I said, the flooding is not only down, it's also up. They didn't do the roof exactly right. We had to address some things there. We had water running out of electrical sockets pretty regular. So those are just a number of things that we've worked through. Yeah, that's a number of things that we've worked through the last couple of years to correct. They've done a great job. We're actually working now that probably, regardless of what y'all do, we're going to do some painting in there. That's coming up in the next few weeks because it needs it, and some minor rehabs, and then if we stay in that building, we're going to do a little more. As far as our vision and what we would like to see, we have a plan, and we'd like to see a new structure that builds that will meet the community for a number of years. This is a rough drawing of kind of what we had planned on. If you'll see, you come in off of, now we're not sure exactly where we're going to put this. This obviously takes a lot of room. But you come in off of the street, and the citizens will come in that first driveway, and they'll pull up front. That driveway going around back would go into the Sallyport area. It also give where police officers, if they pick up a dog when Chelsea and her crew is off duty, they'd be able to pull in there in a car, come get the animal control truck. If they absolutely had to, utilize the patrol car. But pull in there in a safe area, pull in the Sallyport area, drop that animal off in an overnight cage, and be gone, and that dog would have or cat would have a safe place to stay overnight. It wouldn't intermingle with the other animals. It would allow Chelsea and her crew to go in the next morning, evaluate that animal, and figure out what it needs and anything else. There on the right-hand corner, that's a better picture of it. Yeah, that was a better picture of it. You see there where we would come in the front door. On the right-hand side, that would be dog kennels. So those dog kennels, and in the next few slides, will kind of give you a better example, but those are divided off, so they allow animals to come to the outside. They can be visible to the community when they walk up, but also there's a dividing door right behind those trees that Chelsea can pull a lever, so those dogs will be able to go inside. It's going to be in the dry, it'll be clean, but when she comes in of a morning, they start to clean those cages, they just pull a lever and the dogs go right back outside. So when it gets too hot or anything else, they can go in. This is kind of the front of kind of what we had in mind. It kind of shows a more actual, we did a tour last year when we were talking about an animal shelter and visited a number of shelters, and this is the one that we really liked. So we took some pictures of it, and we want to include that in the program here. Go ahead. And this kind of shows the inside of it. On that top left, you see those glass cages. When you walk in, it kind of has a more of a Petco feel than it does a place where animals go to not get out. They're in nice, clean cages, and when the citizens walk in, they can see those cages, they can see those cats, but those cats are contained in an area where there's no smell. It doesn't give the appearance of being a horrible prison-like environment. There's that room actually has a door that Chelsea can go in with a small, I guess you'd call it kind of a clinic area where she can clean stuff, clean animals, and do different things. But the only thing that the citizens see as the animals in their cages behind that glass. The same way on these next two on the bottom, top right and the bottom left, those are the dog versions. So that's a hallway, and if you see that glass when you walk in, the office area, I guess you'd say, or the foyer, you can see all the animals on the side, but you don't have that loud barking, that loud noise. You don't have the smells. It's all behind that glass. So if we have a young lady that wants to come in and she wants to meet Rocky, and Rocky's a little Labrador, once she sees the dog and makes contact, we can take her in that glass area, in that hallway area. We can bring Rocky out, whatever we need to do. And in that bottom right picture, that's going to be something like that as our housing area. It's an interaction area that can be cleaned up easy with any kind of fluids, but it also allows the home, the foster home, to interact with the animal prior to taking it home, spend some time with it, let them play, and just, see how they interact. This just continues on some other pictures. That third picture there on the right shows that door. So the dog would live in this area where, is that you standing there? Would live in the area where this animal control officer is standing. In the mornings when she got there, whatever debris and stuff was in there from the night before, that door simply opens. The animal is allowed to go outside in that bigger yard area that we looked at earlier. And then the overflow, as far as cats that are sick or while they're being treated or anything else, would go in that right-hand section. It would be in a room in the back of the shelter, out of sight, out of mind, so to speak. And then the Sallyport area would have that top left. It would have an area of shelving to keep food and everything off of the floor. It'd be kind of like a pantry area. It'd have a door that would keep rodents out, contain everything in one area. And then that second picture is a better look at the back. So if you had any kind of animal that had some sickness or a dog that you had to quarantine, that's okay. And then this top left is kind of a desk area that we envisioned for animal control officers and the part-timers when they're working, filling out stuff on shelter manager and everything. That would be their area. And then this wall is an idea that we took from another shelter. And basically what we do here is once we adopt out animals, their picture with the new families would go on this wall. So when you walk in, we would have a picture of a dog and a cat. We've got a picture of that. And this wall would be all of our adopted animals. To kind of give you an idea, we bring in on average year about 700 animals from Hunt County and from Hunt County and the City of Commerce. Most of those animals, I'd say about 60% come from inside the city. The rest come from Hunt County. They're dropped off from other Lone Oak, anything like that. The service we provide the county outside of what we normally do is we respond to any kind of law enforcement standby. So if we have any kind of agency where there's a dog involved that's bit a kid or has a kid trapped or anything like that, we respond. We go out into the county. We don't go out to Campbell or Cattle Mills or somewhere like that just because little Ricky doesn't want to keep his dog anymore. We don't do that. But that's a short overview of the type of facility we're looking to build and what it would look like.
I'm sorry, Chris, you said 60% came in from?
It's going to be about 60% from the city. It used to be in about 2018, it was about 50-50. Over the last couple of years, we've started taking in a little more from inside the city than we do out in the county.
So have you got an idea where we want to put this thing?
We've got a number of ideas. It's getting a hold of that land. We also realize that if we have to buy land, that's going to cut into our production costs. So we're still working out those things, but we do have an idea. It really comes down to we're not going to go any further if y'all choose to punt this to the next few years.
A couple of city-owned lots that I've toyed with. The first, where am I at? Here along, I guess that's Highway 11. If I turn this off, I can. Yeah, it's not showing me property lines. We actually, the city owns, you can see, that's one of our lift stations there, but we own all of this area and then a strip that comes all the way down the road, and then we own a chunk here. And there is room here for a facility, but not a lot of room for parking. But it's property that we own, that is easy to locate and easy to get to, and we wouldn't have to acquire that. We've also played with the idea over here by Ivory Moore Park. There's a significant amount of land that the city owns behind. This is one of our wells, and this is the fire training facility. All of this we own. We've got lots of room there that we could do something that wouldn't require us to purchase land. It is fairly accessible off of the road. It takes some travel to get back there, but it's accessible. And so we're looking at potential locations that are, one, easily attainable by the city, because the money we spend acquiring land is less money we can put into the project, but easy to find, easy to get to. If the school bond election passes and they build a new middle school, not exactly sure what they want to do with all of this real estate, but there's some land here at Culver and Maple. If we could work a deal with, because the school owns all the way into this curve, we might be able to acquire some land from the school for a location there that would be highly visible and easy to get to. Location is the big question for this project, because I think we can demonstrate the need, but we don't have a firm answer to the question of location yet.
What size shelter are we looking at? How many housing, how many animals, how many dogs?
Kind of depends on the price, but we're looking at about a 60-bed.
Since we partner with the county, have you thought about near the Precinct 4 barn? They got a good bit of land there.
Yeah, I did speak with the commissioner. I know he's speaking on his own, but he said that they would be interested in discussing the annual contribution that they make for animal services if we've got a bigger shelter that provides more services. But this is their Precinct 4. Do they own all of this frontage, or does TxDOT own that? I don't know the answer.
Don't know.
But
Worth asking the question.
yeah.
Certainly easy to access.
Yep, it's a good location with great access. So, any other questions about a new animal shelter? All right.
I will say the one that we toured smelled amazing. It smelled like
We toured a
Febreze.
number, one of them smelled amazing.
Yeah.
One of them was really scary. We don't want that one.
Without having to go back through your books and everything, what is the annual budget for the animal shelter? I mean, full budget, employee,
Almost 183,000.
okay, and in that, do you have, you have gasoline, mowing, so you now, before, your expenses were kind of hard to follow. I mean, not yours, but years ago, like your gasoline for lawn mowing expense were not actually put in that, it was under Parks and Rec. So is everything that is spent on the animal shelter now in the animal shelter at 182?
For the most part, I believe Jamie and I missed vehicle maintenance last year. Is that right?
But it's in there.
It's in there this
in
year.
there.
It's in there in this section, but we missed that last year because she got off. It was
Because I'm one person. Well, now I'm 1.5. When I was 1 person.
Matthew's
looking at it on the east side back there, between where the school owns and between what we own. They mow back there, but as far as inside the pins and around the fence line and all that, they do all of it. Push mow it.
For several of these project concepts, if there are projects that we decide we want to fund or move forward, clearly the first step is going to be design. There are a number of different construction or what's called delivery methods for capital projects. I don't want to get into the weeds of too much of how to build and construct a project, but the traditional is what's called design, bid, build. You hire a professional, they do all the design, then you have a kind of a hard break, then you bid it out, get all your pricing in, and then you build it. Some of the alternate delivery methods, CMAR, or construction manager at risk, or there's design build. For an animal shelter, I would probably recommend that we look at a design build process. Where that is a little different is that you actually hire the contractor, and the contractor has the design team that works for them. I did this with a fire facility one time, and the beauty, and I guess to some degree the risk, but the beauty of a design build process is that you define, this is the facility and this is what we want it to do, and this is the budget. And then you hire a contractor, and the contractor begins to look at that and say, okay, well, for a $1.2 million budget, that's about $1 million of construction and $200,000 in soft costs. And so you're going to go to the contractor and say, you've got $1 million construction budget, and this is what we want that facility to do. And the contractor then says, okay, well, I can build this much building for this dollar amount. And then he has the engineering and the architecture, and he says, okay, I want to build this, go design it and draw it. The thing I like about it is the contractor then has the architect on a leash, and they're not out there over-designing some really expensive, fancy thing that doesn't fit in our budget, because the contractor says, no, this is our budget, this is what we want to build, you design it to match that. It kind of backs into your project, but for an animal shelter or for a fire facility, it sounds bad, but those aren't overly complex projects, and the contractors know what they need to do to build that, and so you just have the architect design just what you need to accomplish that. I've run into traditional projects where you start with the architect and the engineer, and I got friends that are architects, and I make fun of them to their face. They design a really pretty Taj Mahal that doesn't fit into your budget, and then you've got to value engineer and cut everything down to your budget. If you go with a CMAR or a design build, you start with the budget, you design with the functionality, and then you kind of back into the project that you can get for that price. I would probably look to go with a design build approach for a shelter like this, so that we get the most shelter for the dollars that we have for a project like this. I want to move on to a couple of other of these little projects before we wrap up. Did you have any other questions about animal shelter? Chelsea, Chief, thank you very much. All right. The next big one in front of us is a concept for a splash pad. And I actually didn't bring the pictures with me. For the splash pad? So, all right, page 280 on the book, but it doesn't have all of the pictures. Looking at the services we provide to the demographics and the sections of the community that make up Commerce, if you look at the parks programs and the parks facilities that we have across the community, we do not currently offer any form of water recreation. I don't know how long ago it was that the city pool was removed, but I understand it's been a while since there's been any form of water recreation in the community. And water recreation, especially for kids, can become something that is vital, especially if it's low cost or no cost water recreation to these families. Mindful that a significant portion of our community is in that lower socioeconomic category. If you're going to create water recreation, it probably needs to be at no cost for participation, and that's where splash pads become an attractive option. If you're going to build a swimming pool, there are significantly higher operational costs associated with that, so you typically have to charge some kind of admittance fee. You have to have lifeguards on duty, so there's costs that you have to cover with a swimming pool or a water park. Those costs don't exist for a splash pad. And so you can put in a splash pad as a water recreation facility at quite a bit lower upfront construction cost, and they actually enjoy lower operational cost moving forward as well. And so the idea that we've played with, and I think I saved the and here we go. All right. So what I've done, again, over my career, I've installed 5 different splash pads at various communities. And so just to start the conversation, what I was looking at is here at City Park, in the area that I believe was the former swimming pool. I just started at that location for 2 reasons, well, 3 reasons predominantly. One, I know there's already water and sewer infrastructure there that can support a splash pad without a lot of civil infrastructure costs. 2, there's already a parking lot there that we don't have to build. And 3, there's already restrooms there that we don't have to build. And so whenever you're putting in a splash pad facility, you have to install the underground infrastructure, you have to have a parking lot, you have to have restrooms. Well, if you've got a location where those already exist, then you don't have to use your budget creating those. You can really focus your budget on the splash pad itself. And so many of the splash pads I've been able to put in the past were $1 million to $1.2 million splash pads, but they also had to build parking lots and add bathrooms. And so you didn't get $1 million worth of splash pad for $1 million because you had to spend money on some of the civil infrastructure. So what I kind of put together is the concept of a $750,000 splash pad, and there will be some costs on top of that for design and then landscaping around it. And so 4 of the 5 splash pads that I've done were with Vortex. The one splash pad that was not with Vortex turned out to be horrible, and so we removed the stuff and replaced it with Vortex. So 5 for 5 with Vortex, we've had good luck. And so I reached out to people at Vortex and just said, look, give me some concepts that are within a budget range from $1.2 million to $750,000, construction dollars for just the splash pad. And so these are just concepts that they threw together in about a week. And so this first picture ultimately is about a $1.2 million splash pad. And some of the major expenditure items are going to be the amount of concrete on the ground and then the mechanical infrastructure that you don't see on the screen. So all of these little water features above the ground, that doesn't cost $1.2 million. It's the concrete and all the mechanical stuff that you don't see in the picture. But just to give us a sense of context, this is a potential project that's outside of the scope of budget we're talking about. This is approximately a $1 million project. Still a lot of concrete. There's fewer items. They're spaced out. It's a little more spacing, but there's still a lot of concrete involved there. That also is just outside of what I would consider a project for our community. This is probably a $750,000 to $500,000 project, and it seems compact because they reduce the amount of concrete, and so the more you spread it out and the more space you have, the more concrete you have to put down, which raises the cost. But this is just another concept of what you could potentially do at City Park. This is also within the price range of what we are talking about. And then the final piece, this is another piece of work. And what you see in all of these designs is something for every age. These large water features, typically the bigger kids really like those because you can stand there and just completely get soaked. But the little kids like these little small features that doesn't knock them down. And so the idea is that we could build some kind of water recreation feature for the kids of our community in the price range of $750,000 to $1 million that would provide significantly more fun and recreation opportunities for our kids, and that we have no water recreation right now. If they're centrally located in town, it's easy for everybody to get to. Many times the families that are coming are walking, and so I've had some feedback that, well, maybe Centennial Park would be a better location for this. Well, there's more room at Centennial Park. I do have a parking lot. I do have water and sewer in the ground, but those kids that have to walk have to cross a major state highway to get there. So it becomes an issue that it's not that accessible for a number of the kids of our community. City Park is kind of more in the central part of town. You don't have to cross a major state highway to get to it. And so, again, we're talking about the concept rather than this is the firm details of a project. But for $1 million, $750,000 to $1 million, you get a really nice water recreation feature that we have not had for the kids of our community in a number of years, and it begins to raise what we offer to the community.
How do you, when I wasn't on city council, I've always come to meetings, and I remember when we did away with the pool, I guess a year, 2 years after that, there was a deal that was brokered with the university that the city paid a small amount for every person that went to. Is there any kind of partnership with this university
We
now?
still do $2,000 or $3,000 a year for access to that, but the kids that go still have to pay to get in.
Okay, is there no reimbursement from the city? Because when that was initially set up, it's before Jamie was here, is that children could go as long as their parents went, that they were citizens or of Commerce.
So what happens is that they only have to pay 50% of the administration cost, or
Admission.
admission cost, and then at the end of the summer, once they close their pool, then they bill the city for
Okay, and
everything.
what is that admission cost?
They've been closed for over a year.
Okay, what was it prior?
I don't know.
Okay, the last time I went, I want to say it was $5 to $7 for the 50% off.
And what type of, I mean, other than the pool there,
It's that entire recreation.
okay, and then 2 years ago, pre-COVID, how much did that cost us?
It was still
Per
a couple
year.
of $1,000.
Okay, how well is that, do our citizens know that? And could we pick up a larger percentage of that bill? I mean, at that rate, $1 million or 750, if you did the whole thing at $5 or whatever it is, or 75% to keep
Yeah.
it for the low cost.
Yeah.
Just,
I think that's a good idea. My concern is what access we'll have to it all the time, and maybe putting money into something now, a feature of our own, instead of relying on the university.
And we also
Because there's a
have
lot of
to-
things that will come up whenever if they should move to a Division I, we're out. We can't do anything.
But then also they still have to cover their own parking, or go and get a visitor parking pass, or pay for the parking for the day, and so,
I know it was an issue at one time when the students were in session, that was an issue as well.
They wouldn't let us.
Well,
Let you
in,
in.
in
Because
any,
they pay tuition, you know.
in any swimming pool or water park where there's any depth to the water, there are health codes that restrict the total number that people that can get into that facility based on the surface area of the water. And once they're full and nobody else can come in. I did a water park and we had 510 was our access number, and we topped that off every day. And so once you're full, gates closed, nobody else gets in.
that was a splash pad or a water?
That was a water park. That was a couple of different swimming pools, a Levy River, and some big slides. A splash pad does not have that limitation because there's no depth to the water. There is no head count where you've got to stop it. Now, if it just gets so crowded it's not fun anymore, then kids stop coming. But you don't have that same limiting factor. And so I almost feel like there's two different segments of the population that you're serving, because what we found is there are a lot of families and a lot of kids that even at a couple of dollars couldn't afford to go to the pool. So they went to the splash pad and had a great time. And so having something to offer the kids and the families of our community is the genesis of this idea.
I don't know what's included in your downtown improvements, but aren't we reaching a point where we could consider public restrooms downtown and a water feature downtown of lesser magnitude in this, such as what's downtown Sulphur Springs,
Yeah.
which also provides the opportunity to generate revenue.
Yeah.
If you're downtown, Mom, go get a cup of coffee
Yeah.
while the kids are playing in the water.
Similar to what is downtown Sulphur Springs, those are little water fountains and water features. Those are actually very they don't cost as much per se as splash pad features because you don't have the filtration and all the other stuff that goes along with it. I definitely think that's something that we can look at doing in our downtown improvements. I don't think it replaces or competes with a splash pad concept. Two completely different uses. If I am looking at our downtown area and the things that we can do, I would not recommend a full splash pad in the downtown area.
I agree.
Because even if we're able to acquire this grassy area of Gerald's, that's a small splash pad. And so you've just taken up all of that downtown real estate for a feature that doesn't really size for the needs of your community.
I guess I was thinking
So-
more of the fountain concept
but,
along with the public restroom.
We could add that in our downtown improvements pretty easily within the budget we've got.
I think if we're looking at, trying to increase the traffic downtown and more public events,
Agreed.
restrooms ought to be at the top of the list, and then the splash.
Yeah.
The fountain.
Well, and for the $500,000 that we've got in here for downtown improvements, that would easily allow us to develop some restrooms. We could put in some sidewalks and some meeting space. We could put in the fountains. Still allows us the ability to enlarge the farmers market. That budget gives us a lot of options to create more attractive spaces downtown for things to happen.
Are are you talking about using splash pad money for downtown? I mean, we've got sidewalks.
No,
and
that's
repair.
why I've got them completely separate projects. And so for the $500,000 we're looking at for downtown improvements, there's room in the budget to do what you're talking about that doesn't take away from the splash pad.
So we could end up doing both?
You know, I was on the fence about the splash pads
too.
first, but I was on council when we had to close the pool.
Yeah.
And, I caught a lot of flack, a lot. I'm a big boy, I can take it, but.
Yeah.
Growing up here, water recreation is important.
I spend every day at the pool.
Exactly.
In the summer.
I mean.
Yeah.
50+ years, and we were there every single summer.
Yeah.
So any kind of water recreation that we can really look at is
Yeah.
going to be appreciated.
Well,
Where
and
where the old pool was,
Yeah.
in my opinion, is a perfect place for it. You got the dog park right across the street.
lots to do. If you want to talk swimming pool, any kind of water feature with depth to it, I think if you're talking less than $2 or $3 million, it's not even worth getting out of bed for. And then you have all of the operational cost of lifeguards. And it's a lot more costly. And with the resource base we have underneath us to support the programs we offer, I frankly don't think we can afford a water park or a pool right now. Splash pads is something you can do that I think is manageable within the budget we have.
How do communities handle, I know when the pool, that whole thing, what was going on with closing the pool, that there's a lot of kids that are there, you know, spend all day, no parents there to help, so it was left up to lifeguards. So what do you do with a splash pad when you don't have to have lifeguards and you still have, you know, children that come that they're old enough that they don't have to have a parent there? How is that handled within a splash pad in the city?
Well, the posting that you have on the rules states that you can't have unaccompanied children.
Okay.
Still happens. And so you have kids show up and there's no parents around. But that's the nature of kids these days. And if they're not coming to the splash pad, they're going somewhere. We just don't know where they're going. But there are no lifeguards, and you don't have a parks person sitting there watching it all day. They come by throughout the day to check on it and make sure all the equipment's working correctly. But to a large part, it's just like the playground and the slides. You got kids going to the playground, playing on the playgrounds with no parents around. That happens every day. It would continue to happen, whether there's a splash pad or a playground. That's a reality. I don't think we can stop it.
Well, I'm kind of jumping ahead of you, but where would we be putting this inclusive playground?
All right, so there are three parks playground type concepts here. The inclusive playground, I'm saying that's at City Park as well. Ivory Moore Park Improvements is a major playground and outdoor fitness center and some picnic table and parking lot improvements at Ivory Moore. If we do an inclusive playground, again, I was looking at an area that's centrally located and already has a good parking lot with ADA access. Because if you put, I'm lost, don't even know where I'm going.
Don't say
The point or the purpose of an inclusive playground is those kids and families that have special needs children that are in a wheelchair or have mobility issues. It's a place for them to still get outdoors and play with other kids and interact with things. And so you want to locate those where there's a good parking lot, where there's already good ADA access to it and from it. At Centennial Park, we have room. There's a parking lot, but there's no good way for them to get to the parking lot to where the playground would be. At Ivory Moore, I don't know that there's a lot of room to do a regular playground and inclusive playground. I don't think the parking lot is adequate right now, and the access from the parking lot to the playground is questionable at Ivory Moore. It could be developed, but the more money you spend developing that, the less park you get. And so the playground at City Park, there's pieces of playground equipment there that are just kind of scattered around, but there's no true central playground focal point. And so that's what I was looking at, is if we're going to put something there, that would be the inclusive playground, since it's at the center of town and you already have good access to and from that location.
So are we taking the equipment that we have there now out, or are we building around it?
I don't know. We would just have to look at the footprint. Some of it would have to come out to make room, but other pieces of it could stay there or just be moved. I don't know the answer to that yet. But all of these park projects are looking at the recreation and park offerings that we have to this community. Most of them have not aged well. I think our newest are all out at Centennial Park. And so if we're going to provide parks, wellness, and recreation facilities to our community, it needs to be better than what we have right now. And this is an opportunity to kind of paint with a broad brush to make improvements across our entire park system. The improvements to the Eddie Moore Baseball Complex, there would be some fencing and grounds improvements. We could also make some improvements to the bathroom that's there. This is not building a new bathroom or a new concession facility for Eddie Moore. Part of the reason being is, depending on where the school bond election goes, they're, I think, going to be asking for funding to completely redo their whole baseball complex, which would include turf playing surfaces and concession and restrooms. And the conversation they've had with me is that that would be the location where we try to host tournaments. And so if we're able to host tournaments there, then do we need to invest a ton of money in new concession and bathroom facilities at Eddie Moore if the tournaments are going to be somewhere else? So just not a lot of clarity on what's going to happen there. It would take more than $150,000 to get Eddie Moore up to where it needed to be for tournaments. So,
And then Ivory Moore, we're talking about the playground for the children,
yeah.
the adults,
Let
and
me-
then, please, picnic tables. They do. There's 3 out there.
All right, so let me. Again, these are design concepts, but if you look at some of the different playgrounds and the concepts that are available, this would be similar to what we could put out at Ivory Moore to replace the equipment that's there. But the other thing that I've put on the table is it's a trend that is growing across there we go. A lot of cities are starting to put outdoor fitness equipment in their parks to encourage people to get out and be more physically active and do wellness activities. None of our parks really have any outdoor fitness stuff. And if Ivory Moore was the first park that we had that really focused on outdoor fitness, I think you would start increasing the people that go to Ivory Moore to use those facilities, because we offer something there that we don't offer anywhere else. This is just an example of what you can do. This is about $40,000 to $45,000 of investment in the site for those wellness. You can go from 10,000 up to, I mean, you can grow the concept however you want to. But for the budget that we've put together, that would allow a brand new playground structure. It would do the outdoor fitness. It would start rebuilding the parking lot and then add covered picnic tables located throughout the park. There's the central pavilion there. From what I've been told, they don't feel like it needs to be replaced. It needs some maintenance, but it doesn't need to be replaced. But if you added more individual picnic areas with some covering, that then starts making Ivory Moore a lot more functional and a lot more usable for the community. But what you have in front of you is just one version of how we could tackle this CIP to get a lot of progress in this year, that we have some funding available to us, and it still gives us some ability to do streets and do other projects in these outlying years. So if you wanted to delay AL Day, then of our 6.5 right now, we've got 4.7 allocated. We've got $1.8 million that we can shift around and move around and work with. As I said when I started the AL Day conversation, not all of my ideas are good ideas. I still think there's some benefit to that conversation. I think it's going to really be hard to pull off successfully, and so I don't know that I would invest any money in it right now, but it's a conversation we just keep exploring.
I would like to see, that 1.8 to be, to be put toward the library to get them
Yeah.
up to where they need to be. But then I also think we need to look at whatever's, the other half maybe, splitting it and doing for downtown improvements, because then we could talk about coming up with the area here to play and to have events,
Yeah.
have the tables and everything, and if we should ever be able to get the other property.
Right.
So, and then start looking at what
Yeah.
we need to do over in the
Farmers market.
market area.
Agreed.
Yeah,
And having that.
I would like to look at, kind of, now that the presentation's been here to absorb this, with the Eddie Moore complex, if we were going to turn our sports program over to the Boys and Girls Club and try to build that program, then we also need to do something with our facilities.
Agreed.
And I don't think we can rely on what the high school is going to do or not do in that bond
Yeah.
if we are going to build our own program. And do we want to be relying on the high school when their fields are available and not available? So,
Right.
Obviously, even to practice at night, we need some lights out here. Our lights are dangerous.
Yeah.
I think we really need to look at some of that extra money that we may have that's not going into the AL Day, or whether it goes to splash pad or not, and see what we can come out, because I feel like our largest number of citizens being our kids that we serve, is we can serve a lot of kids and athletes, and also even possibly be a money generator, revenue generator,
Yeah.
if we have a good program. So I'd
Agreed.
kind of like to.
Well,
look
and
at-
I've got recent experience building baseball parks, and so to completely rehab Eddie Moore so that it is a viable location for tournaments year round, you're probably going to want to be looking at a turf surface. The 4 fields that you've got, conservatively speaking, you're probably looking $6 to $8 million to really do what needs to be done there, and that's a little bit bigger than I wanted to try to tackle in this first year.
Right, and I think, we need to have a plan.
Yeah,
I mean,
agreed.
it's going to be a long time
Yeah.
before the city can ever have turf
Yeah.
fields.
Yeah.
But also know
But we can have really nice grass
have
playing
really
surfaces.
nice practice fields and fields. I
Yeah.
mean, I've got granddaughter that plays, and they're not always turf fields.
Right.
So, and we played many years. We had tournaments for years. Now, that has all changed,
Well,
but
the
they weren't turf.
drainage is an issue, and so one of the big challenges we have right now is that for this season we got rained out
Right.
because
And then we have that every year.
we just got to figure out the drainage, how to get water off of those fields so that they're playable.
Right,
turf
Sulphur
solves that, but
Springs is not turf field, am I correct, at their park over there?
Colton
not-
Park?
Yeah, it's,
No, that's grass, I
it's
believe.
grass.
there's a way to improve it for less than the $6 to $8 million. But you got to have a plan. But one of the biggest challenges is going to be how to get the water off of the fields, and that's there's going to be a price tag associated with that. So, but we'll definitely study it. The when the tool group was here and they did some design concepts for the downtown area, their design had about a $12 million price tag to it. I don't think we can tackle all of the components of that design, but there was already some effort and energy put into some design and some concepts for the downtown area. I would really like to start trying to find ways to incorporate some of those elements in what we do in the downtown improvements so that we get some benefit from the tool group and from the planning that they did. I just don't know that we can tackle the full 12 million of it, but we can start moving in that direction. So,
Yeah, I think there's some things we can do with sidewalks, maybe some of the green area, even if it is purchasing that lots of Gerald. So as we move forward, we have that land.
Yep.
That's always in the tool group that was
Yeah.
owning that land.
Yeah. Agreed.
What keeps us from defining a TERS and start collecting money to do it? If it's
I-
5 years from now before we spend a penny, at least we're collecting money to do it.
Yeah.
And other taxing entities are helping us build it.
Yeah.
And had we started 3 years ago, we'd have a pot of money already.
Yeah.
But we didn't.
Yeah.
So why do we not?
Because we haven't created it.
Why do we not? That's the question. That's, you know, I've asked that for years now, and it's just not happening.
Well, instead of asking the question, let's just say, let's make it so.
Well,
Yeah.
So,
we got to
Make it
define
so.
an area and then find out what the other entities will do to assist us in build, and we don't lose current income.
I mean, is the income so small that the cost of setting up the TERS is so expensive between the attorney fees and all that? I mean,
I
don't
wouldn't
know
say
why.
I wouldn't say the creation of a TERS is a huge expense that you've got to overcome. That's not the challenge of a TERS. Where most people struggle with the TERS, and I would say even Sulphur Springs has had some of this experience, is that if you create the TERS and then you borrow the money to put all of the infrastructure in up front, then you've got to make those payments over the next number of years. If we create the TERS
And sit on
and
it
then
for-
sit on it for a little while, then we can start building a plan and building something with that and not immediately issuing the debt up front.
But
And
just
so
that
I'd-
they would want to know,
I
they
mean,
would
they're
want to
not-
have something for their money, but if we have, such as right now, we have some money for downtown and that we're putting in, then I think people will start saying, okay, well, I'll pay
If we
it.
create the
I
TERS
don't know.
first and
Yeah.
then we pull the trigger on these projects,
Right.
then
Well-
as the values escalate, we start
Right.
capturing that.
I hate to spend anything on downtown unless it's a part of an agreed upon plan.
Agreed.
And we've not done that. But while we're, you know, you got to come up with a target number you want to spend, and that's, of course, that money will go for sidewalks and other infrastructure. But if that's in process, we'll get more investment downtown, no doubt about it, during the process. And that raises how much money comes in.
Agreed.
You know, and I think if we even do minor things, if it was nothing more than update the lights, if we do minor things, the business owners are not going to pay any more taxes. It's just going to be what pot it goes into. I don't think there would be a lot of pushback on that, but begin to build the pot.
Well, but the advantage is other taxing entities putting in the increased value tax into the pot. They're
Yeah.
helping us pay for it.
Yeah.
And we're not collecting that. I mean, am I reading that wrong?
I agree with you.
I mean, if we had done it 3 years ago, the county at least, I don't know if anyone else will join in, but they would throw in the increment of increase
Mhm.
And still get what they're getting at the beginning. So no one's giving anything up. It's just building a fund that we don't have. And we don't have to borrow money and obligate it instantly. I don't know what the rules are on when you create it, when you have to start spending money, but we ought to know that.
We'll
If
investigate
it's
it.
10 years, at least we'll have funds to
Yeah.
make decisions with.
Right. Agree completely.
And also bring back our planners and get us to decide what we want to do and what it really costs. Because when we look at truly fixing sidewalks, we've got this west side elevation problem, which means, we got to decide what to do with the streets. How do you get the drainage out of it? But it could be, a 15-year project. Sulphur Springs made a decade out of it,
Mhm.
even with borrowing money up front.
Yep.
But if you don't start,
10 years later, you're still wishing you'd have started something 10 years
we
ago.
done that 3 years ago, but
Yeah.
we didn't.
Yeah.
I think it's time we seriously pursue it. What else we got to do?
That wraps up everything that is within our planned presentation for
Can we
today.
come back tomorrow and
If-
discuss it some more?
If you really, really want to, we're here and we're
I was going
available.
to, but I don't guess we're going to let him.
All right. I guess the only outstanding question is that we've got the operating budget, the 22 proposed budget that we can push out to the community. The CIP plan, we still need some more time to talk through and provide some clarity on what the projects are that we're going to consider funding for. And so we're not going to publish a CIP at this point until we've had some more time to talk through what that looks like. And so we know there's going to be approximately $6.5 million to spend on CIP projects, but we don't yet have the definition to know exactly what all those projects are going to be.
And in that state law, they don't have to be designated, is that correct? At budget, to be published, do they have to be?
Well, the
The CIP project. So could you?
I'll get back with you on the answer.
Okay, but I'm
The-
saying, could you kind of lump it all together, parks?
Yes,
and
and
it
so
be not, and it be 2
typically,
million, or does it have to be designated to which park?
it doesn't have to be designated to which parks. And so typically when you adopt an INS rate, which is the interest in seeking portion of your tax rate, there are debt issues that have already happened, or there are issues that are imminently planned to happen to support the adoption of that tax rate. And so when it comes time to actually adopt the full 82-cent tax rate, the portion of that is INS, we need to have some clarity on what we're going to be doing in the imminently near future to justify that INS tax rate. That doesn't mean we have to know how much we're spending at Ivory Moore and how much we're spending on Splash Pad, but we do need to know we're spending approximately $3 million on park improvements. We need to have some definition to it, but ultimately, I think adopting an INS tax rate before you even know what the projects are or the amounts you're going to do is a slippery slope.
Okay, can capital improvement projects, could we buy land with that?
Yes.
If we wanted to buy a piece of
Yes.
property?
Yes. Mhm. September 21st is when we have to do the final adoption for this budget and tax rate. So we've got between now and then to have some public hearings, to have some meetings with the community to know what's happening with the.
This is the only public hearing.
Right. We only, since we don't have a rate that requires an election, legally we only have to have one public hearing on September 21st. but we're talking about a rate adjustment. You don't have to have a public hearing, but I'm going to strongly recommend that we do, because we need to be talking about some of these things with the public before we just drop it on them.
Could we?
We've got time
could we
between
have
now
a
and then.
Workshop so the full council can, I mean, like this, to talk about some of these,
We have time in the schedule,
if the
yes.
council.
Certainly.
All right. We have submitted everything that we had for this evening, and so it's 5 o'clock.
On the dot. What?
Well, it is 5 o'clock and this meeting's adjourned. We made it all the way to 5.
Woo.
Oh
Great.
my, thank you.
I was really thinking it was gonna be 10